Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the Throne of Heaven in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 121, Unstoppable. Rukia had barely had the time to look across the battlefield to decide where best to go next, when she spotted a glowing triangular platform moving her way, with two people on it. She frowned, and as she intensified her sight and saw that the person on top of the platform with Orium wasn't Ichigo, but rather a tall female Arrancar with long green hairs, her frown grew bigger, enough so she decided not to reseal her Bankai just yet. Instead, she waited with one hand on Sode no Shirayuki's pommel, the sword sheathed to hide the fact that it was still transformed, worried that her friend might be under mind control somehow, as well as wondering why Ichigo wasn't with her. Her fears were dispelled however when Orium, upon seeing her, waved one hand wildly while smiling brightly, as she shouted, "Rukia, there you are. Have you won your fight already?" "We did." She couldn't help herself but smile slightly at her friend's exuberance, but she still asked, keeping an eye on the Arrancar which descended from the flying platform gingerly and with a gait that suggested deep exhaustion. "Is that why you are going around with this one?" Orium affectionately patted the Arrancar on the shoulder, making her stumble, before explaining. "That's right. This is Nell. She's the one who was leading the attack force, but after we beat her, she surrendered, and she said she can make everybody else surrender. We just need to let her speak with everybody to get it done." Rukia raised an eyebrow in surprise at the words, but if Orium believed this, she was willing to give it a shot. So she relaxed a bit as she said, letting her confidence show. "I can help with that." "What of Ichigo, how comes he's not with you?" Orium's eyes widened as she said. "Right. That's the most important thing. See, while Nell can get the Arrancar and most of the Espada to surrender, she can't make Jin do so, and there's another Espada she doesn't think will listen. So, Ichigo is gone with your friend Toshiro to deal with Jin, while we need to take care of the other Espada." Nell, as the green-haired Arrancar was called, sighed as she said. "That's not going to be as easy as she's making it sound. Baragan is, if not the strongest of all the Espada, nearly so. You need to be more optimistic, Nell. We're the hero, so we'll totally win. We beat you, didn't we? And you're an Espada as well." The woman sighed, and said in a tired tone. "I might be one of the Espada, but not all of us are equally powerful. Only Stark, Haribel, and Ulquiorra could plausibly hold their own against Baragan, as the four of them were the only Vastolord within the group. I certainly am no match for him, you can be assured of that." Rukia frowned. That sounded like a worrisome situation, although, she reminded herself, they had Kenpeki with his new Bankai to field, so the situation might not be as hopeless as the Espada was assuming. And that wasn't the only advantage, either. Rukia pinned Nell with her most intense stare and asked, "What if we had the entirety of your army to back up the entirety of ours? Would that give him pause?" Nell visibly balked at the idea. It took her a moment to be collected enough to be able to answer, and when she did, she didn't sound at all hopeful. "Highly unlikely, just like your captain's. His power is easily enough to destroy any army. And don't forget, while I can get the Arrancar here to surrender, the Quincy will continue fighting against you. Having our forces on your side here is the fastest way to get them to stop, so redeploying them against Baragan would be dangerous. Besides, how would you move them, anyway? Baragan is attacking the opposite side of your city from where we are." Rukia hadn't known that, but luckily, Orium provided the solution immediately as she turned a confused expression toward the Espada. "Can't you just teleport everybody there, Nell?" Rukia's eyes narrowed at the Arrancar attempt to downplay her power, so she sighed and answered. "I could, but after the beating you gave me, expending that much energy at once would knock me out for a few hours. And don't forget that I surrendered because you promised to spare my people. Sending them against Baragan is just a more cruel form of execution." That was a valid point, but Rukia could think of plenty of other uses for a large number of extra people on their side capable of using Sonido. So she asked, pointedly, "What of evacuation? If this Baragan is as powerful as you imply, then the 2nd Division is likely in dire straits, and would benefit from help to perform a proper retreat. They could help save themselves by saving some of us, without need for fighting to accomplish it." Her words seemed to strike a chord with Nell, who replied, hesitant, I suppose that would work, but that still leaves the problems of fighting Baragan and holding the Quincy back, doesn't it? To which Rukia answered, with a smug grin, don't worry, I have the perfect solution to both of those problems. She took a moment to close her eyes and focus her perception to locate the nearest Kenpeka clone, then pointed and said, looking at Nell once more. Can you get us there? The Arrancar nodded, grabbing both of them and then firing a bala in Rukia's indicated direction, before teleporting all three women right in front of a Kenpeki who turned to watch Rukia with one of his most manic grins. So, got your revenge, did you? And grown stronger from it, I can sense it. Have you brought this espada to me as a gift, or something? Orium shook her head and said, offended. Nell's a friend. She's going to make all the Arrancar surrender. Kenpeka frowned. Where's the fun in that for me? Orium's cheek puffed and Rukia could sense that she was about to start arguing with Kenpeka over the issue, so she quickly stepped forward and said, in a no-nonsense tone. The fun will be that she can't get the Quincy to surrender, so they'll be left here to fight, and if you feel like you can handle them all on your own, that'll let me use her teleporting powers to reposition the entire rest of our forces. Kenpeka looked intrigued at that, but not fully persuaded as he commented. That might be entertaining, but I bet there'll be no challenge there. Seems like a waste of my time. Don't worry, I have also another task, which will make sure to put your time to proper use. She paused, eyeing him critically, but she truly couldn't tell the difference between the real man and his copies, so she had to ask, are you the original? That seemed to offend Kenpeka, as he asked, curtly, why does it matter? Rukia didn't let the rudeness get to her, and explained in her most patient tone. Because Nell also said there is one Arrancar who won't surrender on her say-so, the strongest espada of them all, apparently. And I'm going to need the original you to go up against him. Kenpeka grin was back, as he answered. I see. You're under the impression only the original can create clones, aren't you? Don't worry, each of us can keep creating copies, so long as there aren't as many of us around as the number of enemy I've killed with no Zarashi. He demonstrated by swinging his sword and creating a copy of himself, leaving it behind as he said, now, let's go fight the strongest espada, while the copy side end, turning toward the rest of the battlefield, said in a despondent tone, while I guess I'll need to content myself with slaughtering all the Quincy left. That comment was apparently enough to prompt Orium to shout, angry. You shouldn't slaughter anybody. We got the Arrancar to surrender, surely if we just beat them without killing the Quincy we'll surrender as well. That's what a true hero would do. Kenpeka turned a gaze glinting with menace on Orium as he said, threat lacing his words. Now, why would I care about what a true hero would do? Rukia could see that Orium wasn't about to back down, so she interrupted and said, in a firm tone. For the challenge. That caused Kenpeka to round up on her, but his expression was now more puzzled than threatening, so Rukia explained, her tone calm and controlled. You said yourself that you don't think the Quincy will be a challenge, and I know you're not opposed to handicapping yourself to make your fights more fun, what with the bells and eye patch and all that. So, how much harder would it be, if you had to fight an entire army while limiting yourself to only using non-lethal attacks? Maybe just hard enough to give you some thrills. She paused, then added, raising a finger in a lecturing manner, and don't forget, you said that each enemy you kill will make you stronger by adding an extra copy to your Bankai, and that's going to make it harder and harder to find a true challenge you don't need to hold back against if you slaughter everybody across your path. Surely that's an aspect worth considering. Kenpeka stared at Rukia for a moment, then laughed loudly and commented. Ah. You make a few good points, Kukaki, I like you. I'll try things your way, and see if it's any more fun than simply cutting loose. And with that, he headed toward the area where Quincy and Arrancar were still fighting, even while the Kenpeka that had stayed next to her, waiting for them to head for the espada he wanted to challenge, was still laughing at her audacity. Rukia shook her head, then prepared to cast the Kido required to let Nell speak with her subordinates and then have them regroup with the 3rd Division so they could be teleported to their next destination, hoping they wouldn't make it there too late. Even as she stared the enemy in front of her with the knowledge that she was facing her destruction, Swaifon realized she couldn't simply give up. Aside from her own desire to see her Yoryuki again, she also had her duty to the people of Seoul society to consider. She might not be able to stop the Espada in front of her, but she had to at least try and slow him down, so everybody else could escape. Besides, even if he defeated Captain Otoribashi with a single strike, that didn't necessarily mean she would suffer the same result. She had lot of practice in dodging attacks. In fact, striking without the enemy being able to retaliate was sort of her specialty. So, she started to fluctuate her Ryuryoku to send a coded message to the 2nd Division to begin a stealthy retreat, while she herself pointed her Zanpakuto at the Espada and said, in as threatening a tone as she could muster while being as scared as she was. "You won't bring anybody's end, nor wipe Soul Society out of existence, if I do it to you first. So you choose fight over flight, good. I'd hate wasting the time a chase would demand." Swaifon didn't let him continue to threaten, instead firing Suzumibuki, once again resorting to detonating the missile immediately after it left her shoulder-mounted cannon to direct the explosion of shrapnel in a straight line in front of herself, like a beam. She honestly wasn't sure how she'd expected the Espada to react, but raising his huge axe like a shield in front of himself wasn't it? Sure, the weapon had the size to perform the role, but since he was an Arrancar, the axe was part of him, and that meant blocking 2 shards on the same spot would cause his destruction. For a moment, Swaifon thought that maybe he hadn't realized her power from watching her fight Sairachi, and thus didn't realize his mistake. However, as the air around the axe turned slightly hazy with a light purple smoke, he proved that it was no mistake at all. As all of the shrapnel crumbled to dust against the axe, it might have seemed to do so on contact, but Swaifon knew her power, and could tell that the purple smoke, while confined to a few millimeters around the weapon, had somehow disintegrated all of her shrapnel before it could actually touch the axe's surface. This, she decided, was the same effect that had destroyed Captain Otoribashi so utterly, some sort of disintegration effect that was attached to the weapon, and thus likely could be set up all around the Arrancar's body. It was a hard defense to overcome, but perhaps, Swaifon thought, not impossible, if she could sneak an attack in a manner the Espada wouldn't see coming. She just needed the right strategy. Of course, Baragan didn't seem inclined to give her the time to come up with such a strategy, as the moment her beam of shrapnel was extinguished against his axe, he used Sonido to barrel forward, the ground tearing up under him at the sheer acceleration. If Swaifon hadn't already been rolling out of the way as soon as she'd fired her missile, she would not have been able to avoid that. Even with it, she barely did, and the moment he stopped, he pivoted on his foot and turned in her direction, clearly ready to use Sonido again. Swaifon zigzagged for half a second, using Ho-Ho to leave behind about 6 versions of herself in a specific shape, imbuing each one with fear so that he would be unable to pick a target, but he surprised her by unleashing a barrage of bala from his empty palm. The projectiles were fired all at the same time and in a clustered manner, but spread out just enough to strike every clone. Normally, that wouldn't have been a problem, as the bala would have just passed through and made it look like she simply dodged them with Ho-Ho, hiding which one the original was, but the bala broke apart just as they hit, as if Baragan had timed them to do so, and released the riot so within, which turned out to have been charged with anger. The resulting flames melted the fake copies of Swaifon with ease, and while the real her was able to wash them away with a coat of common fused hada, they did still leave her clothes lightly singed and, more importantly, made it very obvious for Baragan who was the real her. As the Espada launched himself forward with Sonido, Swaifon panicked and tried her most extreme technique, discorporating nearly all of her body. The technique itself had been invented by her Yoroichi, and she'd trained with Byakuya to help him in perfecting it to the point he could go fully incorporeal. However, no matter how many times and in how many different ways he'd tried to explain how the full discorporation worked, Swaifon had never been capable of pulling it off. Even discorporating only half of herself made it very hard to pull her body back together, leaving her winded and confused every time. However, with an Espada and possessive a death touch ability about to flung himself at her at the speed of sound, she pushed the trick past any limit she'd ever been able to before, decomposing all of her body except for her feet, while having those use Shunpo to dange out of the way of the attack, while the Reishi that had made up her body was blasted apart by Baragan's massive size barreling straight through it. It was a tiresome effort of will to call the Reishi back together into her body, enough so that doing it caused Swaifon to collapse to her knees, but she managed to leave up a Ho-Ho decoy up as she did, and then, falling back on her stealth training, she immediately suppressed her presence, nullifying her Ryotsu release to leave herself impossible to perceive as she crawled forward along the ground. She felt Baragan axe swinging high above her head, cutting into her replicate, and that was when she struck, jumping up with Suzumibuki's blade sharpened with her usual intention of sheathing the blade, which left no sense of dread while giving it absolute piercing power. It was clear that Baragan had been surprised, as he had to turn toward her. However, just as her blade was about to sink into him, his empty hand blurred, the air cracking at the sudden acceleration, as he combined Sonido with his incredible reflexes to catch her wrist in his finger, his grip unyielding as a vice while the tip of her Zanpakuto was just barely a hair's width of distance from his body. The Espada looked down at her with a disdainful glare, as he used his monstrous strength and their difference in stature to his advantage to lift her off the ground from the hold on her arm alone, before saying, "And now, here you end, as promised," which was followed, to Swafon's horror, by her hand suddenly starting to wrinkle and wither, as if it was suddenly growing older in the span of seconds, and she could feel the shriveling sensation spreading up her arms. Swafon reacted instantaneously, using Ho-Ho to make her arm thinner at the elbow while she turned her own Hakuta coat on herself, using it to sever the arm and then turning it scalding with anger to cauterize the stump. As she stumbled backwards, Baragan kept glaring at her, even as he threw the severed arm still in his hand straight at her, which allowed Swafon to see the appendage keep wrinkling until it crumbled to dust in front of her very eyes, even as she managed to dodge backward to avoid being touched by it, just in case it was still carrying some of the Espada's power. She immediately created a screen of Yuzutsemi copies before using her Shunpo to try and escape, to which Baragan reacted by saying, with a voice filled with contempt, "Such a pathetic creature, switching to flight once you realize fight is pointless, instead of accepting your destruction as the proper fate reserved for your kind. Your cowardice sicken me, Shinigami." Swafon expected the Espada to just charge through her clones, and so, even as she ran, she was looking behind her shoulder to be ready to strike at him with the grenade Kido she was hiding in her grip to slow the monster down, but instead Baragan used his incredible strength to jump high enough into the air he seemed to be almost flying for a moment, his large cloak fanned under him as he moved his arm in a large, swiping gesture, unleashing a multitude of bala with the movement. They were not aimed at her, however, but rather to the area in front of her, tracing a clear arc meant to box her in, and, when they hit the ground, the anger-charged Ryotsu within erupted into flames, creating a veritable wall of fire that completely cut off Swafon's retreat route, forcing her to stop in order to change course. And that's when Baragan used Sonido to send himself diving down right next to her. It wasn't aimed well enough to actually hit her straight, but he slammed into the ground hard enough to send large amounts of rocks flying, as well as unleashing a devastating shockwave, both of which slammed into Swafon and caused the grenade Kido into her hand to explode, further adding to the sheer amount of damage she took. She rolled along the ground in a daze, coming to a stop by painfully slamming into the edge of the crater Baragan's landing had created, which left her coughing to dislodge all the dirt she'd inhaled in the process while trying and failing to get back on her feet, in part as she tried to use both arms to leverage herself up only to find that one of the two wasn't there. She shook her head, trying to regain her wits, and went for getting back to her feet more carefully this time, but before she could, the heavy sound of Baragan's footsteps drew her attention to where the Espada was advancing toward her, his gait calm and composed even as his rasping voice was completely cold and unyielding. "And here, as promised, the end comes, Shinigami, for you and all those of your ilk. Stay in that position, it suits your kind to kneel in front of the true God King of Hueco Mundo." He raised his axe, clearly preparing to execute her, when suddenly a dazzlingly bright flash of green light enveloped everything, and then Swafon's eyes widened as she sensed thousands of Ryuryoku signatures, Shinigami and Arrancar alike, having appeared out of nowhere. She could see Baragan was as surprised as her, having stopped to turn and stare at the direction in which the newly arrived presences were located, and when she did the same, she was a triangular platform of golden light housing a green-haired Arrancar, alongside what were clearly Rukia Kukiki, Oriamanu, and a last figure which moved to land right in front of her, causing Baragan to jump backwards, and which she recognized easily, but had trouble believing had just put himself in harm's way on her behalf. Was she really saved? By Kenpei? Kenpei was gripping his sword with both hands, and his grin was the most filled with bloodlust Rukia had ever seen it be as he said, in a very eager tone. "So, you're the strongest Espada then?" "The number one." Kenpei's opponent answered, sounding genuinely annoyed. "I am the second Espada, because Aizen assigned his meaningless numbers based on the order in which we demonstrated the Gran Rey Zero ability, to confuse you lot. Regardless of that silliness, I am indeed the strongest creature in existence, Baragan Luzenburn, God King of Hueco Mundo, and I come to destroy you all, Shinigami. You're going to try, sure, this is going to be a fun fight, I can already tell. And with what, Kenpeiga was already moving forward, slashing at the Espada with his sword without hesitation while easily kneeling to avoid the axe swing aimed at his head. Baragan gave ground rather than let himself be stabbed, before countering by striking the ground with his weapon hard enough to crack the ground and send a geyser of sharpened stones at Kenpeiga in the process. Seeing as Kenpeiga seemed to have that situation in hand for now, Rukia swung Sode no Shirayuki twice, creating two blades of ice, one of which she used Aikido to send flying in Swafon's direction, while the other one, as was normal for things affected by her power, remained fixed in the air right next to where Orium was supporting Nell, the third Espada having fallen to her knees and being on the verge of collapse from the effort to teleport so many people at once. Idly, Rukia used her Bankai to appear where she'd sent her ice blade, right next to Swafon, grabbing her and creating a floating platform to put her on, even as she used the other ice blade to cast a voice amplification Kido next to Nell, before letting her mouth form on the ice shard and tell the Espada, in a commanding tone. Go ahead and speak, everybody will hear you. Make them surrender. Watching through the ice, she saw Nell nod and then said, in a tired tone that nevertheless, thanks to Rukia's Kido, echoed all over the battlefield. Everybody, this is the third Espada, Nelil Odishwank, speaking. I was defeated by the Shinigami, and have surrendered to them in exchange for having each Arrancar who will also surrender be spared. I was promised we'll be able to negotiate for our needs with the Shinigami if we surrender, which is the only way left for us to achieve our objectives at this point. Before anybody else could speak, a purple-haired Arrancar had flown over to where Nell was. Orium had raised a wall between the and the woman, but she didn't seem intent on attacking yet, although she looked genuinely angry as she shouted. Nell, you can't be serious. We can't let our goal of freedom for our people go when we're this close to winning. The third Espada's expression looked pained as she answered, tiredly. Sirachi, we're not close to winning at all. I was defeated, Eren Nero was destroyed, and since Jin took to the field, Luppy was likely taken out as well. The ones I faced managed to make it here despite having to go through Ulquiorra to do it, and you know he wouldn't have let anybody escape him if he could stop it. We cannot win this fight. You shouldn't underestimate Lord Aizen like that, he surely has a plan that'll ensure success. Nell looked genuinely angry at that, and shouted back. What does that matter if we all get exterminated in the process of achieving the objective? We can't save our people if we get them all destroyed by the Shinigami, Sirachi. We can't achieve anything without sacrifice, it's the price we need to pay for our freedom. Rukia, having finally reached Orium's flying platform with her own, landed on top of it, passing Swafon's unconscious body to Orium for healing, while the two female Arrancar turned their attention on her. She looked at the one named Sirachi, which she could see had the number 5 tattooed on her belly, and said, in a calm tone that echoed over the battlefield. There's no need to be unreasonable about this. Right now, you're at a disadvantage. If you truly think Aizen will succeed, then you could just stop your attack and wait. If anything, it'll allow your forces to regroup and recover. The whole point of your presence here was as a distraction, to allow Aizen inside the walls. He's already achieved that, and we've already sent people after him. At this point, continuing to fight will only harm our people unnecessarily. Agreeing to stay here and maintain positions costs you nothing if Aizen manages to defeat the strike force we sent after him and succeed, and gives you the chance to negotiate for something less than total defeat if Aizen fails. Rukia words had a clear effect on Sirachi, making her waver, so Rukia glanced at Nell, to see if she had anything to add, and the green-haired Espada didn't disappoint, taking a long breath before adding. Sirachi, they didn't just defeat Ulquiorra, they also got Grimmjow to surrender and make a deal with them. They would not know about Lord Aizen's intentions if he hadn't spoken, and he wouldn't have spoken if they'd not upheld their promise to him. If they're willing to treat fairly with Grimmjow, of all people, we can do the same as well. The fifth Espada seemed to consider the matter, then sighed and said, in a tired tone. I suppose that a ceasefire is reasonable enough, under the circumstance. Any Arrancar who can hear this, please stop fighting and retreat. the situation is such that it's better to wait and see than lose more of our number needlessly. Rukia could see the effect that had on the Arrancar still on the battlefield, as they started to slowly move away from the battlefield. However, one singular Arrancar didn't seem to agree as, a moment after Rukia had dispersed the voice transmission Kido, a rasping voice stated, filled with anger. "Cowards, each and every one of you, let it be known, this ceasefire of yours doesn't matter. I didn't came here to treat, I came here to destroy Seoul society, and I can do it alone, if I need to." Rukia returned her attention to where the second Espada was fighting Kenpei. It seemed clear that neither of the two was winning. The rhythm of the fight seemed pretty steady to her, with Kenpei charging forward with slashes powerful enough that just the wind they moved was enough to leave marks on the ground and push things away, while hits that actually smashed the ground were leaving deep cracks on the ground. Baragan was avoiding those with a combination of incredibly fast reflexes and short-distance sonido, only ever trying to strike back with either an axe swing delivered after a dodge in close combat, or by firing a zero, but Kenpei was actually dodging the attacks, moving with a deftness she wouldn't have expected, considering his general resilience. And it wasn't like he'd lost the ability. At one point, when Kenpei went for a brutal two-handed strike that, while missing Baragan, sent the Espada skidding backwards from the sheer power of the impact, the Arrancar counteracted with a scattershot of bala that bounced off Kenpei's chest, singing his clothing lightly but otherwise leaving him damaged. Yet, despite all that, it seemed the two were refusing to let their blades clash, and were more focused on dodging each other than anything. She wondered for the reason, at least until Sairachi said, in a puzzled tone, "The Shinigami is fighting like he's figured out that a single touch from Baragan's blade is gonna destroy him, isn't he?" Nell nodded, and opined, "It seems so, perhaps he just has very keen senses, and noticed the risk that way? Not sure why Baragan is dodging him though, he could strike a killing blow if he accepted one in return that he can regenerate away. Must be worried his opponent has some trick like the captain I fought against, the woman had a power that destroys you in 2 strikes. Makes sense he'd be cautious until he figures out what the Shinigami is capable of." Sairachi motioned with her head in the direction of the pyramid where Swaifon was laying, having her arm slowly regenerated by a frowning Orium. Rukia took this in, then said, in a firm tone, "Well, if they're both fighting cautiously and waiting for an opening, I better give Kenpei one." The two female Espada turned to stare at her in disbelief, but Rukia ignored them, sending her floating platform climbing upwards and, after a moment of consideration, unleashing a peacock's wheel Kido with a spinning motion of her arm, the dozen of golden beams aimed straight at Baragan. Rukia's attack slammed into the Espada only partially, as, while he was caught by surprise by it, his reflexes were good enough for him to roll out of the way after only a couple of the beam had hit him. However, that didn't really matter, since the goal had been to make an opening for Kenpei who, sure enough, immediately darted forward to capitalize on Baragan's sudden need to watch his flank. But, to Rukia's surprise, the attack didn't connect, as the ground under the Espada suddenly crumbled to nothing, creating a deep pit he fell into that allowed Baragan to avoid being stabbed, only to erupt from under the ground a moment later with enough strength to send large amounts of rocks and everything standing on top of them, including Kenpei himself, flying. The captain of the 11th Division managed to roll in midair and land on his feet, but Baragan had thrown his axe after him and, while Kenpei dodged the spinning blade, the moment it slammed into the ground, it caused it to crumble, robbing Kenpei of his footing just long enough for Baragan to capitalize by charging forward with Sonido and slamming a fist straight into the Shinigami's solar plexus. Kenpei was sent flying by the sheer power behind the strike, so Rukia raised an hand to raise a glowing wall of golden light with a gelatinous consistence, which stopped the man's flight and caused him to slowly slide to the ground. Rukia quickly cast one more Kido to amplify her vision, which let her see that his chest was slowly forming wrinkles and seemingly aging at an accelerate pace, at least until Kenpei gripped his Zanpakuto until he made his hand bleed and shouted, loud and clear, "I'm not going to fall to injuries like that, Espada," at which point the effect suddenly disappeared. Frowning, Rukia used Sode no Shirayuki to create an ice needle that she sent towards Kenpei by snapping her fingers to cast the pinpoint blast Kido. As soon as the ice embedded itself into the wall, she used it as her mouth to ask, "What was that, and how did you counter it?" To which Kenpei grinned and answered, "He seems to have the power to make things age with his touch, nice trick to destroy pretty much anything, since nothing is eternal, and I bet he can accelerate it when he has extended contact. But my Shikai lets me transfer the wounds to anybody I've hit, so I just moved the aging away to another of my copies, as each of them is me and I'm always able to strike myself. He sniffed, regarding Baragan with contempt that the espada was returning, and added in a disappointed tone. It's a shame I wasn't able to hit him even one. I wonder how well the bastard would react to being subjected to his own power. Rukia wondered, as well. Of course, it was perfectly possible that the espada might be immune to his own power, it was even likely, but Rukia had been in the 12th Division long enough that she wouldn't mind testing the hypothesis, just to make sure. So she said, in a confident tone. Well, if that's what you want, assuming you take no offense to a little bit of help, I could figure out some way to make it happen. It seemed to Rukia that Kenpeki was considering the offer, but before he could answer one way or the other, Baragan spoke up, which surprised her, as Rukia hadn't expected the espada to be able to hear them from such a distance. No, you won't. There was a sense of genuine anger in his voice that gave Rukia pause, but Kenpeki merely grinned, taking a few steps forward and pointing his Zanpakuto in Baragan's general direction, clearly ready to answer his words with a taunt of his own. Before he could, there was a suddenly huge explosion of Ryotsu, so powerful Rukia could feel her Kido platform cracking from the sheer pressure just manifested, and she had to put her full focus on keeping it together for a moment. The gelatinous wall of Kido simply collapsed, and even Kenpeki himself was left immobilized by the sudden change in pressure caused by Baragan's release for half a fraction of a second. And that briefest amount of time was enough for the second espada, who had now transformed into a skeleton with a golden crown on his head and still retaining his long cloak, to unhinge his jaw and let out a beam of black Ryotsu that glowed with a sickly green light, striking straight at Kenpeki and annihilating him instantly, so that no possibility for passing the wound to another clones existed. While she stared, Rukia couldn't help but note to herself that, if Kenpeki hadn't unlocked his Bankai, that would have been the end of him. Of course, the fact that other copies of him were running around was of little help to her in this moment, seeing as he was on the opposite side of Soul Society and her one mean of obviating the distance, Nell, had just been knocked out by Baragan's suddenly displayed spiritual pressure. Sairachi was also near to collapse, as was Orium, grimacing at her forgetfulness. Rukia focused on her Ryotsu and extended it to cover them, shielding them from the onslaught caused by Baragan's mere presence. You're new to the Bankai's increased Ryotsu output, it's understandable you'd forget the others had much less of it to shield them, and would thus be crushed instead of merely left less reactive by it. While Rukia could see the point, she couldn't help the feeling that she ought to have thought of it. Still, she'd learned her lessons about letting the feelings of guilt at a mistake keep her from pushing through, so she put the thought aside and simply did it, glad that Byakuya's lessons on controlling her Ryotsu made it easy to both shield herself from the second espada's oppressive presence and extend that protection to others. As soon as she could see Orium no longer looking crushed, Rukia returned her full attention to Baragan who, she noticed, was now lifting himself up in the air, the slight vibration in his body making it clear he was using the same trick Ulquiorra had but with a lot less skill. However, he didn't seem to care as he stated, in a triumphant tone. Behold, Shinigami, the unparalleled might of the God King. I defeated your strongest fighter just by revealing my true form, and now, my true power shall wash over and consume you all, leaving me as the sole ruler of both spiritual and mortal realms. Seeing that her opponent was clearly about to try and unleash some form of ultimate attack, Rukia didn't wait and, taking advantage of the fact that the previous fighting and the following retreat of both Shinigami and Arrancar had let the battlefield empty, she swiped both hands in front of her in a specific rhythm to unleash a light waterfall Kido on the espada. However, as the sky above him opened, Baragan simply looked upwards, and then a cloud of purple smoke appeared in a sphere around him, with a range of several hundred meters, and the Kido simply extinguished itself within long before it managed to reach him. Baragan sounded smug, as he explained. Even Ryotsu and Reishi will dissolve over time. This at the power of my Respira, upgraded to its ultimate potential, it accelerates the passage of time for anything it touches, bringing it to its ultimate end. No attack can pass through it, nor can any defense stop it, as nothing arrests the passage of time. It is the ultimate attack and defense, all at once. A fitting power for both a god and a king, as ultimately, it is Ryotsu infused with my will to rule, imposing it onto reality. The Arrancar chuckled, as he slowly started to move forward, the cloud moving ahead of him and corroding anything it came into contact into nothingness. Baragan observed the annihilation and commented, "Idle. Astonishing, isn't it? Aizen might make a big deal of the Gran Race Zero's instantaneous power, but in most circumstances, my power is far greater. Not that it matter, anyway, given that my power works by imposing my will to consume everything on everything I touch. Learning how to impose the same emotion on a single Zero was as simple as being informed that such a thing was possible at all. It is the ultimate proof of the meaninglessness of Aizen's Espada, that all they can do is manifest a pale copy of my power." Rukia looked at him and asked, curious despite herself, "So why would you even work with Aizen in the first place?" To which the Espada answered, with a shrug of his shoulder, "He said he would remove the most dangerous defenders, so that I wouldn't have to worry about them while I got rid of the rest of you, the one-man genocide and the first Kenpeki, who repelled the last attack of 4 Vastolord and their army which invested Soul Society. And he delivered. They're not here, and even if they survive the Lesser Espada and Aizen's traps, if they alone are all that's left, crushing them will be easy." He then leaned forward, the empty eye sockets of his skull crinkling slightly to look more menacing as he added, "So, let's now deliver your end to you, it's come the time for it." And, with a gesture, the cloud of purple smoke charged forward with a sudden rush of speed, the building it touched collapsing in the blink of an eye. Shocked, she instinctively shouted, "Orium, wall," knowing her friend's defense would stop the attack and give Rukia the time she needed to figure out a counter. The familiar sight of a triangular wall made of white light popped into existence a moment later, the size far bigger than Rukia had ever seen Orium make it, covering nearly the entire front, to the point Rukia had trouble seeing its base. However, she could clearly see the wall itself, and the purple cloud smashing into it, except, instead of shattering, the cloud remained there against it, and to Rukia's horror, the giant wall began to flicker and waver, the light from it flashing from white to purple and back again. "Orium, what's going on?" She turned to watch her friend, and saw her sagging even as Orium answered, sounding worried. "I don't know. It's like with Miss Swaifon, my power isn't working right." Rukia turned toward the unconscious 2nd Division captain, and saw that, while Orium had managed to restore her arm to her, it was dark and atrophied, and, Rukia realized with dread, it was very slowly necrotizing. Grimacing, Rukia turned back toward Orium to ask, "What didn't work with Swaifon, exactly?" "Whenever I tried to rewind her back to an healthy state, I could, but then the moment I stopped, the arm started to grow sick. No matter how many times I tried to run it back, it always kept corrupting itself. And the wall right now is the same, like a pole that is trying to make the wall unravel while I need all my strength to make it stand still." Rukia grimaced, and with 2 quick gesture, combined a diagnostic Kido with an observation Kido to scan the wall and then explain Baragan's power is time-related like yours, Orium, only his pushes things forward in time, while your power keeps them still or push them backwards. Clearly, that allows the 2 power to interact with each other, and judging from Swaifon, his power seems to linger. Given how much more he can add, that will make it build up over time to beat your own ability. Orium's eyes were wide at that, but then she regained her confidence as she asked, "So, what do we do then? You have a plan, right Rukia?" Rukia couldn't help but feel a bit warmer at seeing her friend's trust in her, and after a moment she answered, putting more confidence in her voice than she was feeling in her mind. "I don't have a full plan yet, but I have a few ideas we can try. Let's start with moving you onto my platform, so you can use all 6 of Shun Shunrika's fairies to fight, instead of just 3. Orium nodded and complied, jumping on Rukia's own flying platform with ease, while Rukia dragged Swaifon and a silent Sirachi, who was staring at the clash of Baragan and Orium's powers with disbelief, brought Nell along. That done, Rukia pointed to the bit wall and told Orium, in a firm tone, "Make a second wall behind the first, same size, then disband the first and make the 3 fairies holding it up retreat, then you push the second wall forward to where the first was, and form a third one behind the second. If we keep repeating that, it'll keep Baragan's advance stalled. Until, of course, Baragan recovered from the shock of seeing his power stopped and decided to do something about it." Rukia could already see him flying forward, and only his lack of skill with the trick he was using to keep himself afloat had given her the brief time she'd used to set up this layered defense. The Espada seemed annoyed enough with his attack having been halted to comment, loudly, your attempts to delay the inexorable march of time are useless. Before accelerating, clearly headed toward Orium's wall. In an attempt to stop him, Rukia crafted herself a second platform, offloading some of the stress caused by the concentration needed to control two at once into the ice, and then raised it high enough into the sky to be able to start swinging her Zanpakuto to create blades of ice, which she then sent plummeting down on Baragan with pinpoint blast Kido, the process of swinging her swords and snapping her fingers soon getting into a quick rhythm that allowed her to start a veritable rain of hail. Baragan unleashed more of his Respira to intercept the attacks, but while that stopped them from reaching him, he had to slow down, moving at barely crawling speed, to use the ability. Rukia frowned, trying to consider what reason there might be for that limitation. Even as she did, she didn't slow down her assault, instead intensifying it and, in fact, making sure that a large number of the ice blades were actually off target, landing on the ground instead of actually being destroyed by Baragan's power. As soon as she had enough, she then started to use them to unleash multiple barrages of Kido beams at Baragan from as many different directions as it was possible. The sudden onslaught of new attacks from a new direction forced Baragan to turn around and create a full sphere of Respira around himself, instead of the semi-sphere he'd used before, but doing that forced him to actually stand completely still, which kept reinforcing Rukia's belief that her guess as to the Respira's drawback was correct. After a few seconds of just standing there, unable to move even as his Respira continued to keep him completely safe from Rukia's assault, and just as Rukia was starting to consider whether it might be worthwhile to try and cobble together a large-scale containment Kido to trap him within, Baragan growled, "Fine, have it your way," and suddenly dropped the Respira completely, before immediately darting forward at much higher speed than before. Of course, that meant he had to actually let Rukia's attacks hit him, but as it turned out, that wasn't a problem, as his Iero revealed itself more than able to withstand both the Kido beams, which just bounced off his skin, and the ice blade, which shattered on impact. There was a triumphant tone as Baragan shouted, his tone haughty. "So you were bluffing after all, and your attack have no special property. That's pathetic. No normal attack will be able to overcome the almighty defenses of the God King." While it was true that Rukia's attacks were causing Baragan no harm, that wasn't the same as saying that they had no effect. It was very obvious that the impacts were slowing his advance down, so if nothing else, that confirmed that normal attacks could still impact momentum. And, while his body itself was undamaged, Rukia noticed the shattered shards of some of her ice blade left light cut on Baragan's cloth, a clear indication the garment wasn't part of the Arrancar's body. It didn't take long for Baragan to realize that the attacks were slowing his advance despite inflicting no damage, and his counter was quick and direct as he waved one hand and unleashed a multitude of bala to intercept them. That was enough to let him accelerate with Sonido, slamming hard against the latest wall Orium had built, although in one of the few spots that his purple mist projectile was not in direct contact with. The eye sockets of his skull somehow grew narrow with a creaking sound as he placed his hand against the wall, growling, "Now let's get rid of this annoying thing," as streaks of purple smoke erupted from the point of contact, clearly accelerating the decomposition of the wall, to a point that made Rukia quite certain Orium's defense would be overwhelmed faster than she could restore it. Considering that the glowing wall was the only thing stopping Baragan power from falling over Soul Society like an avalanche, Rukia knew she had to act, but while she was almost certain she'd figured out the Respira's drawback, she was still uncertain about how to exploit in a way that didn't backfire. And then, suddenly, a multitude of titanic ice dragons came charging at Baragan from the side, forcing the second Espada to abandon his attack to the wall to rise a Respira shield against them. The ice dragons completely melted into the purple mist, but then, to both Rukia's and Baragan's shock, several blasts of wind punched through the mist as if it wasn't there, smashing into the Espada and pushing him backwards, followed by a large wind blade that opened a deep gash right in the middle of his ribcage. Rukia looked to where Lisa and Toshiro were standing on one of the latter's dragon, the former having used her Zanpakuto to deliver the attack that had actually wounded Baragan. She was already spinning her weapon, and a moment later shouted in a ferocious tone, "Get shredded by my winds, abomination!" as she unleashed a huge twister against him. Baragan answered by reaching forward, his purple mist shield doubling in size and growing much thicker. The twister entered it and seemed to be unaffected for a moment, before it suddenly seemed to accelerate his rotation so quickly it was impossible to follow, and then, without warning, it dispersed. Lisa stared at her attack being neutralized, while Baragan chuckled, the already creepy sound echoing in a distorted fashion due to the still open, if slowly healing, gash in his torso, and he commented. Of course, air itself won't be destroyed by aging, but it can be made stale and still, and the movement of winds, that can certainly be brought to an halt if all of the energy behind his movement is hurried on the way to being expended. As you see, even such a cheap tactic cannot stop me, but given how much of a bother it is to deal with, I think I'll just get rid of you and be done with it. Before the last words had left Baragan's mouth, a barrage of Bala ripped from his body, striking Lisa and Toshiro both. The latter was a step backwards, and it was clear that Baragan had Bala set to detonate after a certain time rather than on impact, because those that went through Lisa's body, in part thanks to her reflexive use of Ho-Ho, all erupted into flames at once while inside Toshiro's body, just as those that only hit him did. The sheer amount fired had been enough to almost cut his body in two, as well as fill most of the rest of it, and when the fire they released inside his body spread wildly throughout it all, Toshiro collapsed unconscious from the sheer shock of having almost his entire body set on fire from inside. Lisa, at least, had only been left peppered by a dozen or so holes across her body, so she was able to both grab Toshiro and put out the flames devouring him with common fused Hakuta, as well as rolling out of the way of the Gran Ray Zero Baragan shot as a follow-up to his Bala barrage. However, between Toshiro's collapse causing all the ice dragons still in the air to fall to the ground in giant shattered chunks of immobile ice, and the one dragon she was standing on being annihilated by the attack she just dodged, Lisa wasn't able to stop herself from losing her footing and falling down. She did manage to avoid actually crashing by using the flight power from her Zanpakuto, but that lasted only for a moment as Baragan barreled forward with Sonito, and the shockwave from his breaking of the sound barrier invested her with enough power to smash both her and Toshiro into the ground with incredible strength. Unlike the unconscious Toshiro, Lisa looked like she might still have some fight in her, but she was struggling to get back on the feet, while Baragan was already aiming his hand at her in a way that suggested he was about to blast her with his Respira. So, Rukia teleported to the nearest ice blade to her two fellow Shinigami while charging up a raging Bulkido covered in ice within her hands, which she immediately covered in ice as she used Shunpo to jump right in front of Baragan and making the ice sphere explode. Rukia herself moved her body to a different ice shard a moment before the explosion, avoiding any damage from it, but Lisa wasn't so lucky, and got hit by a few shards of sharpened ice that finished knocking her out. It wasn't like Lisa didn't have defenses, but apparently, while Rukia's ice blades had failed to get past Baragan's Iero, they were more than powerful enough to break through a Captain Base Hakuta coat. Rukia grimaced at that, but she consoled herself with the knowledge it was nothing lethal, and that Orium was close enough to heal everything. It had been necessary to give no warning of her surprise attack to actually strike Baragan, and that part of her plan had succeeded perfectly. He'd been blasted back severely by the explosion, with several shards of ice having actually hurt him by piercing into the open wounds Lisa's attack had left behind. The Espada was looking around, clearly furiously trying to locate her, but Rukia didn't wait for him to do so. Instead, taking a deep breath and pulling on all the focus that the large amount of ice blades she's scattered across the battlefield offered her, she launched a raging Bulkido at Baragan, riding it to be dragged along so she could create a giant ice spike by freezing the air in her wake. It still felt weird to be able to use her old finisher attack with such ease, but against an opponent this dangerous, Rukia had to pull all of her stop, so the moment the ice spike smashed into Baragan, she moved her consciousness to another of the ice blades on the ground and repeated the process, striking with a second gigantic ice spike, then again for a third, and continuing to repeat the process without pause, continuing to assault him with endless attempts to impale him on titanic ice. Obelisk. After being visibly left banged up by the first two hits Rukia delivered with those, Baragan reacted and tried to hit her back, first by unleashing a barrage of his incendiary Bala. It seemed he had realized that she was using the ice as a base for her power, but thanks to Toshiro's attack, Rukia's small ice blades were hidden between the far bigger and more numerous chunks of ice left behind by his deactivated Bankai, and thus were impossible to specifically target and, generally, protected from damage by all the other ice around them. Seeing this, Baragan decided to go full defense, creating a sphere of Respira to protect himself. However, Rukia didn't let this stop her, continuing her attack anyway. The fact that she was creating the ice as she moved instead of simply sending it through the Respira meant that it lasted somewhat longer. It also meant that Rukia had to expose herself to it, but thankfully, when she transferred her conscience to a different portion of ice that was out of the Respira and reformed her body out of it, she found herself unaffected. That had been her greatest worry, after seeing how the Respira had clung to Swyfon, and the reason she'd hesitated a bit to actually went on the offense. Luckily, it seemed that ultimately, the ability clung to the portion of the body that it had physically touched, not to whichever part was shaped in a certain way, so the fact that all of the ice was a part of her had allowed Rukia to actually not be destroyed by the Respira despite exposing herself so directly to its effect. Which she had to do so that the diagnostic keto she was still running on her own body let her test on herself what the true effect of the Respira was, giving her full certainty that she'd truly figure the ability out. And, if she needed further proof, the fact that, the one time she'd managed to actually push the ice nearly close enough to Baragan, he'd actually moved backwards to avoid it, and dispersed some of the Respira behind himself in the process, was all that she needed. Now certain that she had her enemy's measure, Rukia charged ahead again, only this time, she didn't simply let a raging bull draw her into the Respira cloud, but instead wrapped herself into one as she charged forward into it, which left cover half of the distance before the Respira could reach her, and then, instead of transferring herself to the ice, she transferred the decayed portions of her body to different chunks of ice, causing her to replace the necrotizing parts again and again as she powered through the Respira, to Baragan's astonishment, while she used another one of her hands to create a raging bull keto that encased a large portion of the Respira, before wrapping it in ice that she kept renewing as it decayed, keeping the Espada's power trapped inside of it while she powered through the barrier to finally reach him. Or she would have if, the moment she broke through, Baragan hadn't immediately used Sonido to blast himself away before she could slam the giant keto sphere filled with his power straight into him. She looked at the Espada with her most smug smile, even as she kept replacing the part of her that were slowly being eaten away by the Respira still clinging to her form with new ice, and said with confidence. "So, you are vulnerable to your own power. I suspected so, but seeing you run away from it, instead of taking the chance that my being in your melee range offered you to finish me off is the definitive proof." The Espada's raspy voice was genuinely angry as he asked. "How did you suspect it? What made you figure it out, instead of assuming I'm immune to my own power like anybody else would have?" Rukia shrugged. "A number of things. How you slowed down when surrounded by the smoke, for one, as if worried of getting into contact with it. Or the fact you use Bala extensively, but only with anger-charged Ryotsu instead of filling them with your own power. From what I saw Ulquiorra do, that should have been possible, and given how Bala are basically impossible to dodge, the only reason not to use that ability would be if, for example, the Reishi used to make the Bala, which I know comes from your own body, was not immune to the effect and would thus decompose before reaching your target. And a number of other things." She leveled a dismissive gaze at him. "You're really quite obvious about it." Baragan, shaking from his flying ability, grew stronger, a clear sign his anger was strong enough to make his control slip, even as he answered. "Annoying as it is that you discovered this, it is immaterial. You might know that my power can hurt me, and even have managed to find a way to capture some of it for your own use." He gestured to the raging bull in her hand with clear distaste, "but none of it matter, because I will always be able to use Sonido to dodge you. All of your cleverness will not let you defeat me, Shinigami." Rukia shook her head and answered, making sure to put as much disdain as she could in her voice so that Baragan could keep his focus on her. "And that's where you're wrong, I already have." Then she raised her hand that was holding the raging bull, and with a focus, shrunk the sphere until it was the size of an apricot, sitting between two of her fingers with a soft purple glow coming from under the ice as she kept renewing it, and then, as she looked straight at Baragan, her hand completely crumbled apart, leaving her with an ice stump where her wrist terminated as she explained. "You see, any of the ice I created is part of my body, and any part of my body can be wherever any part of the ice I created is. So, the ice that is containing your Respira is as much a part of my body as the ice that makes up my hand, and the shards of ice that I shoved inside you when I struck you with that first explosion can just as easily turn out to be my hand holding your own power." Baragan's eye sockets creaked as they widened in disbelief, and he looked at his torso, which had regenerated around the ice shards Rukia had thrust into the wound Lisa had made, ice shards which Rukia now reshaped into her hand holding the ice sphere, which she then let explode, the respira inside of it spreading inside every part of Baragan's body at once, enough of them reaching his mask that it was now impossible for it to do anything but decay into nothingness. The espada let out a shriek of pain, fear, and rage as his body started to disintegrate around him, then looked with fury at Rukia and shouted. I'd been told the legendary killer of Vastolord was a woman, but I though it be one of their captains, wearing the Haori, I see Aizen lied to me. Regardless, I'll at least have the pleasure of destroying you and wounding Soul Society that way as my last act. And then he let loose a Gran Race Zero that slammed straight into Rukia's body, consuming it utterly in an instant, before the final remains of Baragan's body crumbled to nothing. Looking up at the spectacle from the ground, where she'd reformed her body from some of the last of the ice blades she'd left behind, Rukia let out a long breath of relief. She'd expected that the monster could have tried to lash out in some form, so she'd explained the mechanics of his defeat to focus him on her, since her Bankai allowed her to withstand anything he could try. She was a bit perplexed that he'd confused her with Captain Anohana, since the mere idea she could be as strong as the older woman was absurd in Rukia's eyes, but hopefully nobody was going to relay that. Orium and the fifth Espada were the only ones who'd heard that absurdity, after all. That was a success, I would wager. Although, it could have gone wrong so very easily, if you'd misread how his ability worked in any way. Did Ichigo teach you how to be more reckless, I wonder? Rukia chuckled at her Zanpakuto's words even as she sealed her Bankai away, and countered. He just taught me to trust myself, I wouldn't call that reckless. Her sword spirit merely hummed, and with Sode no Shirayuki having raised the matter, Rukia couldn't help but think of Ichigo. Due to her deal with the Aaron car, she couldn't go to help him, and with Rukia had saved Soul Society from being destroyed by Baragan, stopping Aizen was all that was left, and that was now riding entirely on her friend's shoulders. She could only hope that, just like he'd taught her to be confident, he'd managed to learn something useful from her in return. He was going to need every advantage he could get. Chapter 122, Power. If Aizen had needed any further proof of his absolute superiority over the fools who thought themselves in control of Soul Society, the ease with which he made it through their precious royal palace would have been it. Not that he needed any such proof, obviously, but the satisfaction of demonstrating his own superiority was undeniably sweet. Of course, seeing as it was his Bankai which allowed him to make it to each member of the First Division in his path without being noticed, so that he could slit their throats and feed them to Eren Nero, some idiot might have tried to argue that it was no superiority of his own to grant him victory. But the whole point of them being idiots was that, since he'd personally forced Kyoka Suijutsu's Bankai to be what it was, any benefit it granted him was a result of his own superiority, not the mere chance of lucking into a powerful Zanpakuto. In fact, Aizen's superiority was such that he was confident he could have made it to the throne room even without killing anybody, simply sneaking his way past, but letting Eren Nero eat the royal guard, aside from growing the Eren car more powerful for when it would be needed, would keep him placated and complacent, which was how Aizen needed him to be. That was, however, forced to come to an end as he finally reached the large antechamber that terminated in the massive and ornate gate of the throne room, which was currently sealed shut. And in front of which, sitting in a meditative pose with his Zanpakuto already released in Shikai form, was Hyasub Ichibe. Even with his eyes closed, the man's big, bushy black beard and considerable size made him look jolly at a first glance, the set of thick prayer beads around his neck contributing to the image of a benevolent grandfather that he liked to project. Aizen ignored him for a moment, and focused his attention on the room itself, scouring it for every minuscule detail. Ichibe's Zanpakuto, Ikimonji, was known for having one of the most powerful mind-type Shikai, and sure enough, as Aizen studied what was soon to become the battlefield where he would fight the man, he found plenty of signs of the blade having being used. The power was, in itself, quite similar to what Shunsui could call upon when using Karamatsu Shinju, in the sense that it imposed a condition on creatures. However, unlike that weapon, it could not impose any condition, but rather only impose limits, or condition that were inherently a denial or removal of something. That was only one of two ways in which the weapon was inferior. The second was that, to impose those limits, Ikimonji needed to actually leave a mark on the target, rather than merely touching it, and harsher limitations required correspondingly larger marks, and thus took longer to apply. And, as a last aspect, if the mark was somehow removed, the limitation disappeared as well. On the surface, This might make Ikemonji appear inferior to Karamatsu Shinju, but in exchange for its drawbacks, the blade had the advantage of allowing an unlimited number of conditions to be applied, whereas Karamatsu Shinju was limited to just one. Every limitation Ikemonji applied would last as long as the mark causing it, and then only limit to marks was the ability of Ichibe to inflict them. If that weren't already enough, there was a trick to the blade that had taken Aizen a long time to figure out. To apply a limitation, the mark only needed to be in contact with its target, not actually be on the person in question. Thanks to this, Ichibe could mark an item in advance, even with an extremely complex mark, and then simply make the item, with that mark on it, touch a target to affect them. It was obviously less effective than putting the mark on the person directly, but it had the advantage that it allowed Ichibe to prepare his own arena. Which was why Aizen was unsurprised at the deep crisscrossing signs of blade work having been applied to the entire antechamber in front of him, turning the entire room into a single, gigantic mark which was likely some form of absolute incapacitation. The slightest brush against the floor, walls, or ceiling of the room and he would be done for. But then, the fact that Ichibe was capable of preparing such a heavily fortified position was one of the reasons Aizen had been confident that it would be him the one assigned to stand guard to the throne room's gate. It was what he'd planned for. It was just a matter of putting the plan into motion. The sound of echoing footsteps accompanied by the rhythmic tapping of a cane caused Ichibe to open his eyes, to let him look at the newcomer. The proud figure of Captain Commander Yamamoto stepped into the room without hesitation, the trap not activating as it was meant specifically to only affect Aizen, and stated, in the commanding tone that would be familiar to any who had ever heard him speak, "Thank you for protecting the gates, Ichibe, but your task is done now. We achieved glorious victory. You can leave and rest." Ichibe looked up, then nodded and slowly got to his feet, saying, as the Captain Commander orders, only to spring forward, reaching Yamamoto into a single shunpo step and slamming his blade hard enough into his chest to impale him against the wall, a sick grin appearing in his beard as he continued, "I shall strike without hesitation or mercy against any who enters this room and doesn't say the correct sentence as the very first thing out of their mouth, before pulling the Zanpakuto out with a brutal pull to the side that left 2/3 of his target's ribcage open, before Eren Nero, still holding his transformation up, collapsed to the ground from the sheer size of the wound. Ichibe looked down at him, a sneer on his face as he said, "So, this is the shapeshifter we were warned about, is it? Such a shameful trick, and yet I have to admit, the similarity is uncanny, even knowing the creature for what it is, none of my sense can detect any difference from what I would feel if it was the real Captain Commander." He then turned his gaze from the downed ninth espada to the entrance of the room, where Aizen was staying just outside the threshold, and added, looking at him with disdain, "It was stupid of you to reveal that you were in possession of a subordinate with such a powerful ability. If you'd kept that fact as a hidden ace in the hole, you could have used it to surprise us here, at the critical moment. But instead, you revealed it just to trick the meaningless mortal kids who are working with Kukaki, and as a result, we were prepared for your trump card, and neutralized it utterly." Ichibe was, of course, categorically wrong. It had in fact been necessary to deploy Eren Nero to trick Rukia, Kurosake, and all their friends, because without his work, the trap that had isolated a third of Soul Society's defender in Lost No Chase and trapped another third in Karakura might not have worked. A straight-up attack where Yamamoto, Anohana, Shunsui, Yukatake, and Kenpeikai were deployed all at once to guard the walls, in addition to Yuryuki and Swafon, would have been a nearly impossible defensive line to crack, even with him deploying Ulquiorra, Haribel, Stark, and Baragan at once. In fact, probably even more so, each of the four Vastolord Arrancar worked better when allowed to cut loose and left in command. They tended to get in each other's way if they fought together in a way that the elite of the Shinigami captains would not have. No, Aizen was very confident that, even if it required revealing Eren Nero early, the effort he had spent in ensuring that events in Karakura unfolded according to his predictions had been essential in allowing him to even get as far as standing in front of the gates. Besides, there was another, extremely important reason why it was imperative that Ichibe already be fully aware of both the existence and power which Eren Nero possessed. The Arrancar in question, meanwhile, looked like it was incensed at being dismissed like he was being. "I'm far from neutralized." Eren Nero's shriek was accompanied by him launching himself at Ichibe, only to collapse mid-jump as a result of the massive gap in his torso. As he stumbled, the espada looked at his caved-in chest with confusion, failing to understand why it wasn't regenerating until Ichibe explained, in a contemptuous tone. The wound I've left on you is a mark of my power, you wretched creature, that means you're under my imposition, so your regenerative ability is now sealed. Until you've healed yourself, you'll be unable to heal yourself. Ichibe offered a cruel grin at the fallen Espada and then added, mockingly. Surely that won't be a problem for one such as you, right? He didn't wait for an answer, scoffing and focusing his attention on Aizen once again as he repeated. Your shapeshifter is now useless to you, Aizen. A smile formed on Aizen's face, and then he stepped into the room, a mere flex of his mind forming a Kido shield in horizontal position so that he would not need to step on the trapped floor, as he answered in a middling tone. Is he? What if, rather than to defeat you, I had always meant to use him for another purpose entirely? Ichibe stared at him with incomprehension for a brief moment, which was time enough for Aizen to close the distance with Shunpo, grab a surprised Eren Nero from the long beard he was sporting due to being currently impersonating Yamamoto, and then throwing him at the gate while ordering, loud and clear, command the gate to open. The Espada tried, shouting open up, before smashing into the still closed gate with a loud sound of metal on metal, and collapsing to the ground in a heap. Aizen frowned, and commented, in an annoyed tone. Well, it appeared that Yamamoto already died, such a shame. He turned toward Ichibe and added, eyeing the First Division's first seat with an assessing gaze. So, I'll need to get your permission instead, it seems. Ichibe let out a dark chuckle and said, in a dark tone. It seems the Captain Commander was correct, not only did you figure out that the last security measure to the gates was the need to receive his uncoaxed permission to enter, but also that, in case of his death, he made me the next custodian, instead of passing the power to Sasuke as most people would have expected him to. The man then pointed the slowly groaning figure of Eren Nero and asked, with a raised eyebrow. So, why is it that you're not having him transform into me then, right now? Aizen let out a long breath and answered, in a middling tone. He needs a sample of the person to transform into them. A corpse is the best sample, so I will just slay you here, and have him open the door for me afterwards. That said, he went to unsheath Kyoka Suijutsu from his size, starting to say, Bankai, shatter dash, before being interrupted as Ichibe charged forward with incredible speed, the blade of his polearm shrouded in a threatening aura as it clashed with Aizen's, the sheer strength of the attack pushing him backwards fast enough that only the quick summoning of a Kido shield behind his back stopped him from being slammed into the trapped wall, and when Ichibe pulled back with similar suddenness to when he'd charged in, he had to spend one extra moment to create a Kido shield underneath himself to keep from falling onto the trapped floor. He then called forth, Shatter, Kyoka Suijutsu, only for the sword to fail to transform and Ichibe to laugh mockingly as he explained. I nicked your sword, Aizen, it seems my desire to cut was greater than yours. And that little mark was enough for me to impose on your Zanpakuto the inability to unleash its full power for the next minute, a very, very small limit, just like my very small mark. Of course, you can get rid of it by repairing the blade, but not before I can call forth my own Bankai, paint the world in black, Shirafute Ichimonji. With those words, the polearm in his hands transformed again, turning into a human-sized painting brush dripping with black ink, except that the brush's bristle were made of metal, needle-sharp and glinting menacingly in the light. Ichimonji's Bankai added to the sword the ability to produce unlimited amounts of ink, which Ichibe could shape, manipulate, and direct with his mind, and of course, the ink could be used to paint extremely complex marks much faster than mere cutting would, in addition to be able to cover an extremely vast area if Ichibe kept deploying it. If that weren't enough, his control of the ink was much greater than even most elemental-type Zanpakuto demonstrated. Some people said it might even be the equal to Yamamoto's command over his Shikai's flames, and if nothing else, it was a known fact Ichibe could use the ink to form weapons or even giant-sized body parts to strike with, and those strikes would leave multiple marks behind. Knowing this, Aizen immediately unleashed his Kido, hundreds of golden shields blossoming into existence between him and his enemy, even as beams of golden light erupted from multiple directions, all aimed at the First Division's first seat. Ichibe's counter was as simple as it was devastating, as a wave of black ink erupted all around him like a hurricane, striking at the shield with strength brutal enough to pulverize stone. Still, with Aizen having cast them, the shield would have held, if not for the fact that, the moment the ink struck, It also applied a very simple limitations to the Kido, namely, that it could not last more than a fraction of a second, thus immediately getting rid of all of Aizen's defenses at once. His offensive was move effective, as Aizen had attacked from so many angles, and with so many different variety of Kido, target-seeking ones, bouncing ones, zigzagging ones, piercing ones, that several managed to make it past the ink Ichibe had surrounded himself with, even as others weren't able to avoid being marked by the ink enough to disperse before striking. Still, even as he rolled to the side with surprising grace for somebody of his size, Ichibe grinned and said, in a satisfied tone, "You have lost, Aizen." He frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" To which Ichibe answered by pointing his Zanpakuto at Eren Nero's prone form, which was now completely covered by ink and slowly dissolving, as the thousands of symbols that the ink had imposed all at once on his body combined to completely erase the Espada from reality altogether, and said triumphantly, "Your minion is gone now. Even if you were somehow able to defeat me, which you obviously aren't, it wouldn't matter. The door will only open if I give my willing permission, and I'd never allow you within. Not even destroying the entirety of the spiritual realm would be enough for me to let you access the throne." Aizen frowned and said, anger entering his voice, "Why? Why such stubbornness? Accessing the throne would allow me to rewrite reality, to create a perfect world. All the corruption and selfishness that have infected Soul Society, removed with just a snap of my fingers. The throne's power is so encompassing, I could delete not just all that pollutes the spiritual realm, but even the memory of that pollution itself, and ensure it never comes back. You can't tell me you haven't seen the degeneration that affects Soul Society, that you haven't dreamed to fix it." Ichibe glowered at him and countered, "Oh, I have, many times have I dreamed of cleansing Soul Society, cleansing it of the pollution brought upon by you. A upstart from a lesser noble family trying to impose his view on the rest of us, corrupting the proud traditions of Soul Society with your science, trying to make us adopt the pathetic technologies of the mortal realm, turn Shinigami into poor copies of the mortal weaklings. The kind of change I would enact would restore Soul Society to its true, pure roots, and you, Aizen, have no place in such a vision." That said, a swing of Ichibe's weapon sent waves upon waves of ink straight at Aizen. He reacted immediately by scattering a multitude of Kido grenades in front of himself, the explosions dispersing the ink, except that, barely a fraction of a second after the individual ink drops had been scattered, they suddenly darted back together, condensing into a giant-sized hand that closed itself around Aizen far too fast for him to resist. Ichibe grinned at him darkly, as the fist of black ink started to squeeze while more of the ink making up the hand started to cover his body, forming lines upon lines that curved and combined with each other, applying limit upon limit on Aizen, removing his ability to use Ryotsu, to see, to speak, to breath, to think, while Ichibe said triumphantly, "And that's how your ambitions ends, Aizen, squeezed to nothing within my unyielding grasp. Just like you." With nothing of Aizen left behind as his body was fully disintegrated by Ichimonji's power, Ichibe sealed his Zanpakuto and then turned, marching towards the gate, placing an hand on it, almost gently caressing it as he told to himself, his tone full of confidence, buoyed by his victory. "And now, I'll do what Yamamoto should have done a long time ago." The old man was too blinded by his belief and his dream of what Soul Society should be, to realize what a sick thing it became, with commoners polluting our ranks, the rightful authority of the 46 families put into discussion, our old, strong ways weakened by the need to protect those who failed to be properly thankful to us for the protection we provide. I'll change that, and bring Soul Society back to its true golden age. Open for me." At Ichibe's words, the gate opened, light filtering from within as the titanic slab of metal slowly turned to reveal the throne room within. Ichibe beheld the sight with awe, and then Kyoka Suijutsu's blade scythed through his neck, lopping his head off and sending it rolling along the no longer trapped floor of the room. Aizen looked with contempt at the body as it fell down at his feet, and commented coldly, "So predictable, like you all are. Yamamoto trusted you, Ichibe, because he knew you were the most staunch representative of the system Soul Society props up, and since he believed the system to be just, he believed you would be, as well. But, just like me, you knew the truth, the system is oppressive, and not just by accident, but by design. And, like all oppressive systems, it incites rebellion by its very nature. So, just keeping the status quo like Yamamoto wanted wasn't enough for you, you needed to strengthen the oppressive system, to keep those rebellions from taking place at all, and to do that, you would not stop at anything, not even stealing my idea and using the throne yourself. Just as I planned for you to do. Aizen couldn't help his satisfaction at having so perfectly put his plan into action. It hadn't been easy, taking advantage of the knowledge of the 1st Division's patrol routes that Tsukishima had provided, and the fact that they had sealed themselves in to guard the already dead Central 46 as they deliberated upon Rukia's fate, to reach Ichibe and ensnare him with his Zanpakuto, then saving his Bankai until today so that he could use it at this crucial time. And, of course, the plan would never have worked if Ichibe hadn't believed Aizen when he explained that Yamamoto was dead and thus the right of access had passed to him, without Eren Nero to prove the truth of it, which only worked if Ichibe already knew of the 9th Espada's power. The man would have been too suspicious of being tricked. But instead, Aizen's superior ability had allowed him to complete the perfect plan, and now, finally, he had access to the throne of heaven, and the power to rewrite reality with it. Well, almost. You know, I get that we've gained access so it worked, but I still think it would have been much better if we'd just fought him straight and you'd let me eat him, rather than all this trickery. Although I admit that seeing him tear the room apart while fighting against nothing was very funny. Aizen turned toward Eren Nero, who had remained behind him the entire time, and considered explaining to the Espada that, if Ichibe had died, there was a chance that the right of access could pass to another successor, either one that Ichibe had designated in advance, one he designated with his last breath, or possibly even a random one, which they'd have no chance to track down. Or even point out that, while the possibility existed that the gate could be tricked, there was just as big a chance that the gate would recognize a forgery and refuse to open for Eren Nero. But instead, he said nothing, and instead pointed to the Shinigami's remains and said, with a shrug, "Why do you care? I defeated him with my Bankai, achieved my objective, and you can still eat him. I would have thought that getting such a meal without having to fight for it would have been to your liking. It's not as fun if I don't hunt them down myself. Still, I'm gonna eat it anyway, can't wait to have access to his power, it looked quite amazing." And, with those words, Eren Nero knelt down and started eating. Aizen left him to it, while turning his attention toward Kyoka Suijutsu. He had to admit that, without his Zanpakuto, he might not have been able to made it so far. The weapon had served him quite well, proving invaluable in innumerable occasion. In a certain sense, it was said that all the history they had together would need to end like this. However, it was, in the end, nothing more than a tool. His studies on the throne made it clear that, to be able to bond with it, it was necessary to have no existing bond with any other Zanpakuto. And, in the end, it was just one further necessary sacrifice on the road to paradise. So, he focused on the connection between himself and the weapon and, with a firm twist of his will, shattered it. Thanks to his absolute supremacy over the sword, he was able to take control of the backlash that would have otherwise permanently crippled both of their souls and redirect it so that the sword spirit suffered the full brunt of it, while Aizen was left completely unscathed, and then he let Kyoka Suijutsu fall from his fingers, the sword striking the ground with a tinkling sound. Then, Aizen turned toward Eren Nero, who was almost done devouring Ichibe, and commented, idly, "You know, even if he'd defeated me and approached the throne, Ichibe would have been annihilated the moment he touched it. There's another requirement to being able to use it that he didn't know about." "Oh? What would that be?" Aizen turned his palm, pulling out the Hujioka from the sole pocket where he'd hidden it, and regarded the orb of darkness in his hand with a deep gaze as he answered, in the same tone. "To properly use the throne of heaven, you need to be a Vizard." It was, after all, the reason he'd spent so much time experimenting to create a Shinigami Hollow hybrid. An Hollow would simply be absorbed by the ongoing feeding frenzy the moment they touched the throne, and a Shinigami would not be able to survive the acidic Ryotsu of Aminos Grande in mid-formation for long enough to actually interact with the throne. An element of both was required. Aizen's words caused Eren Nero to pause, the last piece of Ichibe stopping a moment before it reached his mouth, and to say, slowly, "I didn't know you'd become a Vizard, boss." "I haven't, yet." There was a moment of silence following that declaration, and then Eren Nero turned to attack Aizen, but he was already too late, as the Hujioka seized control of both his body and essence, and drew them inside of Aizen. With all the practice he'd gotten out of studying Shinji once they'd captured him, Getting a perfect integration between himself and the hollow was simplicity itself, and enslaving Eren Nero's mind to his own was nothing compared to how difficult it had been to do the same. To Kyoka Suijutsu. Aizen took a moment to close his eyes, taking a long breath as he sensed his newly integrated, perfectly indestructible soul, then opened them again, fully confident in himself, and without hesitation, moved toward his throne. Chapter 123, 1. Ichigo wasn't sure what he'd expected to find. On his way to the throne, he knew, intellectually, that the Shinigami had to set some form of guards to the place, but Aizen had built such a presence in his mind, he'd just imagined the man would have simply punched through and left a field of corpses behind. The one thing he certainly had not thought he would stumble upon was a ravaged battlefield where fighting was very clearly currently ongoing. As he got closer to the palace, he could see that the large open area in front of it was littered with titanic trees, many standing but a few collapsed to the ground or shattered to chunks, which looked to have broken cobblestones and even walls as they'd grown out of them. Large puddles of water covered the ground, massive forms that looked like stone golems were darting around at high speed, while the sky was darkened by what looked like hundreds of glowing spheres of lighting, many of which were constantly discharging into thunderbolt at very irregular intervals, the rumbling of thunders each one generated covering any other sounds that might be coming from the battle. Ichigo reached the end of the hallway that led to the open area, moving slowly to try and get a glimpse of any fighters other than the big golems, when a voice that sounded like it belonged to an old man suddenly said, in a commanding tone, "Stop there, boy, for your own safety. You don't want to get caught up in this battle." It took a moment for Ichigo to locate the source of the voice, which turned out to be a small white mark of a spiral about the size of a finger, glowing softly. He only realized this as the voice repeated, in the same tone, "Please back away. This fight is too dangerous to get involved into for you." Ichigo frowned at the symbol, then asked, "What make you think I'm too weak to take part in the fight? And who are you, anyway? How are you even speaking to me? What is this mark?" "The mark is the effect of my Shikai, which allows me to leave a mark on any surface I touch, and to hear, see, and speak through the mark. As for my identity, I am Genshiro Okakaiba, 5th seated officer of the 1st Division, and I know you're too weak because I don't recognize you." "That makes no sense. I am currently fighting with the other highest ranked seated OFFI sires of the 1st Division, each of which has a Bankai. Mine, for example, allows me to animate any surface I marked into a soldier I can direct. Given that our opponent is a Vastolord, only Bankai user have any chance of plausibly inconveniencing her, and the fact that I don't know you is proof enough you've not achieved Bankai, as you would be famous if you had. That's how I know this isn't a fight you can join." Ichigo wasn't sure he really agreed with that reasoning. For all the man knew, Ichigo could have just achieved Bankai in one of his fights outside, and while that was not the case, he was pretty sure that the combination of Shiro's power, his Getsuga Tensho Fullbring, and Zanjitsu's Shikai ought to balance out the matter. Still, there was little point arguing his relative strength with a man who wasn't even physically present, especially when he'd said something much more worrying. "You're fighting a Vastolord, I guess one of Aizen's Espada? Then what of Aizen himself? Where is he?" There was a certain chagrin in Okakaiba tone, as he answered. "He used her as a distraction to make it inside the palace. We tried to chase him, but the Vastolord stopped us, so we have to take her down first before we can chase him down." "What? We can't waste time on a distraction, we need to make it to Aizen and stop him before he reaches the throne, otherwise none of our other victories will matter." Okakaiba sounded annoyed at that. "Now, boy, you shouldn't underestimate the royal guards. The rest of the 1st Division is stationed inside the palace, with our first-seated OFFI sire, the strongest of us, standing guard to the very door of the throne room. Aizen has no hope of defeating him, and with the help of the others, they'll be able to slow him down more than long enough for us to wrap things here and finish him off." Ichigo frowned. That seemed an extremely arrogant position to take, when Aizen had just shown he could sneak his way past a cordon specifically set up to stop him once already. Betting the safety of everything on him failing to bypass the Shinigami's last resort security measure wasn't something Ichigo was comfortable doing. "I'm going in anyway. I'd rather make sure that Aizen is stopped than leave it in the hands of somebody I don't know, especially since you've said you don't need my help here anyway." Judging from his tone of voice, the Shinigami wasn't in agreement at all. "You'll do nothing of the sort. Turn back before you watch out. And then, to Ichigo's surprise, the wall on which was the mark suddenly bulged, as if it was a tarp over an air balloon, only one made of brick and mortar. It shaped itself into a vaguely humanoid creature that grew straight in the place Ichigo was occupying, pushing him out of the way in the nick of time. As a second later a completely identical creature, just made of earth and flagstones, which had clearly been thrown away by something powerful, crashed into it. Both golem were disintegrated in the impact with each other, and the explosion sent Ichigo stumbling backwards and covered him in white dirt and fine rubble, but left him mostly unarmed. Ichigo coughed out some of the dirt, cleaning his face with the sleeve of his Shinigami uniform, then, seeing as there was no longer somebody stopping him from doing so, hurried forward and into the large square in front of the palace. He had to stop a moment as he made his way into the area, as from up close, the place was visibly a hive of activity and fighting much more dynamic than what it looked like from afar. While the area was indeed littered by trees and had plenty more of the concrete golems charging all across it, and with thunderbolts thicker in size than Ichigo's whole body falling from the sky near continuously, that was only half of what was going on. For one thing, the trees and golems were constantly being destroyed and popping up anew, clearly intended to protect and hide the 4 Shinigami that were darting across the ground, moving from cover to cover with Shunpo so quick, Ichigo had trouble following them all. Part of the trouble, of course, was the cause of the constant destruction going on in the first place. An Aaron car with the look of an olive-skinned blonde woman wearing a white jacket that stopped at her midriff and wielding a sword which seemed to have only the edge, while the space where the solid portion of the blade was missing. Which wasn't to say that it was always empty, instead, it seemed like she was constantly generating water within the hollowed-out area where the core of the blade should have been, water which she then sent flying in the form of thin cutting blades or high-pressure crushing blasts, devastating both the trees and the golems that rose in their path. She was also never standing still, constantly darting back and forward with Sonido toward her targets, and whenever she slammed into the ground or one of the obstacles in her way, the sheer strength she struck, enhanced by her Sonido, caused those targets to simply explode in a cloud of shrapnel, which bounced off her hardened skin but shredded her surroundings with enough strength to create long funnels, deep pits, and large amount of craters in many sizes. She also, Ichigo observed with surprise, was being extremely precise with her attacks, despite almost never being standing still to take aim. If not for the attacks raining down from the sky and the traps lead in her way, Ichigo had little doubt she would have hit one of the opponents facing her, and he wasn't sure how they would have survived. Even Shiro seemed uncertain that he'd be able to regenerate him fast enough to keep up with the level of damage the Aaron car was dishing out, should she choose to target Ichigo directly, instead of her current opponents. Of course, the Shinigami weren't just standing there, indeed, they were counteracting what had to be an espada quite heavily. The trees, golems, and lightning Ichigo had been able to see from afar, but 2 of the Shinigami that were darting all over the battlefield were also fighting in their own, less attention-grabbing way. Ichigo could only catch glimpse of them at the speed they were moving, but he could see that one of the 2 was a pale woman with long black hairs adorned by a large golden hair ornament in the shape of a crescent moon, while the other was a dark-skinned man with curly black hairs and gold-framed sunglasses. The man was leaving translucent red trails suspended in the air behind himself, or rather behind the path he was tracing in the air with his sword, while the woman was leaving behind what looked like near-invisible metal wires, almost weaving them between the trees like webs. It took a moment for Ichigo to realize that they were not doing so at random, either. They seemed to be slowly creating a cordon meant to box the Aaron car in, reducing her space of maneuver. Ichigo wasn't sure why the espada wasn't trying to punch like them like she was with the trees, but it wasn't difficult to suppose she'd already tried that before Ichigo's arrival and hadn't liked the result. Or it could just be that she didn't actually want to push through them. Of course, after all, Ichigo realized with a start, while the espada was never standing still, all of her movement was focused on keeping her constantly occupying the portion of the square that was right in front of the door to the palace. He realized with a start that, despite the fact that she was constantly destroying the obstacles raised into her path and sending deadly waters blasts at her opponents to force them to stay constantly on the move, she was actually playing on the defensive. With that in mind, then perhaps the encirclement was meant to be something they would push her into, and the Shinigami were trying to bear her into charging into it. This was especially notable in that, while all 4 of those facing her were moving at speeds Ichigo himself couldn't match without using Sonido, the two who were spreading the web of steel strings and red lines were moving much faster and being far more careful to stay behind the cover of the tress than the other two. One of those, an old man with a mustache and white hairs with a black stripe along their length, was dragging the tip of his sword along the ground as he kept running, leaving behind a multitude of those glowing marks Ichigo had seen before, a clear indication he was the one creating the golems, and seeing as the golems were constantly raising from the ground outside the encirclement and then charging at the Espada through the red lines portion of the encirclement, a sign that those had some ability to distinguish ally from enemy. It was clear the Shinigami was setting himself up to be targeted. The other, of course, was the one Ichigo recognized from Tatsuki's and Chad's descriptions as Kojiro Sasakaibe, the lieutenant of the 1st Division, meaning that he was the one in charge of this attack, considering he didn't need to actually be visible to direct his lightning, especially since Ichigo could see he had a glowing mark on his clothes and so could have the old man relay to him the places to target. It was clear he was only showing himself, even if in glimpse, to encourage the Arrancar to attack him. However, the Espada didn't seem willing to do that, which was perhaps helped by the fact that she seemed able to simply intercept and parry his lighting bolts, whenever she managed to interpose her blade so that part of the lighting struck the water inside its body. That was enough to completely absorb the attacks, leaving her able to power through them without harm. Sasakaibe seemed aware that his attacks weren't effective, however, because it was visibly obvious he wasn't targeting her directly. Instead, he was more often striking the ground around her, so that the sharp piece of shattered flagstones caused by the Espada's own attack would be overcharged by the lightning and shot at her at high speed, like an improvised railgun. Her arrow did seem to leave her as unarmed from such strikes as she was by the shrapnel she caused with her own attack, but the sheer speed and impact behind the strikes still managed to make her stumble or push her back or around slightly, which was often enough for whomever she'd targeted to get out of her line of fire. Still, while things were clearly in some sort of holding pattern right now, it was clear that it wouldn't last very long. As Ichigo studied the woman's movement, it became clear that she was attacking so that, even if she failed to hit her intended targets with her Sonito-powered charges, she was still destroying at least a few of the dozens of glowing marks spread along the ground with each one. Given that those marks were both the means by which the golem that were impeding her progress were created and, Ichigo suspected, how the Shinigami were managing to keep ahead of her movements, by having the old man report where she was aimed before she could engage Sonito, giving them the crucial fractions of a second they needed to dodge successfully, it was likely that, once those were all removed, the Espada would become much harder to dodge, which might force the old man into getting closer to apply more marks, putting him at risk of being taken down without the enemy having to charge at the cordon of wires and red lines to reach him. That was likely why the 5th Shinigami taking part in the battle, a tall man with a pointed chin and black hairs in a pompadour style, who was not on the battlefield itself but instead using Ho-Ho-assisted jumps to move around on the rooftops of the building surrounding the square, was intensifying his attacks. He was attempting to push the Espada toward the trap his colleagues were setting up. His power appeared to be the ability to summon massive spheres of water, each one large enough that it could have contained all of Ichigo's house within itself, and sending them crashing down. The power was devastating enough it shredded the trees it smashed into and the ground below, having left several small pools scattered all over the battlefield. Even compared to the level of destruction the Espada herself was causing, the huge pillars of lightning falling down from the sky, and the golems that were forming out of the environment all over the place, it was by far the most destructive ability to be currently in use on the battlefield. However, despite having so much power at hand, he didn't seem to be succeeding. He seemed to be able to only form such a water meteor on the tip of his spear, a weapon with a very long wooden haft and a head so flat and wide it reminded Ichigo of an oar, which limited him to unleashing only one at a time, and he seemed unable to bring the interval between firing one and forming the next down to more than half a second. Further, he had to be careful with his attacks, keeping them to the area devoid of trees, to avoid spoiling his allies' trap. To his credit, he was doing pretty well at that, aiming his attacks to the palace's entrance to push the Espada away from them and towards the trees. But it wasn't enough. While the Arrancar's own water blast were small compared to the meteors the Shinigami was flinging at her, they clearly packed far more power, as each one that smashed into one in midair destroyed it so thoroughly that what should have been a devastating blow turned into a harmless shower, and her reflexes were otherworldly, enough so that only one meteor in 5 even managed to impact the ground. The Shinigami clearly wasn't fast enough to preempt her. he would have to hope in a lucky strike to catch the espada by surprise, but that didn't seem likely and, worse, he was losing steam, clearly enough that Ichigo could pick up on it. The man wanted to increase his pace, but after every few meteors fired at his highest rate of fire, he had to slow down to recover from the effort, and Ichigo could see that the number of attacks between pauses was growing smaller. With the fight balanced on such a thin edge, if any of the Shinigami faltered, the Arrancar was going to start murdering them. She, unlike everybody else on the field, didn't look tired at all. If anything, the stillness of her figure and focus in her gaze made it clear she was operating at peak efficiency and bringing her full concentration to the fight. It was astounding to think that what he was witnessing, with multiple different attacks going off in the span of a second that would have been killing blows in any lesser fight, was an endurance fight where everybody was fighting conservatively and saving their strength, yet that was the only interpretation he could make out of what he was seeing. In any case, there was no denying that the Espada was doing an amazing job of keeping people away from the palace and its entrance, so if Ichigo wanted to get inside, he would need to get her out of the way. Which, since he had some doubt he could do it by himself, meant he needed to do something to assist the Shinigami so that they pushed the woman out of the way for him. He considered Asiro, but then dismissed the idea. While that might work if he was successful, if he missed, he'd be getting the Espada to focus entirely on him, which was in fact the very opposite of what he wanted. Instead, he called on Shiro's skill to make him modify the Ryutsu collected into his black sword, and then thrust it forward, shooting a fast Getsuga Tensho in the form of a black arrow straight at the Arrancar. As he'd expected, the woman reacted with her astounding reflexes, dodging the attack without even glancing at it, which was the moment when Ichigo had it explode, and the black Ryutsu, charged with repulsion thanks to Shiro's ability, slammed into the Espada. It didn't really do much. If Ichigo had used the same amount of repulsive Ryutsu on himself, it'd have given him enough of a push to clear a 3-story building, whereas the blonde woman just stumbled slightly, but what little it did was enough to cause the woman's next blast of water to go wide, and she found herself with the giant water meteor crashing into her, and no ability to avoid it. She still managed to twist her sword and somehow cut into the water sphere, which in addition to showing her reflexes were even faster than Ichigo had anticipated, implied she somehow had enough strength to break through the pressure that was keeping the water solidly together, so instead of being crushed by the water she was swallowed by it and dragged down as the attack smashed the ground around her, but that was still a better result than any of the other attacks leveled her way had managed. Unfortunately, due to his angle atop the rooftop, the Shinigami with the pompadour wasn't able to see that the enemy had not been pulverized by his attack, so he stopped his constant roof hopping to declare, in a smug tone, "Ah. It seems that my water power proved superior to your, Haribal of the Espada. That just my Shikai was enough to win this clash definitely prove that it is I, Tenjiro Kairanji, who is the undisputed master of water-based powers." He pointed a thumb to himself as he completed his declaration, meaning he was totally unprepared for the Espada, who had taken the time of his brief declaration to swim all the way from one end of the water meteor to the other at a speed better befitting a fish than a person, jumping out of it just a fraction of a second before several of Sasakib's thunderbolts slammed into the water, in a maneuver that would have fried Haribal had she still been inside the water. She didn't even react to having avoided a lethal attack for the second time in half as many seconds, instead thrusting her sword forward to send a spiraling drill of compressed water straight at Kairanji's position. The man's eyes widened, his teeth clenching on the stick he was holding between them, and he managed to jump out of the way a moment before the blast slammed into the building and shredded its way through it, causing a whole half of the structure to collapse, but Haribal was already moving to throw another water spear, one the Shinigami would be unable to dodge due to being mid-jump. That was when a sixth Shinigami suddenly entered the scene, a chubby woman with a mane of long, curly purple hairs jumping straight out of a tree. Ichigo was pretty sure Orium had mentioned meeting a person like that at some point, but he didn't remember the exact details. Still, for all of her size, the woman was surprisingly agile, as she came out of the tree spinning on herself and threw an apple with speed and strength comparable to a rifle shot. The apple started to grow as it flew, turning into a tree in midair that would have definitely encased Haribal inside of it if it struck just right, but the Arrancar's sword smashed into it and turned the plant to pulp and crushed bark with what seemed like barely an half-strength blow. Still, it had been enough to allow Kairanji to land and reprise his roof hopping, and while Haribal's sight was covered by the cloud of wood splinters she'd just created by destroying the tree that had been thrown at her, Ichigo's angle let him see that the purple-haired Shinigami had slammed into the ground in a crouch and immediately caused a tree to raise from it, which had then absorbed her, so she was safe. With the Espada sufficiently distracted, Ichigo called on Shiro's mask and used Sonido to shut himself at the palace's doors, the Espada's head immediately snapping in his direction the moment he did. He could barely perceive, thanks to his mixed senses, that she was about to copy him, and could only hope that her use of Sonido wasn't faster than his, either in quickness of use or sheer speed output. Luckily, he didn't need to check that, as suddenly a titan made of loose soil, flagstones, crushed wood, and mud rose. The apple the Shinigami had previously thrown having apparently been marked, and having transferred that mark to the tree grown out of it, one piece of which bark had struck the ground and thus enabled the golem to mix with it and the various stuff embedded in the soil to form itself, and gripped Haribel, keeping her pinned so that Ichigo wouldn't need to worry about her catching up to him. As he smoothly transitioned out of his Sonido into a running gait just a few meters from the palace door, Ichigo grinned, thankful that, even if the old man didn't think his attempt at stopping Aizen was necessary, he was at least helping him try anyway. It was heartening. Except that, apparently, the Espada disagreed with that assessment. Despite being the one who was grabbed by her arms, she deadlifted the golem from the ground just by raising her arms, and then used Sonido to send both herself and the golem slamming into the palace, the brutal impact shaking the entire building like an artillery strike and causing the entire front of it to collapse straight onto Ichigo. His eyes widened in disbelief at the unexpected attack, but Zanjutsu reacted when Ichigo couldn't, directing his arm and drawing on his Ryutsu to grow itself into a size large enough to stab into the palace just above the door and cover him completely, and using his Shikai's power to absorb all of the impact from the small avalanche it was stopping, causing Ichigo to take a small breath of relief. Still, while Zanjutsu had just saved him, the situation wasn't really comforting. The sheer amount of stones on top of the blade was too much for him to simply move it out of the way, and if he simply shrunk Zanjutsu, it'd all fall on top of him, but leaving Zanjutsu behind when he was heading to confront Aizen wasn't an option either. Before he could figure out a solution to the situation, one presented itself in the form of a sudden hammer blow on the tip of his Zanpakuto, slamming it down into the ground unexpectedly, causing the rocks to roll to the side without crushing him, as those that would have were simply pushed out of the way by the remains of the golem 5 times her size that Haribel was holding to her side as a shield from those debris, before she then threw the shattered stone to the side, looking up at him with her sharp green eyes. Ichigo had grown used to Ulquiorra's emotionless gaze, but Haribel's was different. It was cold and unyielding, but there was emotion on it, except that emotion was a dismissive annoyance, like a disappointed mother would level on a trouble-making kid. Ulquiorra's gaze had made him feel like the hollow thought he was worth nothing, and Ichigo had found it easy to rally against that with anger and the belief that he did have worth of his own. Haribel's gaze, on the other hand, made it clear that, whatever his worth might be, she simply didn't care. It was a subtle difference, but it left him unsettled all the same. He still raised both of his weapons, shrinking Zanjutsu so that he could, as he tried to figure out if he had a valid counter for the woman's sheer physical strength or her devastating water attacks, but before they could start fighting, the Shinigami with the sunglasses landed next to him all of a sudden, spinning his Zanpakuto, which was shaped like a katana with handle, crossguard, and even blade all colored in bright scarlet, leaving a web of red lines in front of himself like a shield. While he reached for Ichigo's back with his other hand and easily pulled him back, behind the red lines. Then the man grinned, which made Ichigo notice he was holding a small stick between his teeth, and said, "Don't worry kid, this is one now, good work distracting her. I'm Uratsu Nimeya, 4th seed of the Royal Guard, and my Shikai causes Seifushi to leave lines into the airbend herself that carry the same power she does. When I wish it, they cut with the same power as my Zanpakuto herself. Those I do not wish cut, like you, can move through it safely, but if this creature tries to push herself through, she'll be reduced to so much mincemeat." Then Nimeya turned his attention to Haribel and said, in a far less reassuring, darker tone, "You heard that, monster? We have you now, we've caught you. You'll either get sliced by my Enshutera's powers, or Tenjiro crushes you under more water than even you can swim through, and then Lieutenant Sasakaibe sends enough lightning going through it to fry you to a crisp." He gestured to their surroundings, and Ichigo saw that, in the few moments that Haribel had been focused on stopping him from entering the palace, the woman with the moon-shaped gold ornament in her eyes, which was clearly this Shutara, had moved forward and traced a large semicircle of wire whose only two openings were the red lines in the spot where Ichigo and Nimeiya were staying, and up above, where Ichigo could see that Kairanji was ready with another giant water meteor, and the electrical spheres which Sasuke used to deliver his thunderbolts were also quickly moving to concentrate, overlapping on one another, such was the density of them. Haribel was also taking all of this in, although without a change in her expression and only moving her head very slightly, so that she could keep all the different threats within her field of view at once. Seeing her remain silent, Nimeiya added, in a dispassionate tone. If you stop fighting, we might just make this painless. But you better decide quickly, and know that we won't make you this same offer another time. If you refuse now, you'll be destroyed, hollow. That seemed to cause a reaction in the Espada, as her lips twisted slightly in what might have been disdain or amusement. It was gone too quickly to tell, before she answered, looking unbothered. I'm not an hollow anymore, I'm an Arrancar now. Nimeiya didn't seem impressed at the words, as he scoffed and annoyed. It makes no difference, before nodding to Kairanji, who immediately threw his water meteor and already began preparing another, clearly expecting Haribel to shot it down and planning to keep bombarding her until she missed a shot, now that she could no longer evade them with Sonido. However, the Espada didn't even try, instead using Sonido to charge straight into Nimeiya's red lines, to his astonishment. The lines worked, each one flashing red and then disappearing after cutting through the Arrancar's body, severing both arms, one of her legs, half her face and her torso in multiple spots, but then thin strands of water extended between the severed pieces, pulling the severed pieces together in a sudden snap and holding them together like sutures, catching Nimeiya completely by surprise as she went for a sudden full-strength punch aimed straight at his midsection. Nimeiya didn't have the reflexes needed to get out of the way of an attack like that, and Ichigo's own reaction times were even worse, but luckily extending Zanjutsu with his Ryutsu was instantaneous, and so the black blade interposed itself, catching the punch on the flat of itself, and absorbing enough kinetic energy from it to equal 12 times what he'd gotten out of stopping the avalanche that almost buried him alive. Ichigo reflected that, if that strike had connected, it would have completely caved in the First Division's 4th seat, even as he swung back and sent all of that power, as well as that from the avalanche and everything he'd had left in his sword, straight into Haribel. The Arrancar took a few stumbling steps backwards, the hit having left a small bruise along her exposed belly, but otherwise not really looking like it had hurt her. Then, before Ichigo could follow that up with something else, or even Haribel herself could attack him herself, Kairanji's meteor slammed into the ground, with the front of the palace and the rubble in front of the door causing it to break apart in a giant wave that invested the Espada from her back. However, instead of sending her toppling down, Haribel almost seemed to welcome the water, spreading her arms large and wide, and then she flexed her fingers and moved her arms together as if to clap them, redirecting the wave so that it moved to circle both sides of Ichigo, ignoring him completely to strike straight at Nimeiya behind him, brutally slamming into the black Shinigami and sending him rolling backwards as well as drilling into him, and would have likely seen him smash through several trees as well if the purple-haired woman hadn't emerged out of the nearest one and caught him, while at the same time using a wide sweeping motion of her other arm to throw 6 apples at once. Haribel barely seemed bothered, answering the attack with a single swing of her sword that sent a blade of sharpened water to split each fruit into 2 pieces long before they could reach her. Then she turned her attention on Ichigo, who gulped, and that was the moment when Shudera, revealing her voice was surprisingly deep and resonant for somebody with as frail-looking build as she had, said. "This has gone on for long enough. I call upon your Bankai, Happo Shinsho, sew the world together." Even as the woman's Ryutsu suddenly spiked, causing Haribel to tilt her head so she could keep her in her view alongside the rest of them, Nimeiya chuckled and commented, sounding amused. "I thought we'd agreed to hold back on the stronger among our Bankai until she'd revealed her full power, so we could catch her by surprise with them. If we keep holding back any longer, we're not going to be able to see her full power and take advantage of any quirk it might have, because she'll defeat us without needing to reveal it." Shudera's voice as she spoke was very matter-of-fact, so Nimeiya sighed as, with the help of the purple-haired woman, he got back to his feet and then said, in a firmer tone. "Then I suppose it's time to go all out. Slice and dice, Seifushi." The moment Ichigo felt the sudden sharp increase in Ryutsu from Nimeiya, Shudera drew half a dozen of the many copy of her Zanpakuto that were dangling from her belt, each of the golden needles with steel wire trailing from its eye suddenly growing to be the length of a human forearm as she threw them. The throw seemed less powerful to Ichigo than the purple-haired Shinigami, but also far faster. It still wasn't fast enough to keep Haribel from reacting, a single sweeping swing of her sword striking each needle on the side so that the weapon wasn't destroyed by the deadly piercing power each needle was imbued with, the sense of dread coming from them extremely easy to sense. However, as the needles were halfway on their path away from the Eren car, suddenly a hand formed holding each one, the hand then growing a full body that was a perfect copy of Shudder's own. The 6 clones landed and went to attack at once, each one striking at Haribel from a different angle. The Espada counterattacked immediately, swinging her sword one-handed to send a blade of water to cut down 3 clones at once, while the other one snapped forward to catch the arm of a copy aiming for her head, snapping the arm caught in her fist with barely any need to squeeze, easier than one would a twig. That still left 2 copies which managed to strike her, one slamming both of her needles through her ankle and pinning her to the ground, while the other punched straight into her back, the needles going all the way through her chest and emerging through her chest. Haribel didn't hesitate, slamming the one clone she'd still caught by the arm into the one who'd backstabbed her, somehow swinging hard enough that the impact produced a sound of bones shattering, before both bodies fell to the ground in a heap of broken limbs. While that happened, the Shudera who had pinned Haribel leg let go of those needles, raising her arms, and a new needle appeared into each of her now free hands. However, instead of trying to thrust those forward, the clone stepped back while swinging them to the side, away from Haribel, but causing the wire trailing from them to strike at Haribel's belly, proving a moment later that the threads also carried the cutting power of the Zanpakuto as they easily sliced into the same abdomen, which had barely bruised when Ichigo had struck at it with the power of a dozen avalanches. However, even as the wires sliced all the way through her, Haribel wasn't bisected, as strings of water erupted from the wound and sealed her body back together, so that she could keep moving without needing to wait for her regeneration to patch her up. Of course, any movement was impeded by the needles pinning her to the ground, but once again Haribel's strength proved up to the task, ripping the Zanpakuto from the ground and, when new copies of Shudera formed holding them and trying to weave the wire trailing from them around her leg to trap it more completely, or maybe sever it entirely, she kicked upwards, sending both of them flying toward the one who had retreated. The clone just dropped the needles in her hands, each of which formed a new Shudera body that caught one of the flying ones, but that turned out to have been a diversion, as Haribel chained 2 Sonido to each other, shooting up in the air and then sending herself down to land behind Shudera in a maneuver that was the equivalent of a vaulting jump, but performed at the Sonido speed so that it was impossible to react to it. As soon as she landed, Haribel turned to thrust straight into Shudera's back, but the 2 clones who had been sent flying had thrown their needles forwards, and 2 arms emerged from Shudera's back to catch them, a full half of a new clone body emerging from the back of the one Haribel had tried to backstab, the crossed needles firmly blocking the Espada's sword. For a moment, it looked to Ichigo as if Shudera had actually stopped Haribel in her tracks, but then her sword turned black and surrounded by a green glow for a fraction of a second, and then both of the 2 Shudera bodies fused together were disintegrated in a blast of green light. Ichigo took a step back in surprise at the sight of an Espada using Gran Rey Zero in melee combat. He'd not expected something like that. The risk of using a move that could just as easily annihilate the user in such a way was absurd. It'd take absolute control and focus to avoid the attack backfiring, but clearly, Haribel was confident enough in her skill to do it. And, while the maneuver was tricky, the upside for one met enough to risk it was that there was no dodging to be had at point-blank range. He'd thought her absurd strength was the big reason the 6 Shinigami facing Haribel had not tried to mob her in melee, where they'd have the advantage, but now it was clear that facing the Espada in close combat would be suicidal. If anything, it was incredibly brave of them to actually try and get close at all. Of course, as he saw the 4 still standing Shudera clones assembling themselves into a semicircle in front of Haribel, that kind of bravery might be easy to come by for somebody who could survive it, even if it'd barely been a couple of seconds. The real Shudera was already retreating back into the trees as Haribel engaged her clones, clearly not needing to stay and watch to keep up the pressure. Ichigo took a long breath, preparing himself to throw some attacks into the fray so that he could help the Shudera clones maybe land a proper strike, but Nimeiya placed a hand on his shoulder and said, in a confident tone, "You've helped more than enough, kid, now leave the rest to us. It's commendable that you've had the courage to jump into a fight like this, but it's not for you to face opponents like hers, it's for us. Ichigo frowned and countered, almost instinctively. Aizen's plans will affect everyone, not just you. I'm not about to leave my fate into the hands of other people if there is anything I can do on my own to save myself. Nimeiya chuckled, saying, that's some spunk, but you'll just get in the way, before gently but firmly pushing him to the side, strongly enough Ichigo stumbled. He turned toward the Shinigami to tell him off, then stopped as he saw that, with every step Nimeiya took, he was leaving behind a red outline of himself which, after a moment, solidified in a humanoid silhouette without any defining features, except for being wielding an exact copy of Nimeiya's sword. Each of the silhouettes looked like it was made of some silvery metal, but glinted red, and each movement a silhouette took left a red line behind, identical to those that Nimeiya's sword left behind. Somehow, Ichigo had the certainty that the lines would have the same effect too. He wondered if each silhouette was also able to treat their whole body as a sword, like Kenpeiga could. That would make each of them quite dangerous, and near unbreakable. And the silhouettes weren't alone. Mixed among of them were a number of Okakaiba's golems, clearly both trying to hide the silhouette's true number and also use them to shield themselves. While Ichigo watched this, Haribel and Shudera hadn't stopped fighting. After annihilating the two Shudera with her melee range Gran Ray Zero, she dashed forward into the four Shudera with Sonido, coming to a sudden stop so that the sheer air displacement from it had caused the four clones to stumble for long enough that, in a single sweeping circular swing of her sword, Haribel had sliced all four of them down. Only, as their body fell and the golden needles in their hands fell from their fingers, 6 new bodies formed to hold the Zanpakuto, and they started to speak, with the one in front saying, I am Shudera Senjumaru, before a blast of water exploded her head, the one next to her seamlessly taking up to continue with, second-seeded OFFI sire of the 1st Division of the Godii 13, before Haribel's sword split her in two with a vertical slice, so the third managed to add and if I need to die. To carry out my duty, before the espada ducked under her needles thrust and shoulder checked her into the ground hard enough to fracture all her bones, which the fourth continuing by saying, I'll die as many times as necessary, while throwing both of her needles a moment before a kick from Haribel sent her flying, so that 2 more bodies formed holding those needles and went on, to bury you under enough bodies that you'll never be able to dig your way out. Before being sliced to pieces by 2 water blades the espada sent flying. The twisting of the combat had caused Haribel to turn around, so that she could see the combined army of golems and silhouette marching toward them, and, as the group reached the various needles, more copies of Senjumaru formed, kneeling on the ground with one hand around them, before raising up to join the ranks that were marching on Haribel. The espada's eyes narrowed slightly, taking in the totality of her opposition, then she used Sonido to shot herself forward, aiming for one of the stone golem, slamming into it and grabbing it before spinning on herself, using it to smash in the enemies around her, clearly intending to crush them all. The Shudera that were hit collapsed to the ground, only for their needles to be picked up by new copies forming, but the red silhouettes were only pushed somewhat backwards, while the golem was shredded by the impact with them. Haribel was surprised enough that a few of the silhouettes managed to swipe at her with either their fists or their swords. None was fast enough to actually fully hit her, but due to the surprise she did collect a few glancing blows, which left some small nicks, cuts and scratches all over her body. She blinked, then let out an annoyed huff and, with a Sonido so powerful it caused a crack of thunder and actually destroyed everybody in a radius of a few meters around her, she flung herself into the air, and then, using the same technique Ulquiorra had used, she just stood there in the air, flying, looking down onto the crowd she was suddenly out of reach of. Senjumaru clearly disagreed, as many of her copies threw their needles into the air, bodies forming around them and then swinging, so that their wires, wrapped around the red silhouettes from Nimeiya's Bankai, were flung into the air, but Haribel simply swung her sword with one hand, creating a wave that invested them and forced them all together, before she punched with her other hand, unleashing a zero the size of a train that disintegrated the whole enemy group at once, as well as a substantial amount of the crowd below and leaving what looked like some sort of bottomless pit in the middle of the square. Ichigo saw Haribel grimace at the blast, as if annoyed she'd had to use a zero for some reason, but before he could figure out what the reason for that could be, Kairanji suddenly spoke up from his spot atop one of the rooftops and said, sounding quite cocky. You made your last mistake, Arrancar. I had to limit himself for the sake of my allies, but now that you're in the air, without shelter, and no ability to hide, I shall prove once and for all my superiority. Witness my Bankai, Flash Flood, Kinpika. Kairanji's Zanpakuto turned gold in color, and then, with a single swipe of it, he summoned 13 water meteor, each one the same size as the ones he'd been having trouble summoning one at a time with his Shikai, and yet the summon seemed to cause him no fatigue at all, and the speed of the meteors as they charged at Haribel in a swarm was substantially higher than before. Still not high enough to overcome her reflexes though, so with a swipe of her sword she sent a barrage of water blasts to destroy the meteors, only, the moment they were struck, each of the meteors broke apart into 13 smaller ones, perhaps the size of a car each, which swerved to the side, then seemed to bounce on something in midair despite there being nothing for them to bounce off of, darting in multiple different directions before bouncing on thin air again, this time aimed back towards Haribel, who didn't hesitate to send multiple swiping water blades at them, which only caused the smaller water spheres to turn into even smaller ones, these beach ball sized, which continued straight along toward Haribel, before merging and then merging again just a moment before slamming into her, so that she was struck by the 13 water meteors all at once. Which was when the electrical discs up in the air discharged a terrifying payload of hundreds of lightning bolts straight into the explosion, Sasaki clearly having known what Kairanji's attack would do and having waited for the moment it would happen before delivering his own attack. The combined strike, with the water conducting the water directly into the Arrancar's body, turned almost the entirety of the water to steam, and left behind a very battered Haribel who was smoking from all over her body and sporting large amount of electrical burns all over her previously impervious skin. Even with that, however, her expression didn't look defeated or worried, she merely looked calculating, as if she was evaluating the setback in front of her and figuring the best way through. Instead of being staring defeat in the face, then again, perhaps she hadn't noticed that, while she was up in the air, the army Nimeya, Senjumaru, and Okakaiba had put together on the ground was still growing larger. Still, worrying about the arrogance and overconfidence of the Espada wasn't really what Ichigo was here for. He had to stop Aizen, and with Haribel currently fully distracted, he couldn't think of a better moment to get inside the palace and chase the man down. Thus, he used Sonido to fling himself at the palace's doors once more, and the moment he did, he could feel Haribel's attention, which was easy to perceive even without looking as her Ryutsu was still the strongest on the square despite all of her 6 opponents having their Bankai released, snap back straight to him. And then, Haribel's Ryutsu spiked, multiplying by 10 times, and for the first time since he'd learned how to use the ability, Ichigo found himself forced out of Sonido by outside intervention, as the sheer spiritual pressure was enough to smash his body to the ground hard enough that he was leaving an imprint into the ground in the shape of himself. Gritting his teeth, he called on to Zanjutsu's power, and the Zanpakuto began to absorb the pressure. Even like that however, due to the nature of the effect being a continuous push rather than a single blow, the Shikai could only mitigate the damage, and while Ichigo could at least move and breath again thanks to his Zanpakuto's protection, it still felt like he was wading in molasses. He glanced upwards, and saw that Haribel's change in shape had left her with legs encased in bone-white armor topped with an armored white skirt decorated with shark fins, a bone corset around her torso feeding into a sleek armor with long pauldrons and gauntlets that sported small fins over the shoulder pads and knuckle guards, while the golden hair she'd had in the humanoid form had grown to cover all of her forehead and every part of her body that wasn't covered by the white bone armor. Her mask consisted of jutting jawbones with triangular teeth clearly visible, shaped like a shark, but while that would have been intimidating enough, somehow the most fearsome thing about her new look was that, instead of some sort of light glowing in her eyes socked like every hollow he'd ever encountered had sported, including Ulquiorra's released from, Haribel's eyes were the same green, humanoid ones she'd had in her sealed form, and the unsettling feeling Ichigo got from that gaze hadn't changed at all. Next to that, the fact that her sword had transformed, growing almost as large as her whole body and resembling an elongated shark tooth with gill markings along both sides of the blade, with an unusual hilt with a handguard which completely covered her hand, making the sword look like an extension of her body, almost didn't register. While Ichigo himself couldn't deny the fear he was feeling, which he felt was justified, considering the sheer pressure of Haribel's presence was causing the rubble from the collapse of the palace gate to slowly start crumbling into dust under it, the 6 Shinigami facing her didn't seem scared at all. In fact, Kairanji grinned almost maniacally, the stick he was holding between his teeth cracking, before he shouted, "Let's see what you've got then, so I can prove the supremacy of my water-type power." as he sent another barrage of 13 water meteors at the Espada, followed by 2 more barrage, all fired in less time than he would have required to fire one in his Shikai. Haribel didn't try to shot at the meteors, or even dodge them, instead she charged straight into them, only instead of being smashed by the impact, she simply pierced the water and went through, and as she did, the meteors lost cohesion, fusing together into a giant wave, which then followed her as she continued forward, almost looking like the water itself was a gigantic mantle trailing after the Espada. Then, just as Kairanji frowned and prepared himself to jump, she suddenly stopped, causing the Shinigami to hesitate, and the water then passed her and charged ahead of Haribel, dragging her along as if she was riding the wave, so that the wave invested Kairanji first, the man letting out a wadesh of surprise before his entire body seemed to turn to water, and then be swept away by the wave as Haribel accelerated, so that she and the wave slammed into the rooftop at the same time. The shockwave seemed to propagate itself like a wave across the entire building, making the brick and mortar look almost liquid for a moment, and then more than a moment as the entire building simply turned to water, before collapsing downwards at a gesture by the Espada, turning into a wave which, Ichigo realized, was headed straight for him. The wave wasn't moving all that fast, but compared to the almost crawling speed Haribel's pressure was forcing on him, it might as well have been a racing car, for all the chances he had to escape from it. Then Nimaya shouted, "Don't worry kid, I told you we'll handle this," as the army he and the others had put together suddenly raised in front of the tsunami, only for all of the golem and metal silhouettes to be transformed into water the moment they were struck, quadrupling the wave's size. Nimaya grimaced and gestured, a Kido wall made of gold and jello and large enough to go from one size of the square to the other raising between him and the wave, only for the water to also transmute that and absorb it into itself, the sudden doubling again in size catching Nimaya by surprise and investing him strongly enough to swat him away, although Ichigo noticed that, while Nimaya looked like he was undergoing a seizure of some sort, he wasn't being turned to water the way Kairanji had been. Neither were the Senjumaru clones. They had also been swept away by the initial wave, but then they'd started multiplying themselves and tying their bodies together with their wire, and now they all, at once and with a level of coordination that would have made synchronized performers green with envy, struck their needles into the ground, anchoring themselves and forming a solid human wall, for a moment stopping the wave with their bodies as they all spoke with one voice from dozens of mouths. "Your power might allow you to turn the unprepared and things lacking willpower of their own into water, but my will won't be so easily shattered. Face us, instead of trying to murder those who aren't at your level." As if called by those words, Haribel emerged from within the wave, slamming into the human cordon shoulder first, and with a dazzling flash of dark green light, the human wall was annihilated, and the wave resumed its charge at Ichigo, the intensity of it doubled by having been temporarily dammed for a moment. Not for a moment, as this went on, had Ichigo stopped moving, and thanks to the initial Sonido, even if it had been stopped midway, he was just 3 paces more from the palace's door, but he knew he wasn't going to make it. And then, suddenly, Sasakaibe was there, the man's pressure wrapping around Ichigo and allowing him to move at his normal speed again, even as the man's sword swiped straight into the water, swatting the wave away from him. Ichigo stared and couldn't stop himself from asking in disbelief, as he watched an amount of water the size of several buildings simply turned away. "How did you do that?" Sasakaibe offered a tight-lipped smile and answered, his tone polite and almost teaching. "A sword can do more than pierce, or cut, it can parry as well. If you believe in your Zanpakuto, it will do anything a sword can do, but you must also know what a sword can do, before your Zanpakuto can do it." The wave of water suddenly stopped, as if it had a will of its own, or, more likely, as if Haribel could control the direction of its movement, and Sasakaibe immediately reacted by twisting his sword around, bracing it against his arm just a moment before the water slammed into it with an almost deafening sound of impact. Sasakaibe's feet slid several meters to the side, and he was shaking, but nonetheless he held as he added, in a very firm tone. "Swords can block, too. Just keep practicing Uzanjutsu, Kurosaki, and I'm sure you'll manage it as well." Knowing full well that the water was the least of their problem and Haribel was probably incoming to finish Sasakaibe off like she had Senjumaru, and yet seeing the man who had fought to see Rukia executed now steadfastly ready to accept that likely death just to save him, Ichigo couldn't help but ask, unsure what even he was feeling. Why risk your life to save me, when you could probably have had a better shot at taking Haribel down if you'd used me as bait and struck her while she was unaware. Okakaiba even said you already have a plan in place to stop Aizen, and yet you're ready to die just to let me get at him. Under his thin mustache, and despite the visible stress he was under, Sasakaibe smiled. The last time a few punk kids came to tell me that what I was doing was wrong, I didn't listen, and look at what that brought upon all of us. This time, I'm going to listen, and see if maybe there's wisdom to be found in the words of those who come at things with a fresh perspective. I learn from my mistakes, Kurosaki. Then, the man turned his gaze toward the water and added, in a firm tone. Besides, I'm far from ready to die yet. And, with a surprising, sudden heave, he pushed the titanic wave of water away, up into the sky, just in time for Haribel to land in front of him. Ichigo hesitated for a moment. If the 1st Division lieutenant fell here, then Haribel would be on his tail in an instant, and he'd have no chance. Perhaps helping the man instead was the better choice? In that brief moment that he was evaluating his chances, Haribel swung her sword, with Sasakaibe doing the same, and the moment the blades clashed, there was a flash of dark green light, only, Ichigo saw with astonishment, Sasakaibe was still there. It took him a moment to realize that, the very moment their sword would have clashed, on the very point where the two would have come into contact, Sasakaibe had fired one of the electrical spheres that his Zanpakuto allowed him to create, using it to intercept Haribel's Gran Ray Zero. The Espada hesitated then, while Sasakaibe grinned, and so, while Ichigo could see the sweat and light shaking from the lieutenant that confirmed he was far from confident he would win, and how despite her caution, Haribel was still clearly fully calm and in control of herself, and if anything would be even more dangerous if she had her full focus on the fight, he turned his back to their clash and run into the palace. He would just have to trust Sasakaibe and any of his allies who still survived to handle Haribel, just like they were trusting him to know what he was doing in charging for the throne room. After all, if they didn't trust each other, they were never going to defeat Aizen. Chapter 124, Throne. Finding out that the slaughter he had expected Aizen to leave behind himself outside the palace was instead waiting for him to find it inside of it was about the worst possible way Ichigo could be imagined to be proven right. It seemed that, as he made his way to the throne room, Aizen had made sure to murder every single Shinigami in his way, leaving behind patches of bloods and shredded remains that suggested he'd had some hollow along to eat the remains. In a sense, this is just one more way that Aizen's cruelty is working against him. With his powers, surely he could have made his way past these guards without hurting any of them, and they might have slowed down with arguing. Not to mention that, without this blood trail to guide us there, finding the throne room could have been difficult, since we don't actually know where in the palace it is located. Zanjitsu might be right, he knew, yet Ichigo found no solace in the fact that his enemy's cruelty was proving itself a weakness, not when the cost of it were so many lost lives. It was no consolation, merely a grim acknowledgement of the reality of the situation, and further motivation to stop whatever Aizen had planned before he could put it into action. In any case, with Aizen having left such a macabre mark of the path he'd walked, it didn't took long for Ichigo to reach what had to be the antechamber before the throne room. The hall was large and immaculate, the white marble of the floor and walls looking so spotless that Ichigo could see his own reflection into them with ease. The only exception was a spot just in front of the giant, open double gates, which was marred by a far larger splattering of blood than any of the ones he'd found on the way in. In the middle of it remained only what looked like an half chewed up finger, clearly all that was left of the defender that Okakaiba had been so sure would be more than enough to stop Aizen. Once again, there was no satisfaction in Ichigo for being proven right, only a grim determination to ensure that he did what was needed to stop Aizen now that everybody else's efforts to do so had failed. As he marched toward the door, however, he stumbled as one of his feet found an obstacle on the ground, and when he looked up, he found what looked like the broken remains of a shattered Zanpakuto. Even in the condition it was in, though, the blade was immediately recognizable. Ichigo had not forgotten the feeling of the blade's specific ryotsu cutting through his spine, and he'd had plenty of time from the ground to notice the particularity of the weapon. The handle wrapped in green, the hexagonal crossguard which was golden but decorated by engravings of black crescent moons all along its side, and the blade of a steel that gave off a deep blue glint, especially from the edge, as well soft white waves along its length, instead of the normal gray color of steel made for a very unique combination of features, which made Kyoka Suijutsu impossible to mistake for anything but itself. Well, at least we know Jin was saying the truth. Aizen truly discarded his Zanpakuto to complete his goal. He'll be more vulnerable now than he's ever been in any of our previous encounters. Still, it is a sad thing to see. It hurts me to see a fellow Zanpakuto be irreversibly damaged to the point it'll soon have faded away into nothingness by the hand of the one who was supposed to wield and protect it. Ichigo, who agreed with Shiro's opinion that it was good to have confirmation that Jin hadn't been lying, frowned as he considered Zanjitsu's follow-up comment, and interjected. Why would the damage be irreversible? Zanpakuto can be repaired by giving them Ryutsu, surely as long as somebody does that before it's faded completely, it can recover. Zanjitsu's tone was the same sad one as he answered. For that to work, the Zanpakuto needs to have a solid image of its own soul to restore, but in the condition it's in now, Kyoka Suijutsu is not even a sword anymore, just broken steel without a purpose. A damaged sword can be made whole again, but a chunk of steel is no sword, it need to be reforged into one, before you could call it a sword again. That's why it's fading, it's been damaged so deeply there's nothing left to keep its self-image together. Ichigo's frown deepened. There was no denying that the conditions the weapon was in looked quite dire. Half the handle was blacked as if it had exposed to open flames, with the crossguard looking partially melted on one side, and a deep crack split the other side in two. The hilt was rusting, and the blade itself was broken at barely 2 handspans of length, with the edge reduced to a jagged, ragged collection of dull points and the spine sporting a dent that left it misshapen and bent to one side. Yet, even as small particles of reishi floated away from the pommel one by one, slowly making it look as if some beast had taken a bite out of it, Ichigo couldn't help but feel anger mount inside of him. Aizen had slaughtered his way to this door, and Ichigo had been too late to stop him in that, but here, his enemy's latest victim lay, slowly decomposing before his eyes, because Aizen had ripped apart its identity, shattered what gave it a reason to exist. It was almost like mockery, as if the man was taunting Ichigo with the knowledge that even showing up before he'd managed to finish somebody off, it would have changed nothing. That he had no power to stop any of his acts of cruelty. And Ichigo refused to accept that. It might be silly, childish even, but he wasn't going to simply give up without even trying. So, without any further hesitation, Ichigo knelt, placing his fingers on Kyoka Suijutsu's hand and saying, his voice firming with conviction. But that's where you're wrong, Zanjitsu. I don't think this is merely a chunk of steel. To my eyes, this is still a sword. His hand closed around the damaged handle. As he got up, he firmed his grip on the broken weapon by using affection Hakuta to ensure it was firmly attached to his hand, and then Sasakabe's words from just a few minutes ago came to his mind. As he spoke, his will strengthened, the words almost coming naturally to his mouth, like they were the most natural thing in the world. A sword is to be wielded, and I'm wielding it right now. When fighting with a sword, you swing it, and he did, the air whistling as he coated the blade in Hakuta to keep it from falling to pieces at the quick movement, and then he stuck with it right in front of himself as he continued, or you thrust it forward, like I just did. A stray thought was all he needed to make Shiro prepare his regeneration, before Ichigo went on to say, a sword is also made to cut, running the broken blade along his leg, leaving a jagged cut along it that bled for a moment before closing, then flipped the weapon around while continuing on to say and to stab, which he proceeded to do on himself, the blade having been broken at enough of an angle that its tip, while dull, was good enough to actually pierce skin, especially when he was reinforcing it with Hakuta. He pulled the blade off of his leg, Shiro's power once again ensuring the process had left him unarmed, before he went on to say to block as he pushed his Quincy skills to their limit to form a vaguely sword-shaped construct in midair. The weapon began to fall towards him, but he put Kyoka Suijutsu in the way and, thanks to the little effort he'd put into creating the Quincy blade, it shattered as it smashed against the broken Zanpakuto. Then, he again created a Quincy item, this time just a needle high atop his head. The smaller size allowed him to give the item more consistency so that, when he struck it with the flat of Kyoka Suijutsu, the item was deflected away while Ichigo stated, no more doubt left in his mind, and to parry. Some of the confidence was from going through the motion, as proving his words true with every gesture made it easy to go through the routine, but another was that he could feel the broken sword itself reacting. It was still in the same shape as before, but it seemed like the speed at which it was losing fragment of itself had slowed down enormously. So, Ichigo went on, calling on his Quincy ability once again to create the most complex item he'd ever crafted out of Reishi so far, a scabbard, and proceeded to say, "A sword can also be sheathed," doing just that, before then pulling it out in a smooth motion as he added, "And it can be drawn, and all of these things, this weapon in my hand can do. There is no doubt in my mind, that this is still a sword." And as he glanced down, he saw that his little performative show had had a very visible effect on the broken Zanpakuto, as the blade had straightened somewhat, and the steel was just letting out a soft blue glint that it hadn't been before, while the dent in the sword's spine seemed smaller somehow. Cautiously, Ichigo reached toward the sword with his spiritual sense, and it took all of his focus to keep himself from recoiling as he felt the extremely fragile state it was in. He recognized the same type of damage as what he'd felt when Byakuya had nearly killed him, with the shattered sword barely holding together and the gaping hole where the connection between wielder and Zanpakuto should have been. Without an actual connection, which Ichigo could tell the sword didn't want and he had no particular interest in establishing, it felt wrong, as even the mere thought of trying threatened to tear his soul apart to create the concept of a double link, without even considering that just thinking over the matter without intention of carrying such a thing out was enough to make him feel nauseous. There was extremely little he could do for the weapon. Especially because it was clear that, if he tried to simply send his Ryutsu to it the way he would Zanjutsu without the connection to moderate it, that'd just be the equivalent of an attack, and finish destroying the sword completely. However, doing nothing also didn't seem like the right thing, so instead Ichigo gently let his Ryutsu flare up, enough so that the Zanpakuto, if it had any sensory ability left, would detect its presence, and keeping his hold on it so loose that, if the sword wanted it, it could take it. Shiro's own experience with loose Ryutsu helped him set that up just right. And it worked. He felt the sword grabbing on the Ryutsu avidly, like a thirsty person offered water, and he let it take as much as it needed, which slowly caused it to heal itself of the damage. The burn on the handle slowly disappeared, the crossguard slowly regained its own shape, the blade straightened and regained its naturally sharp edge. However, the weapon stopped taking it in once it was looking like a normal sword whose blade had been snapped, instead of repairing itself in full. Ichigo wasn't sure why, but he was glad it had, because already repairing the sword had cost him a solid amount of energy, and that was only to restore the currently existent portion of its external look. Internally, the Zanpakuto was still nearly as damaged as it had been when it had started. Seeing as the blade seemed content with what he'd given it for now, Ichigo put it back into the improvised Reishi scabbard he had created for it, and then refocused on the actual reason he was here, marching straight into the throne room, ready to finally put a stop to Aizen's machinations. The throne was the first thing to catch Ichigo's attention, and upon seeing it, he both immediately realized it was indeed part of a Minos Grande, and why they called it not just a throne, but the throne of heaven. Sitting on the center of the room was the huge hollow mask of one of the creatures, only laying directly onto the ground, as if its entire body lay under the ground, which, as he looked at the pavement around it, he realized had to be the case. The mask was identical to those of the other Minos Grande he'd seen before, but with the way it was angled, the long, hooked nose looked almost like a curved backrest, the small nostrils at its very base looking like they could be armrests protruding from it. The mask's mouth was open in what looked like a noiseless scream, the upper lips raised above the teeth so that it could easily be mistaken for a seat, although one that would leave whomever sat on it with their feet dangling over the abyss that was the monster's open maw. The teeth themselves were mismatched enough that, from the right perspective, they could be mistaken for two pairs of stairs slowly climbing to the seating, and the bottom teeth jutted out like a small semicircular barrier that would keep anybody from approaching too close. The rest of the mask, being gently slanted, made it appear like a platform over which the rest of the structure was resting, contributing to the overall look. The eyes were so small in comparison that only by knowing beforehand how the mask was shaped could Ichigo locate them, but the light burning deep into them was still very visible, bathing the rest of the structure from behind. For some reason, the two eyes were differently colored, with one shining a bright white while the other a soft azure, and the combination of the two colors that backlit the throne-looking nose and mouth of the mask made it appear otherworldly and spectral in a whimsical way. Meanwhile, the Minos Grande Ryutsu permeating the chamber was powerful enough that, even being prepared to meet it in absorbing its direct pressure with Zanjutsu's help, it still left Ichigo with a sense of being in the presence of a crushingly immense power. Put together, the conjecture of being in front of some otherworldly seat offering domain over near limitless power was almost impossible not to make, if anything, it'd have been surprising had it been named anything else. Only after he'd taken that sight in was Ichigo able to bring his attention over his adversary. Aizen was kneeling on the ground, his full focus on a large array of glyphs set in a circle around the throne. The glyphs were glowing a bright yellow and, to Ichigo's eyes, they didn't look like they were traced over the stone, but rather part of the stone's very structure. And yet, when Aizen tapped 2 fingers on top of them with a firm knock, there was a sudden, huge flash of red light, and when the light faded, the glyphs were gone completely, as if they'd never been there. Then Aizen stood, straightening as he turned toward Ichigo and said, with a self-satisfied smirk, "Ah, Ichigo. You've arrived just in time to help me break the last seal left on the throne. You see, it's locked, and can only be deactivated by the touch of a mortal's blood. It's nice of you to have brought that to me." For a moment, all 3 of them were left speechless, but when Zanjitsu whispered your coming here was part of his plan all along, Ichigo's eyes narrowed. That was simply impossible. In fact, it ran counter to having Haribel outside the palace to attempt to stop him. Seeing through the ruse, Ichigo stated, annoyed at Aizen's attempt to pass himself off as all-knowing. "You had no idea I was coming here. I bet you have some vial of blood on your person, that you planned to use to bypass that particular defense, or something of the like. My presence here is a result of my own decision, not of some sort of convoluted plot on your part." Aizen's smirk grew larger as he said, sounding amused. "Confident, aren't you? Still, you happen to be right, or almost so. I do have mortal blood on me, although not simply a vial. I carried 3 2-liter bottles with me. Given I was collecting it, I didn't want to let any go to waste. I felt like that'd be disrespectful." It took a moment for Ichigo to grasp the implication, but when he did, he could feel his hand clenching Zanjista's handle hard enough his knuckles went white, his whole body shaking in fury as he hissed, "You monster, is there truly nothing you will stop at?" Aizen's whole answer to that was a raised eyebrow as he answered, seraphically, "The fact that I will stop at nothing to achieve the change I wish for is why I am no monster. Everybody else, with their willingness to let minor things stop them, are the true monsters in my eyes, willing to let the world be wrong because they lack the dedication to take the actions necessary to fix it." Ichigo shook his head in disbelief. "Right, and everybody who suffers to let you win is just an acceptable sacrifice, is that it?" Aizen waved a hand in a dismissive manner. "They don't matter, not really. Once I have access to the throne's power, I will bring back anybody who I had to remove to make it this far. You shouldn't think of them as sacrifices, not really, just as obstacles I had to remove on my way to creating a perfect world." Ichigo was left speechless at that, and Zanjitsu commented, sounding uncertain, "Could what he's saying be true? Is he really capable of making all of the destruction he caused go away with a snap of his fingers, just like that? Who knows? Ichimaru did say the throne has the power to rewrite reality. I guess the question is how strong that power actually is, and what are its limits, if any. Yes, but if it could truly delete everything, as if it had never happened? Would we even be in the right in trying to stop him?" The question made Ichigo reel for a moment, but then words from less than 1 hour ago came back to him, and he scoffed, glaring at Aizen while saying, his voice now more firm and determined, "It doesn't matter." When Aizen stared at him with surprise, and oh, how gratifying it was, to see him surprised by something for once, instead of parading around that unyielding facade of self-assurance, Ichigo went on. "If you truly brought back people who stood in your way, at least some would immediately take action against you and this new world you brought about. Or are you about to pretend that your changed world would be so perfect that nobody would ever oppose it?" Aizen returned to his self-assured expression quite quickly, as he asked, "You don't think such a perfect world is possible? So you are going to pretend? It won't work, because I already know the truth. Grimmjow told us your plan, and Jin confirmed it. To keep your so-called perfect world from facing any opposition, you're planning to rewrite the minds of any who'd oppose it, mind control them into compliance." With his self-control back, it was hard to read the man, but Ichigo was pretty sure he saw a split-second spark of annoyance in Aizen's eyes, quickly smoothed away into a smile as he answered, "Well, what of it? I'd just make everybody happy, living in a world I myself redesigned to remove all of the ugliness that fills our own. What about that is not to your liking? The fact that it's murder. Not that you would care, but I just so happened to have a conversation with somebody who clearly said that, if somebody was to transform their mind so that they loved something they'd have opposed if allowed to choose of their own free will, that'd be exactly the same as death. Replacing people with clones of them who agree with you isn't making the sacrifices you made temporary, it's just pretending you didn't need to hurt people to get what you wanted. Aizen leaned back slightly, looking like he was about to make some haughty remark, but Ichigo cut him off, continuing in an angry tone. You might say that what you're doing is to make the world better, but I say it's just arrogance. You don't really care about making things better, you only care about being the one person who can claim to have solved all the issues of the world on your own. What gives you the right to put yourself above everybody else like that? To think that you, and you alone, know what needs to be done and are willing to do it? If you really were doing this to help people, you'd not be here alone. It was clear that Ichigo's words were needling Aizen, because, while still delivered in a haughty manner, the way he was leaning forward slightly made it clear he'd lost a smidge of his composure. I am here alone because nobody was willing to do what needed to be done. I checked, many times and with many people, but each and every one of the people seeking change, when I probed their conviction, showed that they weren't willing to go through with what was necessary. I am above everybody else because I, and I alone, have the courage to go to the lengths needed to save the world. Courage? Save? Try cruelty and conquer, and then you'll be telling the truth. That managed to get a frown out of Aizen, who raised one hand, a glowing Kido sphere forming in his palm as he did so, casting his figure in ominous shadows. I tire of this. Why is it that it's you here anyway, Kurosaki? I would have expected Yoryuki, or Kisuke, or maybe Rukia and Momo, but you? Compared to them, you're meaningless. Are you here because you foolishly believe you can stop me on your own, and claim the glory for yourself, so that the much smarter people who allow you to call them friends will finally acknowledge you as an equal? Because, if that's the case, you are sadly mistaken. To people like us, somebody like you will never be more than a pawn, and there's nothing you can do to change that. Your presence here will change absolutely nothing. That remains to be seen. Without waiting for more of Aizen's self-aggrandizing words, Ichigo had Zanjutsu instantaneously grow to a length big enough to cover the entire room, only, when the blade struck Aizen, his whole body glowed with golden light and looking the body was covered with overlapping shields, and the sword was deflected upwards instead of piercing through him. Aizen offered a smug smile in answer to Ichigo's surprise, before going on to explain. You know, my ability of casting Kido without need for even a gesture catch people's attention so much, they tend to forget that I also earned Grand Mastery in Hakuda, by developing the ability to not just charge my own Ryutsu with a single emotion, but rather with a full emotional makeup. Or, as most people would phrase it, with a Kido spell. It's really no more complicated than my ability to call Kido without external actions, really, just a matter of reaching the appropriate level of focus and concentration, but nobody really seems able to do it, even after hearing this explanation. He shook his head in mocking disbelief before adding, smiling arrogantly. Maybe I'm just that smart, and nobody else can measure up. Feeling annoyed at the words, Ichigo shouted, so smart that you threw your Zanpakuto, leaving yourself with nothing to parry my own with. As Zanjutsu sharpened itself and Ichigo swung down, easily cutting through the shield like golden Kido Aizen was surrounded by, only for Aizen's body to suddenly dissipate in a cloud of loose Ryutsu. Ichigo blinked, before seeing Aizen being somewhat further backwards and to the side, looking haughty as he commented. One benefit of being able to imbue my Ryutsu with Kido is that, if I use an especially solid one and combine it with Yozutsemi, it can allow me to leave behind a solid copy, so that the fact I already moved out of the way won't be noticed by my enemy. There was some argument if my ability to combine my Hakuda imbuing ability with Ho-Oh in such a manner meant I deserved to be considered a Grandmaster in Ho-Oh as well as Hakuda, but with the judges split, Yamamoto cast the deciding vote that said it didn't qualify. Personally, I think the old bastard just couldn't abide the idea that somebody other than him might be a Grandmaster in 3 of the 4 Shinigami arts. Such a petty man. Aizen shook his head in contempt at the Captain Commander's decision, even as suddenly a barrage of thin golden beams erupted from his position with no visible gesture on the former captain's part. Ichigo's eyes widened as he shrunk Zanjutsu to quickly raise the sword in a guard position in front of himself before enlarging it again to stop the Kido, only for the streaks of golden light to suddenly twist to the left and move around the sword, clearly aiming to strike Ichigo from the side. He immediately rolled out of the way, only, as he was midway through the roll, a gelatinous golden wall rose from the ground underneath him, trapping him within. He barely had a moment to register that he'd been caught, that a pillar of light whose sharpened tip was spinning like a drill suddenly struck at him, piercing him with absolute ease. The blast, striking right under his sternum, was devastating enough that Ichigo could feel his entire abdomen disappearing as it was blasted away by the Kido spear. The pain was ungodly, incomparable to anything he'd ever felt before, and Ichigo could feel himself dying, his focus fading so quickly that he wasn't able to call on Shiro's regeneration. Luckily, the hollow acted on his own, taking possession of Ichigo's body and flooding it with his power to the point he turned into his full hollow form, the potent regeneration kicking in just in time to avoid having his body was about to fall apart in two separate pieces. Still, even as his conscience slowly fought to claw its way out of the pain, Ichigo couldn't help but realize that he'd just nearly been destroyed, if Shiro hadn't acted of his own initiative, and so promptly as well, with Ichigo not having any instinctive resistance up to being taken over. Aizen's strike would have ended the fight right there. It was terrifying. And his fear only grew as, suddenly, Aizen was standing in front of him. How had he moved so quickly? He'd covered the entire room in less than a heatbeat, faster than any use of Shunpo he'd seen before, but not, he realized suddenly, faster than Sonido. Aizen had gained visored powers somehow. That flash of insight was still much too slow to counter Aizen as he placed his hand against Ichigo's chest, touching it only with his fingertips. The moment they made contact, Ichigo found his entire body paralyzed as the other man said, idly, sadly, even with my superior ability, I still need to be touching my target to apply a Kaido-type Kido. On the other hand, when I need to gesture to apply one of them, I can use dozens at once. Observe. Then, Ichigo's heart exploded in his chest. He would have staggered, if his body could move, and probably died in an excruciatingly long and yet unstoppable process, if Shiro hadn't immediately gone to work to rebuild the destroyed Oran. Aizen frowned, and then other organs all over Ichigo's body started to suffer the same fate his heart had, and he could feel his hollow's regeneration straining to cover all of it, when his opponent snidely said, "You won't be able to put yourself back together faster than I can tear your body apart." Ichigo knew he was correct. Aizen was going to overpower Shiro, and there was nothing that Ichigo, himself, could do to prevent it. Luckily, Ichigo wasn't alone. Zanjutsu took control of himself, forcibly dragging Ichigo's arm along as it attempted to hit Aizen. The paralysis prevented that, but Ichigo, in a moment of inspiration, drew away so much Ryutsu from his Zanpakuto to make it pencil-sized, so that the sword's own ability to control its own movement was barely enough to let it spin over Ichigo's fingers to aim its tip at Aizen, and then Ichigo returned the borrowed Ryutsu to it with interest, causing the blade to grow to the size of a person. In an instant, cutting Aizen in two. The moment it did, the explosions inside Ichigo's body stopped and the paralysis dissipated. He would have collapsed to the ground, but Zanjutsu's tip was embedded into the ground, so the weapon acted as a crutch and kept him proper up while Shiro repaired his body enough for Ichigo to recover enough to be able to stand on his own 2 feet. It also allowed him to keep his head up, so that he could see that Aizen had somehow dodged backwards before being split in two. Which didn't make sense, because he'd been under the effect of the Kido until the moment the sword had struck. If Aizen had dodged before the sword hit, the Kido should have stopped affecting him some fractions of a second before the strike. He was in a bad enough condition that Aizen noticed, and so he explained, in an amused tone. When I leave an Yuzut semi-clone behind imbued with Kido, that includes Kido affecting other people. Ichigo grimaced. That meant that Aizen could strike and then dodge while his attack continued to function, allowing his enemy to strike and move at the same time. He would need to be even more careful, but at least now he was aware of it, and could counter it, with Sonido, probably. Which was going to hurt a lot, with his body barely being held together by Shiro as it was, but it would be worth it if he could manage to stay ahead of his enemy. He straightened, raising Zanjutsu to a guard position and moving a foot forward as he went into a guard stance, only to almost slip as he found the floor slick. Glancing down, he saw he was standing in a pool of blood, and it took him a moment to realize that the blood was his own, from when Aizen had nearly bisected him. Noticed, have you? I really should thank you, for having helped unlock the last seal on the throne. Ichigo glared and commented, his determination strong enough to infect the riot so that was radiating from him and causing it to crack the pavement around him. I'm going to keep you from making that matter in any way. Aizen raised an eyebrow at that, clearly not intimidated in the slightest. Will you? Yes. His opponent looked him over, then sighed and commented. I'll admit you proved more resilient than expected, but that hardly indicates an ability to defeat me. That being said, defeating you would likely be tedious enough. I'd rather avoid having to do it. We could come at an agreement, you know? After all, I know you better than anybody else, Ichigo. Aizen then raised a hand to his face and, to Ichigo's horror, his enemy's face transitioned to look like his mom for a moment, before going back to Aizen's own look. How? Eren Nero. He must be the hollow Aizen linked with to become a Vizard. Shiro's words allowed Ichigo to collect himself, but he was still shaken at Aizen's little trick, and the captain clearly knew it as he took advantage of it to say, in a gentle tone. We don't need to fight each other, Ichigo. Even if we assume that you're right about this being all about my ego and ruling over everything, rather than fixing the world, which you are not, why does it matter to you? Why should you care about people you've never met? Aizen frowned, as if the very concept was absurd, then shook his head and went on with his spiel. I can create a world where all the people you care about are safe and sound. Instead of making them love my new world, I'll just remove any memory or knowledge about the existence of myself or the spiritual realm, make a small paradise where you can leave with them without worries. Since I'm bringing back those who I had to kill to achieve my goals anyway, bringing your mother back to you alongside the rest would hardly be a problem. I have many of her memories here in my mind, and with the throne, I can recover the rest and rebuild her just like that. He snapped his fingers to emphasize his words, then went on to conclude his speech in a very matter-of-fact tone, his gaze locked with Ichigo's, eyes shining with the intensity of his resolve. And if that's not enough, just tell me what is it that you want, what your ideal world would be like, and I'll give it to you. Everything you ever wanted could be yours, if instead of putting yourself through all this pain, instead of fighting against somebody who you can't possibly hope to defeat, you'll just stand by and let me do as I wish. Ichigo grit his teeth and bit back angrily. As if I'd ever believe you, you would promise anything to get your way, but once the power is in your hand, you will not keep any of those promises, and just do whatever you want. The former Shinigami smiled, looking pleased. It is wise of you not to trust easily, but in this case, no trust will be necessary. Since you're a Vizard, you can get into contact with the throne along with me. I can let you watch as I use its power, you'll be able to check and ensure that I keep my word. You don't need to trust me to get what you want, let me finish what I started, and I will create a world that fulfill your every wish. Aizen extended his hand toward Ichigo, offering it to him in a welcoming gesture, and he stared at it, as he truly thought about his offer. The man wasn't wrong, that Ichigo had never wanted to be a hero. He might occasionally help those who crossed his path and needed a hand, but that wasn't the sort of proactive action that a hero took. After all, helping when people were in need right in front of you and offering a hand cost you very little was just being a decent person. Of course, he had defied all of Soul Society to rescue Rukia, but that was different too. Rukia was his friend, not some random stranger. Doing everything in your power to help a friend, even when it was hard and required you to suffer some hardship to do it, was just what friendship was about. But renouncing a perfect world, renouncing the chance to get his mother back, and possibly even save everybody else who'd fallen in this whole war, if Aizen truly was willing to fulfill his every wish, refusing all of that, because it would be better for people he'd never seen before, who might as well not exist as far as he was concerned. That did sound like it was an actual, real sacrifice for no real gain. He had nothing to gain, and everything to lose, by refusing the offer. He stared at Aizen's still extended hand, then took a step forward, and Zanjutsu fell, the Zanpakuto striking so fast it nearly severed the hand. As it was, Aizen managed to remove it, but not to avoid having it split in two down the middle, the long cut going from between the middle and ring fingers all the way to the wrist. Ichigo could feel hot tears streaming down his cheek, and his vision go a bit blurry, but that didn't matter. He could use his spiritual senses to fight, it wasn't going to be an issue. Still, he had to give his answer to Aizen, so he said, managing to keep himself from sobbing in the middle of it. The world I wish for, is a world without you in it. Aizen turned toward him a furious scowl, his hand glowing gold as he used Aikido to stitch it together, and answered, his tone suddenly dark and dripping with anger. I offer you in hand, and you spit in my face? I've had it with you, Kurosaki, since you're not interested in having me give them a perfect life. I want you to know that I'll torture every single person you ever cared about in the most atrocious manners imaginable before erasing them from existence so completely that nobody will even remember they ever existed. You, however, won't get to see it, because your existence ends right now. On the last word, a golden cage rose around Ichigo, which he recognized as Aikido Rukia had used once against the Grand Fisher, something she'd explained would annihilate anything caught into the box, which was itself indestructible, and the structure formed so far that, before he could even attempt to dodge, it was already impossible to do so. However, as he saw himself be caged, a memory flashed through his mind and, in the time of a heartbeat, he slammed his palm against the cage's wall and black Ryotsu erupted from it, enveloping the cage and disintegrating it in a sickly green glow. Aizen stared at the sight, while Ichigo looked at him with a grin that was at least half elation and a desperate glee at survival. Don't you know? It's impossible to trap somebody who knows Gran Rei Zero, Ulquiorra taught me that. And, without waiting for an answer, he swung his black sword, sending a cutting Getsuga Tensho in the shape of a crescent blade straight at Aizen's surprised face. His opponent still managed to raise a Kido shield against it, the blade of black Ryotsu shattering against it with a sound like a gong, but for the first time since stepping into this room, Ichigo felt like he could make it, like he had a chance to actually win. On a whim, remembering something Orium had told him once, he enlisted Shiro's help to imbue that feeling into the Getsuga Tensho he unleashed after the first, and while it too shattered against Aizen's shield, when it did it released a flash of light so bright that, had Ichigo not been expecting it, it would have left him bedazzled and confused. And Aizen had not been expecting it. He followed up immediately by extending Zanjutsu's blade, the sharpened Zanpakuto punching through the shield like it wasn't even there and embedding itself into the wall as a blinking Aizen managed to step to the side at the last moment. Ichigo pressed on, stealing an idea from Jin by having Zanjutsu shrink so that the sword dragged him toward its tip, the movement so fast it gave him vertigo, but also managing to surprise Aizen. Ichigo passed control to Shiro who swung Getsuga down, while he used the reprieve to use his Quincy abilities to create a few dozen rods just a fraction of a second before Aizen used a backwards Sonido to get out of the way, which resulted in the former captain slamming into it, and being still in close enough that he wasn't able to fully evade Shiro's Getsuga Tensho. Of course, the man relied on his Hakyuda Kido combo to stop the glancing blow, but the blade of Dark Ryotsu acquired a dark red glow just as it slammed into him, carving through the defense and causing Aizen to fall to his knees, needing a hand to hold himself up even as he bled profusely from the carved hole where one of his lungs would have been. Ichigo went for the killing blow, but a giant golden sphere the size of a bowl slammed into him and sent him crashing into the wall, pinning him just long enough to let a multitude of tiny golden beam slams scour his body from all sides. Then the sphere disappeared, causing him to fall to the ground, except a golden disc had been set on top of it and, the moment Ichigo slammed into it, the Kido exploded, blasting him back into the wall with enough strength he left a crater into it. Aizen stalked forward, his composure gone, he looked disheveled, sweating profusely from pain and exertion, and a rictus of rage marred his features. His chest was already nearly sealed, with what was clearly hollow regeneration to Ichigo's eyes, rather than the Kido he'd used to heal his hand. Said hand was raised above his head, black Ryotsu gathering into it and casting the former captain in a eerily green glow as the man said, in a furious tone. You think yourself clever, little kid? I have had it with your pathetic efforts at slowing down. I absorbed one of my espada, anything they could do I know how to replicate as well. This ends now. Aizen lowered his hand in a quick motion, and Ichigo used Sonido to launch himself forward, Shiro dropping Getsuga to the ground as he reached forward with his hand just as Aizen let the Gran Rei Zero fly, reaching toward it and turning it back into a normal Zero barely a moment before it slammed into Ichigo's arm, annihilating it to the shoulder. The shock was almost enough to leave the three of them stunned, but with Aizen stumbling backwards in confusion, Ichigo didn't hesitate, taking all the Apen into himself so that Shiro could keep control and draw on Zanjutsu's reserves to instantaneously release his fully transformed form and open his maw to fire off a Gran Rei Zero of his own from it. The beam missed, while they were very close to Aizen. It wasn't point-blank range, and Aizen's stumbling backward had ended with the Shinigami falling onto his ass to the ground, so the beam went high, striking the ceiling above the throne. A large portion of the ceiling disappeared in a flash of green light, and then a rumble, like an earthquake, heralded the descent of a truly titanic amount of stones as, Ichigo realized with dread, the entire Soul Palace collapsed on top of them, only to be stopped by a suddenly appearing platform of golden light, the larger and thicker Ichigo had ever seen, structured like a dozen of reinforced night shields chained together and then laid horizontally, the construct holding back the weight of the entire collapsing structure all by itself. Are you mad? Do you have any idea what could happen if you hit the throne by accident? Aizen had gotten back to his feet, his eyes wide in an expression that seemed to equally mix fury and fear. He was also lightly bleeding from his temple, yet Ichigo hadn't struck him there. It took him a moment to realize that the effort the former Shinigami was putting into maintaining the barrier was what had caused the wound to open, from the sheer stress. Seeing that, he found the strength to get back to his feet, although the fact his arm was still only just a stump, even in the fully transformed form, Shiro's regeneration would take time to regenerate something like that, made him stumble a bit. Still, that did nothing to stop him from grinning, and considering he was now fully transformed, he knew that had to be one scary sight to behold. I suppose that your plan would be dashed to shreds, wouldn't it? No, you moron, you would risk awakening the most powerful Minos Grande to ever exist in the middle of Soul Society, or worse, cause it to explode. It could annihilate everything for hundreds of miles. It's a miracle by itself that I managed to stop the collapse, but that will not last. I need you to stop fighting me for long enough to find a way to keep everything from collapsing on us. Ichigo frowned. He was pretty sure that the fact that his plan would become impossible was the only reason Aizen was this furious. He certainly didn't seem to care about anybody's life. Besides, he had no way to know that Aizen wasn't lying, and merely trying to get him to lower his guard. Still, he couldn't risk the lives that would be lost if Aizen was being honest, so he was about to agree to the ceasefire when Zanjitsu's voice suddenly made itself heard in his mind, its tone firm and full of determination. You don't need to agree to this deal. With my Shikai, and your ability to enlarge my size, we can stop this avalanche together, ensure no harm comes to the throne. We don't need him to keep everybody safe, we can do it on our own, nothing good can come of compromising with somebody like him. Ichigo could feel his own body grow lighter from the relief of that reassurance, then turned his attention back to Aizen. I don't think I'll do that, instead, I think I'll finish you off right now, and then stop the collapse from damaging the throne by myself. It seems a much better approach, don't you agree? Aizen's expression turned into one of pure hatred, and Ichigo felt the air shudder as a multitude of golden light drills like the one that had struck him before started to crisscross the room. Dodging them all was not going to be feasible, so Ichigo didn't even try, instead letting Shiro temporarily stop from regenerating him to unleash a blinding barrage of a dozen Zero, the attack annihilating the Kido to Aizen's shock, and opening a straight path to him. Ichigo flung himself with Sonido, and Aizen proved that his claims of being locked down by the need to maintain his Kido was a lie, as he used a Sonido himself to dodge, and then inclined the shield so that it turned into a slide directed straight at Ichigo, the avalanche ready to slam into him. He stabbed Zanjitsu into the ground, enlarging the sword so that it acted as a bulwark, absorbing the titanic impact of the incredible amount of stones slamming against it. When the pressure finally stopped mounting, and Ichigo shrunk his Zanpakuto back, taking in the room. About half of it was filled with stones, but the throne was untouched, and Aizen looked annoyed that Ichigo had stopped the attack. He was clearly about to unleash some other Kido on him, but Ichigo took the smallest amount of the kinetic energy his Shikai had just collected and slammed it into the ground with a stomp, causing a small localized quake that made Aizen stumble. Ichigo flung himself forward with Sonido. Aizen used Ho-Ho to let Zanjitsu's blade go through his body without hurting him, but Ichigo still slammed into him into a midair shoulder check, and let out just another drop of his collected kinetic energy and sent Aizen flying. The man created a platform behind himself to stop his flight and reorient his footing, but before he could hit it, Ichigo unleashed all of the riot Shiro could afford, flooding the air, and caused the area between Aizen and the shield to turn elastic, causing the Shinigami to bounce off of it and straight into a punch that contained all of the remaining avalanche power and sent Aizen falling to the ground while leaving behind a cloud of his own blood, slamming into the concrete hard enough to leave a crater into it with a spiderweb of cracks spreading out of it. Ichigo took a breath, which made him realize how dense the Ryotsu truly was around him. Between the baseline spiritual realm concentration, the staggering amount leaking from the throne, and the huge amounts he himself and Aizen had been throwing around, he remembered Chad's words about the ease of using Fullbring in the spiritual realm, and then, in a flash of inspiration based upon remembering Rukia's trick with freezing the air in her wake, he used Sonido to dive to the ground, dragging the enormous amounts of Ryotsu behind himself and slamming them into the ground with enough power he could almost feel the floor pulse from the sheer infusion of it. With that done, a flick of his wrist was all that was needed to make the floor under Getsuga not merely bouncy, but actually flex on its own, sending the black sword flying into his newly reformed arm. It was currently still only a skeleton, but he could coat it in Hakuda and use that to move it. Then he turned his gaze onto Aizen. The former Shinigami was using his hollow regeneration and his Kido healing in combination, and even with that he looked like a husk, with his entire body bruised, bleeding, and looking like nearly every bone in it had been not just broken but shattered. Ichigo suspected it would take him at least a full minute to recover in full, even though the fact he could do it at all was shocking by itself, because Ichigo didn't think he would have been able to. Still, his eyes were fine and were burning with furious hatred, and he was clearly more than ready to keep going. So, Ichigo turned the floor under Aizen's feet into quicksand, while swinging his black blade to send Getsuga Tensho after Getsuga Tensho at the Shinigami, his skeletal arm moving quicker as he borrowed another trick from Ulquiorra, using repulsive Hakuda the way the fourth Espada had used Sonido to cause the arm to move, if not at the speed of sound, still far faster than Ichigo could normally swing. For his own, round shields of golden light blossomed around Aizen, easily deflecting the Getsuga, but Shiro had filled these ones with their shared determination, so they maintained cohesion upon bouncing back, and Ichigo used Fullbring to turn the air elastic again, making the blades bounce back toward Aizen. The man's reflexes were astounding, the shields popping into existence at the precise angles to keep him from getting struck, but Ichigo hadn't stopped swinging either, so the number of black blades kept multiplying. It was only a matter of time before Aizen was either struck or surrounded in so many shields as to be effectively trapped. The man realized this himself, as suddenly the shields disappeared and he flung himself at Ichigo with Sonido again, but Ichigo had expected something like this, using Fullbring to turn the air between them almost as solid as stone, while having Zanjutsu aimed so that, the moment Aizen stopped against the solid air, he could just impale him to the ground. He just needed to keep the man still long enough to slam a Gran Ray Zero into him, and then the battle would be over. Aizen did not stop when he slammed into the hardened air, however, instead smashing through it as his body glowed gold, so Zanjutsu's stab missed, and then Ichigo felt the man slam into him, and it was like being stabbed by thousands of blades at once. It took him a moment to understand that Aizen had shaped his Hakuda into an armor covered in spikes and cutting edges, and then reinforced it with Kido shields which, apparently, were much tougher than any form of empowered Hakuda he'd seen before. Ichigo braced for another attempt by Aizen to make him explode from within, while Shiro gathered Ryotsu to take advantage of being in close contact to use Gran Ray Zero, but instead Aizen turned and slammed him into the ground, causing their focus to flicker. Ichigo himself was surprised Aizen was strong enough to actually do that. Still, he rolled back on his feet, the slightly elastic floor helping him up. He made the ground slippery so Aizen wouldn't be able to hit him, but the man surprised him again by charging without slowdown, and in the heartbeat it took Ichigo to realize the man had created thin Kido shields just a hair above the ground to provide him support while avoiding the effect Ichigo's use of Fullbring had on the floor. Aizen struck with a flat palm strike at his belly, stealing his breath for just a moment. Aizen used that moment to fire a Kido grenade from his hand at point-blank range, the explosion on impact being amplified as Aizen's hand glowed gold with a shield that reflected the explosion back, and Ichigo was sent flying, he realized, toward the open maw of the Minos Grande that was the throne. Shiro and Zanjutsu saved him, each directing one of his arms to stab the sword into the ground and stopping him from charging, at least until a Sonido flung Aizen slammed into him, his hands covered in sharpened Hakuda reinforced with Kido to the point they looked like claws, which sank into his shoulders, ensuring Aizen's grip. Then the man growled, his voice barely understandable with the ruined state his body was in. "You've wasted enough of my time. We both know that you're not going to beat me, you're just buying time for somebody who can to make it here, softening me up for them. Well, I'm done with that. If I need to drag you along when I use the throne, so be it. Not like you'll be able to do much but be destroyed by it anyway." Then Aizen used Sonito again, so powerfully that he ripped Ichigo out of the ground, dragging his swords along with him, and slammed them both into one of the nostrils that acted as armrests for the throne. The pain was sharp, but before Ichigo could even finish experiencing it, he felt something massively powerful sink a hook into the core of his being, and then he felt himself being dragged into something so incomprehensible, he lost control of all of his senses. When he regained it, he was suspended into what looked like a gigantic whirlpool of darkness. It felt like he was floating inside it, yet as he stood, he could feel solid ground under his feet. It took him a moment to notice that he was now back into his human form, his clothes intact and all of his wounds gone, and then to suddenly feel a pit opening at the bottom of his stomach as he realized he couldn't sense the comforting presences of Shiro and Zanjitsu anymore, and that he wasn't carrying either of the two swords, although interestingly enough he still had Kyoka Suijutsu at his belt, still sheathed in the Reishi scabbard. Before he could panic, a reassuring hand was placed on his left shoulder, a voice he was by now used to saying with confidence. "It's just a mindscape, don't let it affect you unduly, we're old hands at this by now." Ichigo let out a breath of relief at Shiro's words, and a moment later, Zanjitsu was at his other side, adding with similar confidence, "We'll make it through this together, just like we have every other time." Amusing. Ichigo sighed, and turned in the direction the words had come from, to find Aizen there. The man looked immaculate, the way he had when Ichigo had first entered the throne room, and was looking at a large cylindrical item that took Ichigo a moment to recognize as Eren Nero's strange helmet. Aizen looked up from the item to Ichigo, and raised it in his hand as he explained. "See, when he turned into an Eren car, Eren Nero decided to make this helmet the Oken, sealing away his power. I find it amusing that, whereas your sword and hollow appear to have a body for themselves, this pitiless creature can only manage to manifest himself as a powerless item. Such a pathetic creature." Aizen shook his head, then secured the helmet to his belt, and opened his arms in a welcoming manner, before moving to gesture to the vast maelstrom around them which, now that Ichigo was paying attention to it, was wreaking a threatening sense of destruction not unlike what could be felt from a sharpened Zanpakuto. "So, what do you think of it? Take a moment to take in the view, to feel the power pulsating through this place. Doesn't it make you feel like a god, to know that, by staying here, we can command this power to do our bidding?" Ichigo did not. In fact, the only thing he felt was worry. The power surrounding them was huge, yes, greater than any other Ichigo had ever experienced before, but it was also deeply malevolent. It didn't make him feel powerful, it made him feel extremely small and weak. Even if he were somehow able to command something this powerful, he'd spend the entire time terrified that he'd slip and be crushed by the burden, or destroy everything by misusing it. Nobody in their right mind would wish such power. He looked at the glint in Aizen's eyes, and he knew that arguments of that sort weren't going to sway the man any, so instead he mustered his anger and countered. Are you still trying to bribe me into letting you do whatever you want?" Aizen's expression turned haughty at that. "I don't need you to let me do anything, I can do anything I like." Aizen spread his arms wide, and a very familiar orb of swirling darkness appeared in front of him. The Hujioka was hovering in midair, yet it was unmistakably tied to Aizen wool. Ichigo could feel the strength of the connection. It took him a moment to realize that it was being held afloat by Aizen's own Ryutsu, shaped into hands with Hakuta yet kept barely visible so that the man could do some grandstanding. Aizen waited until Ichigo's attention moved from his weapon to the man himself, and then his smile turned cruel. "Besides, I already told you what I'm going to do to everything you love, make them suffer as much as you can imagine. The only difference is that you'll get to watch, since you're such an obstinate cockroach. Maybe seeing what I've planned to them will be enough to break this obnoxious stubborn stretch you have. It'll be fun to squash you, now that you're entirely powerless. We'll see about that." Ichigo closed his eyes, focusing on himself, and trying to bring forth his own mindscape. With them being inside and hollow and Aizen having access to the Hujioku, the battlefield was even more in the other man's advantage than it had been when he faced Jin, and he wanted to rebalance that. However, as soon as he felt the skyscrapers rising from the ground around him, the black vortex around them howled with the fury of a million voices, and suddenly the intensity at which it was swirling multiplied, and Ichigo felt the skyscrapers being ripped from the ground and dragged into the furious maelstrom. The pain came immediately afterward, as if an incandescent rake was being run through his flesh and bones, and his control over his inner mind was stolen against his will. The force was so overpowering that Ichigo felt himself start to be grabbed, to be dragged along and be shredded into the vorticating winds, but then a firm grip dragged him back, and when Ichigo opened his eyes, panting on his knees, he saw that Zanjutsu was holding firmly onto him, the Zanpakuto keeping him from being dragged in. He also saw streams of what was clearly dark acid, the long burn marks its contact had left visible on his skin, being drained away from his form and toward Shiro's own hand. The hollow seemed to take in the acid without pain, and then vent it from his body in the form of a black mist that was reabsorbed into the swirling darkness. The burn mark slowly disappeared as the last of the acid was drained away, and then Ichigo staggered back to his feet, accompanied by Aizen's mocking laughter. The former Shinigami had apparently been observing Ichigo, and commented, amused. "You truly thought you could take control of the throne with nothing more than your own willpower? That's truly pathetic, especially when you didn't even have the strength to keep yourself from being swallowed, and needed to rely on your sword to do it for you." Aizen scoffed, as if the idea that having to rely on somebody like that disgusted him, completely ignoring the fact that, thanks to the help, Ichigo was still unconsumed when he wouldn't have been otherwise, and went on to add, in a more satisfied tone. "Still, it's good to see that my supposition was correct, and that a connection to an hollow is required to filter away the destructive effect that channeling the throne's Ryutsu would have on a Shinigami. You have my thanks for being such a willing experimental subject, and providing a proof of concept for me to now improve and iterate upon. Now watch, child, what a truly unbreakable will looks like." As soon as Aizen was done speaking, with no other visible indicator, tendrils of darkness suddenly ripped themselves apart from the primary mass of darkness, and charged toward Aizen, revealing themselves to be each the size of a train as they each were diverted toward the Hujioku. The darkness exploded the moment it struck the small sphere, with furious arcs of black lightning erupting from it and lashing all over their surroundings, although as majority of them struck Aizen directly. He grimaced, as each second of contact caused portions of him to melt, but then he grit his teeth, the muscles of his neck tensing, and the darkness was forced direct from his body, forcibly directed toward the helmet dangling at his belt. The darkness visibly sputtered and struggled to enter the item when it reached it, but Aizen roared, "You'll bend to my will, worthless slave, just like everything else." And, with a visible shudder, he managed to force Eren Nero to act as a filter for him the way Shiro had for Ichigo. Aizen sagged a bit, panting, after the last of the darkness had left his body, but then stood up and grinned. The Hujioka was still hovering in front of him, drawing darkness in, and any that escaped was redirected into a constant stream flowing into Eren Nero's helmet, leaving Aizen himself once again looking completely unmarred. Then he said, sounding incredibly gleeful, "I did it. I've won. I've won. The entirety of reality is now mine to shape, to fit my vision. I've won. How about no?" Aizen raised an eyebrow, turning his attention to him as Ichigo started to advance toward the man, and then said, in a smug tone, "Truly? You still think yourself fit to stop me? How, when you have no power?" It was Ichigo's turn to raise an eyebrow at that, as to his left, Zanjutsu raised a replica of his own Shikai form, while to his right, Shiro raised Getsuga. As for Ichigo himself, he called forth on Uriu's lessons once again, and a glowing sword of blue Reishi formed in his hand, although this time, he took the time to put a little bit of effort into it, so that, instead of the rough and simple creation with barely an edge he normally formed when using his Quincy abilities, it was instead a far better shaped blade, with the handle and crossguard of Getsuga but the blade shaped like Zanjutsu's Shikai, the glowing blue Reishi firm and clear instead of the flickering thing his Reishi creations normally were. In a sense, it felt silly, that this was the best he'd ever managed to do with the very small skill he had in using Quincy techniques, but on the other hand, it also felt strangely right, that the one time he actually managed something actually nice to look at, instead of barely functional, it was when giving himself a sword to fight Aizen fashioned out of Zanjutsu's and Getsuga's shape. The perfect representation of the full sum of his powers, manifested in his mindscape in physical form, to use against the ultimate enemy. Aizen didn't seem to appreciate the symbolism, merely looking annoyed as he commented, "Swords? That's all that you can bring to bear? You're capable of bringing things here, in some manner I don't understand, and the best you can do with it is give yourself a sword. Ichigo didn't bother explaining anything to the man, he wouldn't understand anyway, likely, and instead just said, raising the new blade in a guard position. For taking down you, my swords are all that's required. Aizen frowned, then glanced at Zanjitsu and Shiro, and said in a deadpan tone. Right, your swords. The dark one is the Hollow's Oaken, isn't it? I should have figured it out. He then waved his hand, and went on. Not that it matter anyway. Those pathetic things won't be enough to harm me. You keep saying that, let's see if it's actually true. Ichigo, Zanjitsu, and Shiro all charged as one, and Aizen sighed, placing a hand to his temple, while he absent-mindedly waved the other one. The Hujioku pulsed, and then the darkness under their feet erupted into swirling tornadoes. The sheer power of them was enough to blast both him and Shiro backwards, but Zanjitsu dragged them both, slamming into one of them and powering through it by absorbing its power within himself. Aizen frowned at the sight, and suddenly the tornadoes turned sharp, the winds ravaging their flesh so quickly Ichigo could feel himself and Zanjitsu being whittled to the bone, but then Shiro was there, flooding them with his power, regenerating their wounds so that they could press forward against the blender of winds. Still, their mere physical power wasn't enough, but then Ichigo remembered the Fullbringer perception technique, to send out a pulse of Ryutsu, and repurposed it as a weapon by charging it with the kinetic energy Zanjitsu had absorbed, which struck the whirlwinds Aizen had created, dispersing them and even hitting the man himself, causing him to lightly stagger backwards, shock on his features. The three of them immediately pounced, with Zanjitsu circling around from the left, Shiro using Sonido to shot himself in the air and fall from above, while Ichigo himself charged straight ahead. Aizen roared in fury, and dozens of black tendrils erupted from the Hujioku, slapping Shiro and Zanjitsu away before converging onto Ichigo, wrapping around his body and stopping him with the tip of his weapon just a millimeter from Aizen's cheek. The man grinned and said, back to his arrogant tone. You truly thought you had a chance, didn't you? Here, I am as a god. In answer to that, Ichigo used the Ryutsu in his hand to let his weapon slid forward in a sudden strike, like a shot projectile. Aizen barely managed to twist his head out of the way before the blade could take his eyes, but with the distance being as small as it was, it still left a thin, bleeding cut under his eyes. Aizen brought a hand to it, disbelieving, and Ichigo shot back. Gods don't bleed, you are just a man desperate to satisfy his own ego. Ichigo saw the fury in Aizen's eyes despite the man attempt to maintain a calm facade, so he added, holding his gaze. Besides, if a god showed up, wanting to do what you're trying to, then it deserved to be dead, and we'd be ready to kill it. The slap was unexpected, and Ichigo found himself with his cheek stinging as Aizen said, tremendously angry. Why do you keep fighting me? Recognize my power, damn you. In answer, Ichigo felt the blood in his mouth from the slap, and then spat it into Aizen's face, before telling the man, letting his disgust for him show. Power? You have no power. You have strength, sure enough, but real power is the ability to get people to do what you want. Strength is a way to do that, I guess, but it only works when people would rather not face your strength than do what they would prefer. The power that brought me here was my desire to save my friends and stop you, and against that power, your strength is meaningless, and holds no power over me. I'll keep fighting you even past my own death, if that's what it'll take to stop you. Aizen looked genuinely disbelieving, then snarled. We'll see if you're truly that unbreakable after you've seen me inflicit endless tortures on all those that you love. I'll keep you here for millennia if necessary, but I swear I'm going to break you. The man then raised an hand, and said in a commanding tone. And now witness, as I rewrite reality itself. I, who have control over your power, command you, throne of heaven, connect me to all that you're connected to, that I might rewrite their existence into anything I desire. The swirling vortex of darkness around suddenly started to flash with bright blue lightning, and the stream of dark energy flowing from the Hujioku into Eren Nero's helmet suddenly went haywire, tripling in intensity and slamming into Aizen, causing the man to stagger. He grimaced, redirecting more of the darkness away from himself, but it was clear that he was needing to do it constantly now, as each new flash of blue lightning caused a new disrupt in the floor of darkness. It also caused figures to appear, ghostly apparitions that seemed to multiply as the frequency of the lightning increased. Some looked like people, other like places, and more complex ones like small scenes, each composed of a multitude of see-through overlapping images which were all just minimally different from each other, despite being clearly portraying the same thing. Whenever Ichigo tried to focus on one, it sent a spike of pain through his mind, as even the simplest of them, like trees or rocks, looking like complex multifaceted tesseract of an infinity of near-identical iteration of themselves. He quickly stopped trying to catch more than a glimpse of any of them, although he could tell just from the blue light of the thunderbolts that the frequency at which they were appearing was continuing to increase, soon enough reaching the point that it seemed to be surrounded by a stroboscopic blue show. He glanced at Aizen, and saw that the man was bleeding lightly from his eyes, nose, and ears, his muscles tense enough Ichigo could see the veins in relief over the skin. He was muttering to himself, things like, "So if I change this, no, why is that changing too? I said I want that to stay the same, they're not supposed to be angry about that, I said that one, not this one, and, stop fighting me, you dimwit, you're making this harder," the latter said with a glare to the helmet at his side which, Ichigo noticed, had grown from its normally white color to almost pitch black, and the flow of darkness into it was far slower, proceding in stops and starts that clearly indicated the hollow hadn't stopped fighting Aizen. Then the air around them started to vibrate, or rather, Ichigo realized, the dark tendrils holding him trapped were shaking. He couldn't figure what the cause of it was until Zanjitsu, trapped at his left, said in a choked tone. "The connection is, it's fraying, that shouldn't be possible, the kind of strain he must be forcing it through." Ichigo didn't feel particularly surprised. Aizen had forced the connection to the throne, and Ichigo could easily remember the difference in trying to use the Hujioku to force Shiro to do his bidding, compared to having the Hollow's willing cooperation. The former had been far harder and required constant effort on his part, which wasn't really conducive to achieving the connection's full potential. Not that Aizen seemed to be achieving any potential at all, his eyes were flickering with a blue glow from the reflected lightning around them. He didn't look any closer to actually enacting any of the changes he wanted to, and his ability to funnel the darkness away from himself at the same time was visibly deteriorating, enough that, Ichigo saw, the latest strand let an acidic burn mark on him. Aizen let out a scream of pain, then shouted, grabbing the helmet and shouting at it. "Stop getting in the way. I'm nearly there, but your interference keeps setting me back." Ichigo scoffed. He was pretty sure that, while Eren Nero's refusal to cooperate was hampering Aizen, the real problem was that rewriting reality the way he was required an amount of focus he could not achieve, no matter how hard he tried. The sound drew Aizen's attention, and he then shouted to the helmet in his hand, in a furious tone. "Here. I'll feed this damned cockroach to you, just stop fighting me." And, in a furious fit, Aizen swung the helmet at Ichigo's head, as if making contact in that way could somehow allow the sealed espada to eat him. Maybe it could, but if so, Ichigo had no intention of finding out. With a flex of his focus, he created a jagged dagger in the air right between his face and the helmet, so that Aizen's swing smashed Eren Nero's sealed form straight into it, causing it to crack open. The moment it did, darkness erupted, blasting Aizen backwards. Meanwhile, the helmet started to flicker, the dark energy around it almost taking a humanoid shape before dispersing, the process repeating as Eren Nero clearly failed to give himself a full body, but still trying. Aizen roared as the darkness started to slowly consume his body in acid burns, but he fought it off, golden glow rising to his skin to help him stave off the effects, although it was clearly just a holding back measure. He tried to reach for the helmet, but it rolled slightly out of the way, and seeing this, Ichigo helped by forcing his Ryutsu to make the air thicker, his effort slowing Aizen's grasping fingers just enough that he missed. That caused the man to turn a spiteful glance toward him, and Ichigo said, with a glare. "I told you, no matter what it takes, I'm going to keep you from achieving what you want." Aizen's pupil shrunk to pinpricks in his rage, and he suddenly stalked toward Ichigo, grabbing his face and paralyzing him, the golden glow of his body mixing with the blue lightning from their surroundings combining to make Aizen look genuinely nightmarish as he shouted in a shrill voice. "I've had it with your defiance. If I can't achieve the change I want, then I'll just change things at random, and let's see if you like the results." Ichigo's eyes widened in disbelief at his enemy's bout of vengeful pettiness, his willingness to cause who know how much destruction just because he couldn't get his way, and, as if to prove he wasn't bluffing, Aizen smiled in an unhinged way as the ghostly images surrounding them started to flicker and twist, glowing red, and Ichigo tried desperately to find a way to stop him, even as the vibrations of the tendril holding him started to grow strong enough to emit a keeping sound while slowly sawing into his flesh at the same time. And that was when he heard a thin voice, reedy and weak and yet filled with determination. "Let me free to take back what is mine, unsheath me." It was the last two words which allowed Ichigo to understand where the voice was coming from. Of course, he wasn't able to move right now, but then, he hardly needed to, for this. Instead, all he needed was a flick of his will to make the scabbard at his belt dissolve, like any Quincy-created item could be, and Kyoka Suijutsu suddenly was free, the broken blade hovering for a moment at his side. Then, it started to fall, but before it could reach the ground, it struck into one of the dark tendrils, the broken blade sinking into it to the hilt. The moment it did, the pitch of the keening sound suddenly changed, and Aizen's eyes widened in genuine, bone-deep terror, before a sound like a paper being ripped in two echoed throughout the maelstrom, and then the tendrils holding Ichigo trapped exploded. Aizen was blasted away, the power leaving him devastated. He tried to get back to his feet, but he then staggered, and Ichigo could see as torrents of Ryotsu were ripped away from the former Shinigami, flowing to the form of Kyoka Suijutsu, whose blade was slowly growing more complete, even while Aizen's left hand was trying to claw it back. Meanwhile, the other hand was holding the Hujioku, which was no longer hovering, but the sphere was unleashing pulse after pulse of darkness that were slowly corroding Aizen's arm, the man clearly barely capable to hold on to the power. Ichigo was slowly helped back to his feet by Shiro, and while his hollow friend used their connection to heal his wounds, he tried to make sense of what was going on. Sensing his confusion, Zanjitsu, who had moved to stand by his other side, explained. "It's the connection." Aizen had to rid himself of the connection to Kyoka Suijutsu to be able to connect to the throne, because he couldn't hold two at the same time. When Kyoka Suijutsu forcibly reforged the connection between them, his focus was split beyond his ability to maintain it, and his soul was ripped apart. He can't control either connection anymore. He might be able to survive, but only as a very diminished being, unless Kyoka Suijutsu decides to keep them connected and act as a lifeline. And will it? Shiro sounded genuinely curious as he asked the question, but before Ichigo could offer his answer, the fully reformed Zanpakuto, now sporting a full blade that looked more polished silver than steel, with white waves along its length and an edge that glinted with eerie blue light, broke the connection in a sudden, extremely violent manner, as the sound was loud and comparable to a bone being snapped clean. Aizen brought one hand to his chest, over which a myriad bleeding cuts had suddenly opened, while the other hand went limp, the Hujioku rolling from his unresponsive fingers. Aizen's bloodshot eyes followed the sphere, and he made to take a step towards it, but then a grasping dark claw closed around his ankle, and Ichigo saw that Eren Nero had managed to barely gain control of enough Ryotsu for a moment to form that hand, connected with a thin tendril to his cracked helmet, where a single red eye was glinting. A dark voice came from the helmet as the hollow said, "Give me back what I'm owed." Aizen, before the darkness he'd formed into a limb was dragged back into the maelstrom, dragging both the remains of Eren Nero and Aizen's terrified form into it, where they remained visible for barely a fraction of a second, before being torn to shred and added to the mass of swirling darkness. A darkness that was still pulsating with blue and red lightning, and was also looking like it was slowly closing in on them from all sides. Zanjitsu grimaced and said, "We need to set things back to right." I don't think Aizen was able to actually impose his changes, but he seemed to have initiated the process, and it doesn't look like the throne can rever on its own. Then we'll help, but we're not just making sure none of the changes he tried to cause happen, we also need to fix things. Zanjitsu looked at Ichigo with incredulity. After you said what just happened, you want to attempt to change yourself. We must. Soul Society is a corrupt edifice built from suffering, it cannot be left as it is. Ichigo grimaced, then clarified, of course, we can't just destroy it, not when there's so many people living inside it who'd be hurt if we did. I know Rukia is going to fix things, but if we change nothing, how long will it be before another Aizen rises up? We need to change things at the foundation, so that there is no longer a way for something like this to happen. Zanjitsu seemed to accept his reasoning, but there was still a frown on the old man's face as he asked. And do you know what change to make? Of course. We'll make it so that, whenever a new hollow forms, they turn into an Eren Car on the spot. Shiro, who had been following the conversation, suddenly startled and said, surprised. But, that would make Hollow a lot more powerful than they are right now. Ichigo smiled, as he knelt and collected the Hujioku, and said, it would, but it will also free them of their hunger. How many Hollows are monsters only because they had no other way to survive? And it's not like I'm blind to the fact that a part of the never-ending warfare between Hollow and everybody else is how they are constantly hunted. Giving the persecuted ones some power back seems only fair. He stood up and looked at Shiro, and said in a confident tone. But there must be plenty of Hollow out there who, if given the chance and a way to survive without needing to cause other people suffering, will take it. I know at least one, after all. Shiro seemed contemplative at this, then commented. You realize that this won't magically turn Hollow friendly toward others, right? I know for a fact that there's plenty who are cruel to others because they enjoy it. You're risking a lot by giving them power like this. Ichigo shrugged. Maybe, but I think it's a risk worth taking. Besides, this whole situation wasn't just the result of Hollow action. The leaders were Shinigami, Quincy fought on their side, and Eren Nero confessed that Jinjo was working for him, so the Fullbringer aren't innocent either. If everybody's guilty, then I'd much rather level the playing field and restart things from a point of parity. Shiro chuckled, the dark sound somehow comforting to Ichigo. Parity. That sounds more like a tale than something real. Orium would say that making tales come true is what fighting is all about. Ichigo paused, then added. Also, the change isn't limited to turning all Hollows, present and future, into Arrancar. I also want for the Pact of Vizard to be something that people can enter or end of their own free will. We take away a reason for Hollows to be everybody's enemies, and give them a reason to work together with others, and maybe things will work out. Shiro shook his head in disbelief, then commented. You really thought this through, didn't you? They seem like small enough changes, all in all. Hollows already can become Arrancar or Vizard, and the two of us found a way to end the Vizard bond without killing either of the people involved. Making these things that can be achieved naturally instead of requiring the Hujioka really seems like something achievable. There is another problem. They both turned to Zanjitsu, and he gestured to the place around himself. The throne itself. If we leave it empty, it would still be something people would seek to use, especially now that Aizen's actions have revealed its existence to so many. We skirted so close to disaster because Soul Society's defenses were insufficient. We need some way to stop the next attempt without there needing to be a mad rush to do it. Ichigo felt the truth in Zanjitsu's words, and grimaced. He was right, they needed some way to ensure that something like this didn't happen again. He thought of all of his friends, and felt pain at the mere idea of never being able to see them again, but somebody had to do this. I'll do it. Shiro's words started Ichigo, and he turned towards the Hollow, who said, the golden lights that were his eyes glowing with determination. I have nothing to go back to, Ichigo. The new world you're creating might have a place for me, but if I'm not in it, you are the only one who will miss me. You said you wanted me to be free. Well, a part of freedom is being allowed to choose my fate. You've done for me than I ever believed any mortal could or would, now let me do this for you. Ichigo didn't hold back his tears at seeing the Hollow, who'd once been his most fearsome enemy and was now what he could only call a friend, take on a burden like this, but his voice was firm as he said. If that is truly your wish, then I'll accept it as a gift. The Hollow nodded. Good. He then paused, looking around at the maelstrom, and added, and, who knows? Maybe I have the chops to take this whole show over and ascend. Can you imagine it, if I were to straighten this lot out, get them all to line up behind me, and become the most powerful Vastolord ever to exist? Ichigo couldn't help himself from chuckling and saying, in an affectionate tone. Well, if you can manage it, I'll be glad to see what that looks like. Then he extended his hand, palm open, the Hujioka resting on top of it. Alright then, let's do it. Let's. Shiro placed his own clawed hand on top of Ichigo's and, together, they reached to the maelstrom. He could feel the connection fraying the moment he initiated it, and for a moment he felt like he was about to be split in two, but then Zanjitsu suddenly intervened. Ichigo felt the old man's hand on top of his and Shiro's, just as he felt Zanjitsu rerouting the connection between Ichigo and the throne through the connection between Ichigo and Zanjitsu himself. His whole body shook from the second-hand pain he experienced, which was just a pale reflection of what his Zanpakuto was going through, so he quickly sent his will through it, ignoring the sense of slightly sizzling that pervaded his soul as the corrosive Ryotsu of the throne coursed through him and to Shiro with barely any time to inflict damage, and focusing on the throne itself, reaching for its power the same way he usually did with Shiro's. It was nearly overwhelming, just to feel the hint of the infinite possibilities that the throne's power opened, the connection to so many different souls, but Ichigo didn't even try to dwell, instead searching for the places where Aizen had twisted the Minos Grand's power to fit his vision. It felt like running his hand through a head of hair that were full of knots, except each hair was also a cable full of enough energy to feed the whole world for a century, and there were millions of them. The sheer scale of the task almost made him buckle, but he felt Shiro's will supplementing his own, and with a long breath, he reduced his focus, until he had only one of the knots in front of himself. Then he channeled the Hujioku's power and, delicately, carefully, he undid the snare, using his ability to manipulate the current to set it back in the course it had been flowing through before Aizen forcefully twisted it out of it. He had to fight with the power of the Minos Grande itself, as it fought the manipulation much like Shiro had when he'd first tried to use it on him, but with his experience, Ichigo was able to overcome the obstacle without inflicting any further damage to the flow of Ryotsu, and finally undo the twisting of it in its entirety. And then, the strangest thing happened, the pressure from the throne suddenly abated, the sizzling on his soul nearly disappeared, and the pain Zanjitsu was feeling grew smaller enough that, when reflected back, Ichigo felt none of it. As he moved to the next knot, he felt a slight pull, and was led to it, and this time, instead of resisting him, the Minos Grande went along with the manipulation, making it that much easier for him to undo the knot. The further along he went, the easier the work became, and soon enough, Ichigo couldn't stop Himelf from chuckling. Mindless as it might be, the throne had realized that Ichigo's actions were meant to heal it and, instead of putting up a fight, it was helping him along. Soon enough, Ichigo was left with only one snarl left to untangle, although he could see this one was the biggest, most twisted one. It seemed as if Aizen had truly wanted something to happen here, and encountered enough resistance that he had kept trying. The metaphorical cables to unknot here were bulging and pulsating with energy, and even with the throne helping along, it looked like it would be very difficult to untangle this without damaging the cables. And Ichigo had a very strong suspicion that, if he caused actual damage, the backlash could be enough to annihilate him, Shiro and Zanjitsu at once. It was only a gut feeling, but considering where he was, he felt like trusting those was the smart thing to do. Curious despite himself, he focused on the particular knotted threads, trying to understand what change had been so important that Aizen had wanted so badly to see it done, and as the ghostly blue images appeared around him, he realized with a start that Aizen had tried to completely remove all hollows from existence, and stop any more from forming. He reached further, trying to trace through the connections to see what the reason was for this particular change being the one which had given Aizen the most trouble, and he'd barely tried that he felt nauseous, as the connection seemed to lead to more souls than he'd sensed when he'd tried multiple connections at once. The number was so big his mind couldn't give even a vague number to it, but the massive amount of change that would be required gave Ichigo the sense that trying to change the structure of the planet would be orders of magnitude easier than accomplish what Aizen had tried to. He let out a long breath, and then, as he worked to undo the knot, he looked for ways to put his own change into practice. He pictured what he desired, and found that the change wasn't just small. Putting it into practice would make untangling the snarl Aizen had created easier. Ichigo put the change into place, and the throne rumbled as the twisted paths were reset in a configuration different than the one they'd been into at the start, but as the flow of the darkness became easier as a result, the tremors settled, and Ichigo let out a long breath. It was done. He slowly began to draw away from the connection he had with the throne, but then something Aizen had said made him pause. Ichigo knew it was a bad idea, but he had to know, at least, if it was possible. So, he reached into the throne again, shifting through the powerful currents to look for the fate of all those that had suffered and died as a result of Aizen's plot. It soon dawned onto him what a monumental task it was, to look for the connection to a few thousands people, among all those that ever existed. But Shiro sent him a light rebuke in the form of a feeling of annoyance, and asked the throne itself to direct him to what he was seeking. The power complied, and Ichigo reached for the connections, to see what sort of effort would be required, to bring them back, to erase all of the suffering Aizen had caused. The rebound felt like he'd been kicked in the chest by a mule, leaving him in pain and breathless, before suddenly weight fell on him so heavy, he feared it would crush him. It was still barely a sliver of what he'd felt when he'd seen the impact of Aizen's attempted change, but it was very obvious that, to achieve a change of such size, he would need to fight the throne every step of the way, rather than have any cooperation, and even then, he quite likely would still fail and be destroyed by the effort, just like Aizen. What's more, due to the comparatively minimal size of what he was attempting, compared to Aizen's attempt to exterminate all hollows, he realized why it was so hard. While the throne was connected to all of the souls in existence, the connection was in the form of a portal, to which souls passed through. A change going forward and following parameters already in existence, like the one he'd made to facilitate the formation of Arrancar and Vizard, was easy to make because it went along with the flow of souls, but anything that went against the flow would need to fight the current every step of the way, not just when the change was made, but constantly and forever as the current kept crashing into the changes again and again, trying to force things back to their original state. Like a dam, but one meant to contain arrived that doubled in its size every passing second, and which could not be repaired or modified once set into place, a doomed endeavor from the start. Ichigo sighed, and let go of the connection to the throne. He nodded at Shiro, and as he retreated his hand from the hollows, he let the Hujioku behind. Shiro stared in surprise at the thing, but Ichigo simply smiled and said, in a friendly tone, "Maybe it will help with your quest to take over. And even if not, well, we need you here in case somebody else comes who want to make changes, but what if the changes will be ones who are necessary? It might help to have a mean to facilitate making them, in that case." Shiro shook his head, and commented, "You're giving up power, again, and empowering an hollow, again. Don't you know how dangerous that is?" Ichigo grinned, and answered easily, "Not at all, I trust you." He slapped the hollow on his shoulder, then knelt to retrieve Kyoka Suigetsu, moved next to Zanjitsu, and with a last nod to his friend, closed his eyes and focused on leaving the mindscape. Opening his eyes, he found that he was back in the throne room. His body ached, but he at least didn't seem to have any outstanding injury, although he would need to be careful from now on, seeing as his source of regeneration was gone. Looking around, he found that, aside from the destruction wrought by his fight with Aizen, there was another change in the throne room. Gestago was embedded into the lips of the Minos Grand's mask, making it look like anybody who wanted to sit in the throne would first need to extract the sword to do so. Ichigo had a strong suspicion that any attempt at removing the sword by somebody Shiro didn't consider worthy would fail, and smiled in amusement at the symbolism of it all. Then, shaking his head, he left, heading back outside. The walk was contemplative, as he considered what had just went down, and the implications of it all, so Ichigo was surprised when, upon exiting the front door of the palace, he found himself staring at a devastated battlefield. While he was fighting Aizen, he'd forgotten that other people were still fighting as well. Although it didn't look like the fight was going well for Ichigo's friends. The whole of the square in front of the palace had been turned into a lake, littered with the remains of shattered trees and cracked golems. Ichigo saw what looked like pieces of the torn body of Senjumaru Shutterer floating on the water, and seeing that none of her clones seemed active at the moment, he wondered if it was the corpse of the original or if she had gone into hiding. He also saw that Genkuro Okakaiba and Kikusho Hakaifun were trapped inside a water sphere the size of a house that was levitating in the air. They didn't seem able to get out, and were visibly halfway to drowning inside of it. Urotsunemeya was still breathing, but he was also pinned to a wall by several poles of sharpened concrete, and unconscious. The only member of the First Division who was still fighting was Sasakaibe, but he was a mess. He'd lost on hand at some point, was covered in blood and sporting several cuts and even a few burns somehow, and he was visibly favoring one leg over the other. Haribel, on the other hand, looked entirely unmarred and supremely unconcerned. Ichigo stepped into the place, using full bring to walk onto the air, which immediately caught the 13th Espada's attention, and said, in a commanding tone, "Haribel, this ends now." The shark Arrancar turned to look at him fully, ignoring Sasakaibe who was taking advantage of the pause to catch his breath, and asked in a neutral tone, "Why should it? You are certainly not going to be enough to defeat me." Ichigo chuckled and answered, feeling almost relaxed as he did. "That doesn't matter, because I was enough to defeat Aizen. This fight is over." Haribel's surprisingly human-like eyes narrowed as she said. And why should I believe it? In answer, Ichigo raised Kyoka Suijutsu, the blade catching the light and glinting a bright blue, and asked. Do you recognize this? Aizen's sword. I took him from the very floor where it fell from his fingers, and it split him in two. He's done. Kyoka Suijutsu sparkled blue as Ichigo's words described the way it had defeated Aizen in such a sword-like manner. Haribel, for her own, seemed to consider this, then said. I could still destroy everything in Soul Society. They've hunted my kin for millennia, and they'll never leave us in peace unless they're left incapable of pursuing war. Aizen was a mean to achieve this in a definitive manner, but even forcing the issue temporarily will be better than how things currently are. He gestured at their surroundings, and commented. Surely you've wrought enough destruction already? Besides, you don't need any more fighting to achieve your goals, we can negotiate. Lieutenant Sasakabe, you would listen to the Espada's demands, if that could put an end to this fight, wouldn't you? The man was surprised, but he glanced at his fallen companion and said, in a hesitant tone. Supposing the words of Aaron Carr can be trusted, I would not oppose a compromise. Haribel scoffed, and commented. And why is it that I should trust the word of a Shinigami? If I give them time to regroup, they might then well go on to renege on any treaty. I'm not unaware that they considers promises made to my kind to not be binding. In the end, Ichigo mused, it always came down to a matter of trust. Luckily, in this case Orium had solved this one issue for him already. He grinned. Do you know the third Espada, Nellie Lodeswank? She's a friend. Well, we already reached a temporary ceasefire with her, pendant on suppressing Aizen, the Espada Baragan, and getting your agreement. I've just defeated Aizen, Rukia went to deal with this Baragan guy, so all that's left is for you to agree and list your demands. He paused, then added, you might have a strategic advantage to lose, but think instead of what you stand to gain. If you had a truce with Soul Society that you could trust to be kept, how much would that be worth to you? Haribel considered his words in silence for several moments, and then, finally, she nodded. The two Shinigami in the water bubble were freed the moment she did, landing hard in the water but, apparently, not yet deceased. She motioned for him to lead, and Ichigo did, breathing a sigh of relief. It was done. As he led them outside, he couldn't help but hope to himself that, with Aizen defeated, things would settle down. He didn't have the character to be a hero, and would rather not be forced into the role again anytime soon. Still, as he looked at the bright sky, and thought of his friends waiting for him, he couldn't help but smile. Aizen was finally defeated, and maybe his change would put an end to never-ending spiritual wars, and bring a future of peace. If nothing else, he'd saved his friends, and in his book, that was enough to call this a job well done. Chapter 125, Conclusions. As Urayu came back to his senses, he had to spend a few moments to collect himself, as everything hurt. He could feel spikes of pain from portions of his body that had been wounded deeply, although muted in a way that suggested the damage itself had been healed, and his body was just working to finish repairing itself. In addition to that, there was a general sense of tiredness and soreness that was typical of the aftermath of a fight and overstraining himself in combat, and to top it off, while his Ryutsu felt stable, he had to admit that it had a faint quality at the moment that spoke to him of a deep exhaustion he was still recovering from. Overall, he was feeling alive, but also extremely battered. Adding to the discomfort were a number of small things that took him a moment to properly identify. The bed he was lying in, while not uncomfortable, felt harder and stiffer than the one he was used to. There was a slow humming of engines that didn't match the sound of chirping birds he often awoke to at home, and unlike the stark white of his room, which helped him focus and keep his mind empty of pointless thought, the soft pastel colors of the walls and ceiling, clearly meant to keep the people in the room comfortable, left him slightly unsettled instead. Without his glasses, he could only see very little of the room, and it being an unknown place was very worrisome. The sudden sound of an electrocardiogram as his heartbeat sped up in response to the sudden worry at least told him he was in some sort of hospital, but it wasn't until he heard a familiar voice say, "Calm down, Urayu, you're in my dad's clinic, recovering," that he was able to actually settle. He glanced to the side, where he found Ichigo was sitting next to the bed, close enough that he could actually see him clearly, his friend having apparently been waiting for him to wake up. He took notice that, while he did have Zanjutsu at his belt, he didn't seem to have his black blade, Getsuga, on his person. Instead, he was holding a sheathed sword in one hand, with the hilt resting on his shoulder. It was a beautiful weapon, with the scabbard colored a midnight blue with a wraparound diamond pattern in white silk and tiny chunks of green jade at each of the silk meeting point, with a green handle wrapped in an hexagonal golden crossguard decorated by engravings of black crescent moons all along its side. And, Uriah detected with some surprise, it was a Zanpakuto. The surprise was enough that he found himself asking, before he could consider the absurdity of it. "Why do you have that?" Ichigo grinned, running a hand along the scabbard and answering. "I'm just helping it look for a new house. It's the bare minimum I can do for such a great contributor to our victory." Uriah let out a long breath he hadn't realized he was holding and said, in a tired tone. "So we won, then." "That's good to hear." Ichigo raised an eyebrow at that and asked, in the same joking tone. "What, did you doubt us so much, that you thought we'd fail to do our part to make everything right?" "No, of course not. I never doubted." It was comforting, if nothing else, to know that his own failure hadn't caused his friends to also fail, even if the acknowledgement of his complete inability to contribute to their victory didn't do much for making him feel better about his terrible lapse of judgment in battle. He'd let his desire for revenge against Hashwal blind him to the necessity of the battlefield, and so he'd ended up taking himself out of commission at the moment his friends needed him the most. Which might have been for the best, in the end. If failing in such a manner was the most he was capable of, then he might have just gotten in the way of the people with real talent actually solving the problem. The thought was enough, especially when combined with Ichigo's confusion at his reaction, to make Uriah want to leave. His father might berate him, but he would still recover much more comfortably in his home, where he wouldn't have to bear other people's attempt to cheer him up. However, as he went to get up, a sudden spike of pain ran through his entire body, and then Ichigo's hand was on his chest, pushing him down as his friend said, in a worried tone. "Don't try to get up, you're not fully recovered yet. Take it slow and give it time, yeah." He paused, then added with a comforting grin, "Karen is really looking forward to her next lesson with you, so I'd never hear the end of being told how bad a brother I am, if I let you aggravate your wounds." Uriah turned to look at Ichigo with wide eyes and asked, incredulous. "You would still let me train your sister in the Quincy art?" Of course. Why wouldn't I want you to train her, if she wants to be trained?" Ichigo looked genuinely puzzled at the question, and so, his fist clenching his blanket as his control slipped him, Uriah replied with a frown. "Because I failed. I let my anger and desire for revenge control me, and as a result I got defeated and wasn't there to help you in the rest of the fight." "That's not what I heard. According to Captain Komamura, you saved him, and then restored his Bankai to him just in time for him to defeat Tuan and then hold the line against the others until Tatsuki showed up to rescue them. In fact, Komamura was so certain that what you did saved him and, as a result, allowed him to save everybody else he managed to save. He even sent a get well card and everything." Ichigo gestured absently with one hand to a vague collection of colors against the wall. Without his glasses, Uriah couldn't make up what was there, but the vague haze of approximately round patches of bright color suggested flowers, which would make some sense. Unaware of Uriah's confusion, Ichigo went on, in a satisfied tone. By putting on a solid showing and holding back multiple of their elite fighters at once, Komamura was able to talk things over with the strongest of their lot left, a girl by the name of Giselle Guel, and get her to agree to a ceasefire once Tatsuki showed up and defeated their leader. That caused Uriah to blink, and turn his attention back on his friend to ask. "Tatsuki defeated Master Haiwan?" "Yeah, I think that was the name. Apparently he'd used a dangerous technique to kill Yamamoto and stole his Bankai, which Tatsuki took advantage of to defeat him." Ichigo paused, then went on to ask, "Was he somebody you knew?" Uriah nodded, slowly, taking in the fact that one of his friends had apparently grown strong enough to beat Master Haiwan while he'd failed against Hashwal, and explained. "He was my master, taught me most of what I know. But, I discovered he'd also worked with Aizen and Kurotsuka to arrange my grandfather's murder. I'm not sure how to feel about it all." It was a strange feeling, to know that a man who'd had such a big role in raising him had also murdered the other man who'd had a big role in raising him. After the whole debacle with Hashwal, Uriah didn't think he would have wanted to pursue revenge even if Haiwan had been alive, but him having died felt like a denial of closure. Perhaps sensing his dark thoughts, and misunderstanding their source, Ichigo went on to say. If it helps, Mayuri also died, or whatever the equivalent is for a ghost, was destroyed, maybe. Another of the man that Uriah should have dealt with, removed before he had a chance to do anything about him. It seemed the universe was feeling like pummeling him with irony. How did that went down? Facing off against the 12th Espada in Hueco Mundo, Mayuri faced him alongside Urahara, Momo, and the whole Science Division, and was taken out by a trap. The Espada still lost, however. Mayuri's daughter, Nimue, unlocked Bankai in the fight and destroyed him with it. Ichigo leaned back into his chair and continued, seeming to slowly relax. In fact, all of the Espada lost, or nearly so, only 4 survived, 3 of which only because they surrendered after losing, while the other 9 were destroyed. It wasn't easy, of course. It's my understanding that, in addition to Yamamoto, the Gotei lost 4 or 5 captains, including Rukia's mentor, and her brother. Uriah tried to imagine what that would feel like. From what he'd gathered of Byakuya, the man cared about his sister but was cold and distant, which seemed not unlike how Uriah's own father interacted with him. He considered for a moment how he would have felt if, at the same time his grandfather had died, his father had as well, and then asked, as he did his best to keep his composure instead of breaking down crying. How did she react to it? Better than I expected, to be honest. She was sad, of course, but she said that they wouldn't have wanted her to wallow in misery, and instead to take up their torch and carry on their legacy. She seemed quite determined about it. That was good, Uriah supposed. And another proof that his friends were made of much tougher stuff than he himself was. Still, while the explanation clarified what winning had been like, there was still one last thing Uriah needed to know, one last person responsible for his grandfather's death left unaccounted. And what about Aizen? I faced him myself. Turns out, he had no idea what he was doing, and if left to his own devices, might have caused some quite catastrophic damage. I got in his way just enough to force a mistake out of him that backfired with lethal consequences, and then managed to patch up some of the damage. It was a bit of an improvised fix, and resulted in my separation from my inner hollow, Shiro, but hopefully it'll hold. So, that was it then. Uriah barely needed to focus to confirm Ichigo's words that he wasn't a vizard anymore, which confirmed his friend's words, not that he ever doubted them. It seemed that nobody was left for him to take vengeance upon, which, considering how deeply he'd lost himself chasing it, was probably for the best. He let out a sigh, causing Ichigo to frown and ask, "What's the matter?" Normally, Uriah would have deflected the question, but at this point, he was feeling tired enough that he decided to just tell the truth, if only to get it off his chest. "I'm just saddened when I compare how much you all achieved with the complete failure I did." "What are you talking about? You didn't fail at all." "But I did. I lost myself to my anger and desire for revenge, going after Hao Shual instead of trying to find a more clever way to help the rest of you, and if not for Komamura's flare leading Sato and Nanao to the battlefield, I'd have died. How can you call that anything but a failure?" Ichigo leaned forward, one of his hands reaching for Uriah's and grasping it firmly, as the orange-haired boy said, his tone firm. "That's nonsense. Not only did your defeating Hao Shual gave Komamura back his Bankai and thus ensured the survival of the people he was leading, by removing him, those Quincy who wouldn't agree to Giselle's push for negotiations didn't have a leader to rally around, which made it possible to start talks for a more permanent pace, and thanks to those talks, especially since the highest-ranking surviving Quincy in Soul Society was Giselle's own master, Navarre, we were able to persuade Haribel that negotiations were the way to go, instead of resuming fighting. Didn't you just say that most of the Espada are gone and you defeated nearly all of the remaining ones already? Why even consider peace with the Arrancar at all?" Ichigo let out a dark chuckle at that. "Trust me, there's a reason Haribel is the only Espada who was undefeated by the end of it all. We shouldn't want her as an enemy if we can avoid it. Even if we could win, which I'm not that sure about, we'd lose so many people it'd be pointless. Being able to get her to treat with us is good, and without you, we might not have been able to. Don't discount your accomplishment like that, what you did mattered a lot. We couldn't have won without everybody, you included, working together to achieve it. There was a glint of conviction in Ichigo's eyes that told Uriah he wouldn't be able to persuade his friend otherwise. He deflated, then answered in a whisper. But I didn't work with anybody. Seeing the confusion on Ichigo's face, as well as the fact that his friend seemed to be preparing for another speech, Uriah hurried to clarify. When Hashwal told me he was responsible for my grandfather's death, I lost myself to my rage and the pursuit of vengeance. It might have worked out in everybody's favor in the end, but that's due to no merit of my own. I merely happened to be lucky enough that pursuing my revenge was of benefit to the rest of you. That's hardly worthy of praise. Ichigo's puzzlement slowly faded, replaced by an expression of fondness that caused Uriah to start feeling confused himself, a confusion which didn't abate when Ichigo said, in a comforting tone. You know, there's nothing wrong with punishing those who hurt you, especially if, rather than repenting and making amends, they intend to continue hurting you and others until they are stopped. If there's no other choice and somebody had to do it, might as well be you. That caused Uriah to smile wryly. Does that still apply if you only do it because you want to see them hurt, and the humanitarian intent was merely a justification? I feel like adopting that mindset might lead to very immoral actions. Maybe. Ichigo sounded thoughtful, clearly considering Uriah's words instead of simply dismissing them, and after a moment he said, his tone soft. Well, if you truly feel like that, then perhaps you could atone by actually doing things that would help others, prove to both yourself and everybody else that, while your actions might have been dictated by anger this one time, you do want people to stop getting hurt, and start healing. This time, it was Uriah's turn to chuckle. Atonement through good deeds, This sounds like something Orium might say. Ichigo grinned and answered easily. I might have consulted her on how to handle the matter before coming here, yeah. She's pretty smart about this sort of things, you know? She wanted to come along, but everybody agreed that she was to be the representative of the Fullbringer side of things during the peace negotiations, so she's busy with running back and forth, delivering messages and speaking with people about it all. It eats into her free time, but she seems to love it. She said that making sure everybody is happy is the only way for the happiness to last forever after, whatever that might mean. They shared a small laugh at that, and Uriah felt his heart growing a bit less heavy, for some reason, and trusting Orium with charting a path to happiness for everybody felt right. If she was willing to put that much effort in, then matching it with effort of his own was what he should focus on, as well. So, what should I do then? Become a mediator between Quincy and Shinigami, obviously. Uriah blinked. What? Why would you want me to do that, if Orium is handling it already? Because she's not a Quincy, and they are the one group who has a hard time respecting her. No Quincy saw her defeat the third Espada with me, and while she makes friends easily, you know how difficult it is for people who haven't seen her in action to take her seriously. She can act as a mediator with the Arrancar better than anybody else on our side, but she doesn't know the Quincy enough to represent them properly. You do, and you've proved yourself strong enough that they won't be able to dismiss your suggestions the way they might do with her. Surely other Quincy of talent are present, which are invested in achieving peace. It wasn't that Uriah couldn't see why Ichigo wanted somebody to help Orium with this, but he didn't think he had the diplomatic talents required to achieve the task. However, Ichigo clearly disagreed, as he countered, in a firm tone. There are, but none of them would understand the Shinigami side the way you do. None of them is Rukia's friend, or spent several days undercover in a captain's house, or fought alongside Shinigami as well as against them. You've an understanding of the true nature of the conflict between your people and Soul Society that nobody else among the Quincy can match. It was touching to hear Ichigo praise him like that, especially because, much as he tried, Uriah couldn't find it in himself to disagree with Ichigo. He did have a set of experience that no other Quincy shared, where interacting with the Shinigami was concerned. Understanding them, on the other hand. I don't know. He raised a hand, preemptively stopping Ichigo's retort, and continued, I'm not denying your points. I probably do know more about Shinigami than any other Quincy, however, I am not sure I know enough. Especially understanding their point of view seems like something that would require more than the small glimpse of Soul Society I've gotten so far. He was looking at his own hands, so he couldn't see Ichigo's face, but he could hear in his voice that he was feeling smug as he answered. Well, That just means you'll need to put in some practice, right? That easy, And how would I do that? Just take this. This was the Zanpakuto that Ichigo had suddenly thrust in front of him, placing it in his hands before he had time to prevent it, the same weapon that had been resting on Ichigo's shoulder the whole time. Uriah ran his finger along the beautiful blue scabbard, slightly turning the weapon in his hands so that the golden moons were glinting, and looked up at Ichigo, letting his confusion show. His friend seemed to have expected it, as he explained. The owner of this Zanpakuto fell in battle, but the sword itself survived, and ended up in my hands. I think that you should try to bond with it. The owner was quite old, and not the biggest fan of how Soul Society did things, so the sword has a lot of knowledge of both the good and bad sides of it. What better way is there to understand Shinigami than by learning from one of them? I assure you, there's a lot of things that a Zanpakuto can teach to the wielder, and being able to consult a second opinion on any matter at any time, one you can trust, is invaluable. He tapped the pommel of his own Zanjutsu for emphasis, and Uriah stared for a moment, before returning his attention to the weapon now in his hands. It took a moment, but he could feel the soul within, and he was shocked by how ancient and powerful it felt. He had little doubt that Ichigo was right about the wealth of experience and knowledge the sword held, and he really could learn a lot from this weapon, if he was willing to try. It was just a matter of whether he wanted to. The decision wasn't without drawbacks. Even if I agreed to do this, it would take me years, possibly decades, before the connection is established, won't it? That's not going to be very useful for dealing with the negotiation between Quincy and Soul Society going on right now. It could, yeah. On the other hand, I learned quickly enough, and in this case, the sword is actively looking for a new partner. So it might go much faster. Besides, time isn't really a big factor. Uriah raised an eyebrow at that. It isn't. Of course. Think about it, even if we manage to create a workable agreement between Quincy and Shinigami relatively quickly, which is still going to take months, a peace like that, especially when the parties involved have so many grievances with each other, is going to take a lot of effort to maintain. This isn't something that'll be done and forgotten when the deal is signed. It's something that will be ongoing for a long while. Ichigo nodded. Peace is a continuous effort. But one worth making. Uriah nodded, his hands closing on the weapon in his hands. He tried to reach out to it, and felt the vast, almost enveloping presence take in his presence, almost tasting his intent and will. No connection formed that he could detect, but he didn't felt any sense of rejection either. It felt like he was being evaluated, the sword taking his measure. He supposed that made sense, and explained why linking with a Zanpakuto would take so long. Nobody would want to share part of their soul with someone who wasn't worthy. Uriah wasn't honestly fully sure that he would pass the sword's test, but he was willing to give it a try. He was aware that spending time training and bonding with the Zanpakuto would greatly reduce the amount of time he could dedicate to train his own Quincy abilities, but on the other hand, it could hardly be called atonement if he didn't sacrifice anything to obtain it. The weapon seemed to agree, as he got a faint feeling of approval from it, which was as comforting a sign as he could get out of it. Probably the best start to this kind of cooperation he could hope for. Letting out another long breath, Uriah nodded decisively, turning his attention to Ichigo to say, his voice firming up as he spoke. I'll do it. The possible gains are too great to not make the attempt, and, it's as you say, a way to prove that defeating Hashwal was about more than just revenge. If I can change what the Quincy are about, put an end to our hatred for the Shinigami and make this cooperation between myself and a Shinigami sword the first step toward a truly equal cooperation between all Quincy and all Shinigami, it'll be worth it. Ichigo smiled softly. Glad to hear it. I'm sure the sword is as well. It ended up in your hands because its last holder betrayed it, so it'll likely appreciate that you're determined to encourage cooperation instead. Uriah raised an eyebrow at that, glancing at the sword again. The fact that it had been betrayed was interesting. Hashwal and Haiwan had betrayed his trust as well, and now both he and the sword were trying to leave that betrayal behind themselves and find a new way forward together. It created a connection that made him believe that finally ending the antagonism between Quincy and Shinigami could be possible, if he could find a way to make them look past their difference and to their similarities, like he was doing now with the Zanpakuto. After a moment considering that, Uriah looked back to Ichigo and asked, somewhat curious. "So, what's the name of the sword again?" "I could tell you, but wouldn't it be better if you waited until it was willing to introduce itself?" Uriah chuckled at Ichigo's smug grin and said, "I shall do so then." Before letting himself fall back onto the bed, the sword clutched firmly into his hand. He looked up at the indistinct pastel colors of the ceiling, and then asked, mostly to move the conversation to a new topic. "So, Orium and I will be playing ambassadors in this big negotiation, and then I'll need to shepherd the Quincy and Shinigami going forward. What about you, Ichigo? What will you be doing now?" "Well, I have something of an idea I was thinking to try out, maybe you could call it a plan, even." Uriah glanced at Ichigo, his curiosity piqued. "Oh? What plan is that?" Ichigo grinned brightly, and then told him. As he looked around at the small room he was in, Shunsui absently scratched the eye patch covering his right eye, the thing on his mind due to how it required him to turn just a little bit more to really take everything in. Thanks to his spiritual sense, it wasn't a real impediment to most things. He'd mastered operating fully blind several centuries ago for fun. Missing some depth perception was much easier to compensate for, but in the day-to-day, it was slightly irritating. Still, there wasn't much he could do about it. According to Captain Anohana, he'd emotionally connected the loss of the eye to his guilt for losing Jushiro, since they took place in the same battle, and until he overcome that, the wound wasn't going to heal. Which, Shunsui suspected, meant he was going to be missing the eye forever. One could argue that, for a fight with the Vastolord, he'd got off relatively cleanly, but the sight of the two people who were also sitting around the same small table he was made it clear that would be a lie. Kojiro had still received some serious scarring in his fight with the 13th Espada, his left hand now covered with a set of deep crisscrossing lines that seemed almost like small divots, but the hand still retained full mobility. The wound had formed as a result of his pride in sustaining it to allow young Kurosaka to stop Aizen unopposed, which was why it wouldn't heal, but it was no real impairment the way Shunsui's own partially was. And, of course, Captain Anohana was completely uninjured in any visible way, sitting in a relaxed manner that suggested no lingering tiredness or pain hidden out of sight, and smiling beatifically in that fond way that always sent shivers down Shunsui's spine. Despite a few weeks having went by since her fight with the 4th Espada and Las Noches had taken place, the 4th Division captain was still maintaining the exceptionally good humor she'd been in since facing the Vastolord, and the fact that such a duel left her looking so satisfied and unbothered was genuinely unsettling for Shunsui. Still, while there was something disconcerting about the feeling of the very edge of her presence gently exerting a relaxing pressure despite the bloodthirstiness implied by a death match having made her so happy, there was also a comforting element to it. Knowing that, even when facing an enemy capable of inflicting such enormous losses, they had on their side somebody who'd survive it all unharmed and thus win eventually, provide a bit of cold comfort. Even if not enough to compensate for the wave of sadness that came upon Shunsui as he considered the sheer amount of loss they all had suffered through. He didn't let the emotion show, nor did he show any outward sign of it, but nevertheless Kojiro turned toward him and said, not unkindly, "Do you want us to postpone? I'd understand, if so, your losses were greater than any of us." That was kind of Kojiro to say. The other man had been a fellow student of Yamamoto with him and Jushiro, but as Yamamoto's first and older student, they had always been a bit too in awe of his talent to approach him, so their friendship was more distant. Still, while that meant that Kojiro was likely not as distraught as Shunsui was for Jushiro's death, his greater closeness with the captain commander likely made that loss cut more deeply, so Shunsui wasn't about to claim that he had more right to be sad than his elder did. And besides, they weren't the only ones to have lost people, and as captains, their duty required them to think of the well-being of their subordinates and the souls under their protection first, and leave their grieving for afterwards. So, Shunsui shook his head and answered, "We'd best get to it as soon as we can, with all the people which were lost. Giving people some safety of mind by restoring order needs to be our priority. Besides, with the negotiations currently underway with the Quincy and Arrancar, having a united front to present them would be a good idea." Kojiro seemed thoughtful at that, and commented, "While I don't disagree that being able to show strength to Haribel is necessary, considering how dangerous she proved herself to be, is there any reason to concern ourselves with the Quincy? They lost nearly all of their leadership, after all." Anohana spoke up then, in an amused tone. That might be true, but do not forget that their current leader, the boy Navarre, managed to fight young Yoriuaki to a draw. I had the chance to talk to him a bit when I was healing the two of them, and he's quite the clever lad. If we leave him any opening, he'll be sure to exploit it. Kojiro offered a respectful nod at those words. I'll respect your opinion on the matter, Lady Anohana. Shunsui nodded, and offered. So, we need to fill the gaps in our command structure as quickly as possible, and we have many of them to fill, considering how this was the most devastating attack Soul Society ever suffered. Captain Anohana smiled at that and asked, in a thoughtful tone. Was it? The last great assault, the one that happened 3,500 years ago, and was led by 4 Vastolord, destroyed nearly 2/3 of our forces and costed us 7 captains. We lost much less of our troops, not even a full 1/5, and only 5 captains, this time. Shunsui remembered that particular fight quite well, seeing as it was the one where Jushiro had defeated one of the 4 attacking Vastolord by sealing its remains into his body, which had left him sick forever after. It had been more brutal, that was true, but in Shunsui's eyes, that had been due to a lack of preparation. The Godi 13 had been in its infancy back then, lacking a lot of the organization and training they had now. Shunsui himself had not been a captain then, and in his opinion, he was stronger now than nearly all of the captains who had fought back then, except for the obvious 2. So, despite Captain Anohana's words, he still thought the attack they'd suffered this time had been much worse. Something Kojiro seemed to agree with, as he went on to say. We might have only lost 5, but let us not forget that one of those was the captain commander himself. Furthermore, while Captain Kuratsuka was young to his role, Captain Kukaki was one of our grandmasters, and of course Captain Yukatake, in addition to being a dual grandmaster, was one of the longest-serving Shinigami in the force. Only those of us in this room now have had a longer career. Feeling the need to not let the last of the 5 captain go unremarked, and also because it added weight to his point that the Godi was far stronger now than it had been the last time it had been challenged, he added, in a nonchalant tone. And Captain Odoribashi had a longer service at the time of his death than any of the captain who fell back then. In fact, nearly all of the Shinigami we fielded this time were comparatively far more experienced than those we fielded then, and that's without accounting for the progress we've made in training and tactics. Losing as many as we did despite our progress is something we should be ashamed of. Kojiro nodded along, and added. Besides, counting the fallen captains doesn't paint a full picture. We also lost Lord Ichibe, as well as Tenjiro and Senjumaru. That's 3 additional Bankai we don't have access to anymore. Back then we didn't have any Bankai other than the captains, which is something worth considering. Shunsui nodded. Then, with a heavy sigh, he said what he knew the other 2 were also thinking, even if they hadn't raised the point themselves. And that's only counting the people who fell into this specific attack. If we consider the entire extent of Aizen's efforts, starting from when he first began acting against Soul Society a century ago, we also lost 2 further captains to subversion in the form of Jin and Tuan, and of course there's the murder of the Central 46, and the many people who died to his experiment, including those in his own division. We knew the 12th had the second highest mortality rate, but we believed him that it was due to Shinigami falling to their own dangerous experiments. How many of those were actually people he got rid of to keep his plot from being discovered? They considered the matter in silence, nobody verbally counting Aizen's own betrayal as the loss of one of their own, even though, in the honesty of his mind, Shunsui couldn't help but think that they should. He didn't know if Aizen had always been rotten, or just been turned against Soul Society by some of their faults. In either case, however, he couldn't help but think that, if they'd perhaps taken action earlier, this disaster could have been avoided. The somber mood was broken by Anohana saying, in her usual comforting tone. Well, at least we got young Yorichi and young Shinji back. He didn't lose Soul Society those 2. I suppose we could count young Yoriuaki as a loss for the Godi, since she's retiring to take up a role as the Central 46 new representative for the Shihoin clan, but reinstating Shinji to a captain posting will at least do something to fill one of our vacant positions. Kojiro frowned as he commented. While that's in line with the agreement Lady Kukaki made with the Visored, and I'm not opposed to it, we should proceed in the proper order. The captain commander position is the one we should fill first. Shunsui nodded, even as he smiled wryly. Captain Yamamoto had set up a specific procedure for the nomination of his successor that required the living captain to select a candidate to be presented for the 13 divisions to approve, before then having the chosen person present themselves to the Central 46 for the final, official confirmation. However, with things as they currently were, with the Central 46 having yet to finish selecting the last of their replacements and the GODI just having proved how necessary it was for it to have proper leadership, the confirmation vote was likely to be a formality, and with half the captain spots empty and half of the rest occupied by captain with, in nearly all cases, less than a century of service, whatever suggestions Shinui, Kojiro, and Captain Anohana were to make would likely be accepted by the others without any argument. So, he turned toward the woman and said, in a respectful tone. "So then, should we confirm your role as new captain commander then, Captain Anohana?" She raised an eyebrow in an expression of polite disbelief that had Shunsui sweating and asked, "Now why would we ever do something like that?" in a tone that made it seem as if she thought the idea ridiculous. Kojiro was clearly as confused as Shunsui felt, as he explained. "Well, who else could it be? The fact that Ichibe fell against Aizen, and that Lady Kukaki, with her reputation riding high from her crucial role in the battle, was declared the head of her family in Byakuya's will, means we won't need to overcome the opposition the Central 46 would normally have presented to your nomination, so I can't see any issue. The issue is simply that I am uninterested in taking up Genri Yusai's old job." Shunsui frowned, and commented, his annoyance overcoming even his fear of contradicting Captain Anohana. "Well, I'm certainly not interested either. Everybody knows that I'm very much unable to shoulder my responsibilities properly. I hardly think it's smart to saddle me with more." He paused, then glanced to Kojiro and added, "You, on the other hand, are famous for your responsible behavior, Lieutenant Sasakaibe." Kojiro frowned at that, and the way he spoke, Shunsui wasn't sure if it was because he'd tried to dump the responsibility on him, or because he'd used his full name to do so. "You don't give yourself enough credit, Captain Kiraku. I assure you that you've more than raised to the task set in front of you, no matter how unenthusiastically." He paused for a moment, then let out a long breath and continued, in a more relaxed tone, "That said, I will acknowledge that I have a knack for organization you lack. However, when we're talking about the person that needs to lead Soul Society, neither your talent nor my dedication are as important to the role of Captain Commander as power is. Captain Anohana, you are the strongest of us, the title should be yours." Gently, almost kindly, the terrifying woman shook her head, and answered. "That is certainly true, but it's also precisely the reason why I should not be made our leader." Shunsui had to admire the brazen confidence with which she stated her agreement on being stronger. Like a simple statement of fact, that she was likely correct just made her all the more terrifying. Kojiro clearly agreed, as he hesitated to answer, but to his credit, he eventually did ask, cautiously. "Why would you say that, Captain Anohana?" "I admit that I fail to follow your reasoning." She smiled, and suddenly, Shunsui could feel the air growing weighty, a softly smothering feeling around them that seemed like a barely held back avalanche ready to crush him. Then she asked sweetly. "Do you really need to, or do you just need to do as I say?" Kojiro, to Shunsui's surprise, seemed to be trying to argue, but his mouth didn't open. For his own, Shunsui could feel the light pressure under his chin, so he hadn't even tried. After a second that felt longer than an age, Captain Anohana drew back her riot suit, lifting its pressure from them, and said, her tone still cordial. "See, that's the reason why our leader should not be the stronger of us, because, if we're led by the stronger, then it's far too easy for the leader to become a tyrant, and impose their will trough power, rather than sound reasoning. It is indispensable that the one who lead be answerable to somebody, in some form." Genri Yusai understood this. And similarly, the leader can use their authority to counteract the power that the stronger people wield, if the needs arises. That kind of balance is what Soul Society needs right now. It's the only way it can function at all. She paused, then added, a joking lilt to her voice. "Furthermore, I don't think either of you would be happy with what I'd do, if I had command. Trust me on that one." Somehow, taking in her smile, Shunsui had no trouble believing that what Captain Anohana might do with unchecked power and authority wasn't something he wanted to discover himself. Which just added to her other point, that they really would be better off with not making her their boss, after all. Well then, that leaves just one candidate, doesn't it? He turned toward Kojiro at that, but the other man frowned and answered. I am no fit to lead, I have only ever been a lieutenant my entire existence, jumping from that to captain commander would be uncouth. Shunsui raised an eyebrow at that. Every captain respects you as their senior, and the old man was clear that you were to take his place if a situation like this one were to come up. I disagree. Teacher wanted me to succeed him as leader of the 1st Division, because I have built up plenty of experience in commanding them, but that's hardly the same as being able to direct the entire Godi 13. Also. He hesitated, then let out a long sigh and continued, also, many will be laying the responsibility for this disaster to teacher's feet and, given that he can't answer for his mistakes anymore, on me, given I am, as you put it, his chosen successor. I feed that taking power despite the bad blood that a large part of the Godi would be holding against me would be liable to create divisions among the ranks at a time when we need unity the most. Shunsui couldn't deny that, but he could see the irony of it, as he commented. So, none of us wants to take the role, yet, one of us it has to be. Most Shinigami will be looking for something to give them confidence, and somebody who survived a fight with a Vastolord, and can thus be said to have won it, is the most reassuring thing we could provide. He then tapped his eye patch as he added. And the more easily they earned that victory, the more confidence they'd inspire. We aren't the only Shinigami to have defeated a Vastolord, however, there is another. Shunsui and Kojiro both turned toward Captain Anohana in surprise then, and she went on, with an amused smile on her lips. Rukia Kukaki also defeated a Vastolord, by all reports one who managed to tear through several captains, and not only did she win without help and without a scratch, she did so in front of several divisions worth of Shinigami, not to mention the civilians that were watching from atop the wall of Suriadii. They're calling her the heroine of the Rokanga and the savior of Soul Society. Last I heard, the rumor has been spreading everywhere at a truly astonishing pace. That was hardly surprising. From what Shunsui had heard, the 2nd Division had a front row seat to Little Rukia's fight, and they were by far the most unrepentant gossips in all of the Godi. As he checked to see Kojiro's reaction, Shunsui saw him clearly considering the words deeply, and eventually saying, in a thoughtful tone. I suppose that would make some sense, the girl certainly has ambition, considering how she's been going around, leveraging her position as head of the Kukaki and her alliance with Lady Shihoin to pioneer the larger Reformation movement since the founding of Soul Society. Some of the things people say she has planned are quite unorthodox, but I can't say I fully disapprove of any. She has the kind of vision that a new captain commander would be required to have, alongside the reputation and respect, and given she defeated a Vastolord without help at such young age, she's certainly not lacking in power. Shunsui couldn't help but find himself surprised that Kojiro was agreeing to the proposal so easily, but it seemed his fellow disciple wasn't done, as he frowned and added. However, while the idea is not without merit, I worry she might appreciate the nomination. Considering the amount of effort she's devoting to changing things, she will certainly become a polarizing figure among the nobility of Suriadii, if she hasn't already, and a captain commander needs to show a level of neutrality that she might be unable to maintain, if she is to push her reforms through. Shunsui could see the logic there. For his own, what he had to say was less motivated by rationality, and far more by sentimentality, which, as somebody who used emotions to power his own combat abilities, he was quite certain was a far important factor in making good, sound decisions. So he said, softly. It also wouldn't be good for her. Captain Anohana turned an intrigued look on him at those words, and he went on. From what Jushiro told me, Rukia has always had doubt about her ability to lead, especially so with her brother's attitude and the death of Lieutenant Shiba, which she felt guilty about. She seems to have somehow gotten past that. When I met with her and mentioned that I would be suggesting she be given command of the 13th Division, as Yukatake wanted, she was willing to accept, but I could tell she had some hesitation still. She is willing to lead, and believes herself capable, but she still fears making mistakes. That's not bad in itself. Now that is not paralyzing her from taking charge anymore, but my reading was that she has regained this confidence by having proved, to herself, that she could lead her small group of friends. It would benefit her far more if she had the chance to prove to herself that she could properly command a single division, before she was called to command all 13. Captain Anohana seemed intrigued at that, and commented. You fear that too stark a jump in command would cause her to regress, but are confident that building up to it through an intermediate step would leave her ready. I am. Experience is as important to a leader as ambition, respect, and skill are. Shunsui words caused Kojiro to nod and say, in a more relaxed tone. We're agreed then, in wanting Rukia Kukaki to be the next captain commander, but in waiting to hand her the title until she has a bit more experience under her belt, perhaps a century or two. A round of assent came from all three of them, then Anohana leaned back into her chair and said, idly. Of course, that leaves us in the same position as before. We need a captain commander right now, to present a united front to the Quincy and Aaron Carr. And since we also need one that will agree to retire without complaints once we consider Rukia to be ready for taking up the mantle, and somebody who won't make many waves in the meanwhile, it really has to be one out of the two of you. Shunsui sighed. He could see where this discussion was heading, so he spoke up. If this is our plan, it will likely be easy for me to persuade Rukia to take the role, when the time comes. I can share some of the many things Jushiro confided in me about her to make my argument convincing, and she considers me almost family, so she'd be less likely to consider herself unworthy of taking my place, the way her respect might cause her to were she asked to replace either of you two. He paused, then added, tiredly. Although I'm not sure I can propose a candidate to take my place for the role of 8th Division Captain if I have to transfer to commanding the 1st Division, and that without even considering the fact that I doubt many of them have high respect for me, given my reputation as a slacker. Furthermore, while Naneo is doing a great job directing the division and working with the Ishida boy to handle the negotiations with the Quincy, but she has yet to achieve Bankai, and I don't know I'd trust anybody else to guide her through that. Also, uprooting her would leave my division in chaos. She handles the paperwork of half my seating officers alongside her own. And yours too, right? Shunsui ignored Captain Anohana's light needling, as did Kojiro, who said instead, in a thoughtful tone. I don't think you need to do that. It might perhaps be for the best to detach the position of Captain Commander from the position of Captain of the 1st Division, especially if the person gaining the role is doing it only in a temporary fashion until the young lady Kukaki is ready to take up the mantle. In addition, with the losses the Royal Guard has taken, continuity might help. I would be willing to take up the role of Captain of the 1st Division myself, while leaving you the title of Captain Commander despite being at the helm of the 9th Division. Captain Anohana smiled at that and commented lightly. This seems like a good path forward. Shunsui raised an eyebrow. Isn't it a bit non-traditional? He didn't particularly mind, of course, he'd never been particularly attached to Seoul society's traditions, but he felt like it was a consideration to keep in mind, given he'd now been tasked with overseeing how those traditions were handled. But Captain Anohana's smile remained unperturbed as she answered. I would argue that, since we've never had a passage of the title of Captain Commander before, there is no tradition to violate. Indeed, I think that you would find it wise to consider that point of view, that many of the actions Genri Yusai took in his role as a Captain Commander were a result of his preference, rather than traditions, whenever somebody raises the point. It might pave the way for a future Captain Commander, one less steeped in tradition, to find less opposition when implementing new ideas. Shunsui stared at Captain Anohana, a certain suspicion forming in his mind as he commented mildly. I suppose I should confirm which traditions have been written down and which are merely expected behavior then, just to be on the safe side. That seems like a very wise decision, Captain Commander. I applaud your foresight. She inclined her head lightly in a gesture of respect, and then Kojiro said, his tone more businesslike. Well then, if you're the Captain Commander now, Shunsui, I suppose the first order of business would be to choose who will be filling the open spots in our division's command positions. Shunsui let out a long breath, then collected himself and started. You just said you will take up the role as 1st Division Captain, Kojiro, so that's accounted for, given that Yuriuki has chosen to accept the nomination as her family's representative in the Central 46. She isn't eligible for being given her old rank back, and I believe Captain Swafon is fully recovered and willing to maintain her own position. Anohana nodded, then added, sounding amused. She is. I could have healed her fully once the Vastolord was defeated, but upon suggestion by Miss Inu, she had Miss Kuratsuki add in some modifications to her hand before the healing, extendable fingers, I believe, which was interesting to work upon. She also seemed to be even more motivated to be a paragon of perfect captaincy by her defeat at the Vasto Lord's hands, so you can be assured she won't be retiring. Shunsui nodded, then went on. That's good to hear. Speaking of Miss Kuratsuki, every account of the battles in Las Noches confirmed that she unlocked her own Bankai and defeated the Espada who killed Mayuri by herself, which I believe is more than sufficient to confirm her as his replacement and captain of the 12th Division. Kojiro nodded, and commented. Indeed, and while I would not speak ill of a man who fell in the line of duty, I will say that Miss Kuratsuki has already proven more involved a leader than her father. She seems to have some initiative, as well. I received reports that she is already working on a new implementation of the program which gave birth to her, although with some unexpected changes. Feeling the headache coming, Shunsui asked, warily. What sort of changes? It was Captain Anohana to answer, very amused. Well, apparently she was discussing with Miss Inu the possibility that the newly born artificial Shinigami be adopted by families in the mortal realm for a brief period, according to Miss Kuratsuki, to allow them to experience more perspectives and better understand the need to protect mortal souls. That sounded surprisingly benign, considering Captain Anohana's amusement. Shunsui suspected he was missing something, but he couldn't see any reason to hold experimental procedures of such a harmless nature against Nimue, so he shrugged and said, that does suggest she has the proper attitude to take up a captain position. That leaves only the 5th, 6th and 9th divisions without a captain, since we already agreed that Rukia will be taking over the title of captain for the 13th. He waited for the other two to nod, then after a moment said, in a more firm tone. I would propose that Renji Aburai be raised to the role of captain for the 6th division. Kojiro raised an eyebrow at that, and said, his tone carefully neutral. It is traditional that the 6th division be led by a member of the Kukaki family, and Aburai is very much not. He paused, then added, unless there are plans for him to marry into the family. Shunsui shook his head. None that I'm aware of. However, I would argue that the tradition is only that the Kukaki family have one of the 13 captains, not necessarily the captain of the 6th division. After all, he smiled wryly, aware of Captain Anohana's own self-satisfied smile. I am sure no written rule on the matter exists, so that it was always the 6th division could have been nothing more than the old man's preference. Kojiro looked skeptical, so Shunsui went on to add. Rukia would not accept taking command of any division other than the 13th, since that was Jushiro's will. Furthermore, once the death of Byakuya was communicated to them, I received several petitions from the 6th Division's forces that requested Aburai be given the title, citing his exceptional performance in leading them against the Espada Grimjo as the reason. Captain Anohana chimed in then to say, non-committally, I've received many similar reports as well. Kojiro grimaced, and admitted. So have I. However, I still fear that this might cause resentment among the older members of the Kukaki family, and I would not want the young lady Kukaki to have to deal with that additional trouble. Shunsui considered the matter, then offered. I can talk with them, and if there is really stiff resistance, I can offer to swap the assigned number of the 6th and 13th division. That would be a much easier task than persuading Rukia not to lead the division, which, I want to add, she's the best suited to lead, as one of only 2 Kido Grandmaster we have left. Kojiro was speechless, and even Captain Anohana seemed slightly surprised at his unconventional approach, but then she chuckled and said, if you think it would help, let them know that I support you in this. Rukia should lead the Kido Corps, not any other division, and if the rest of her family needs her to lead the 6th no matter what, renaming them is definitely the better approach than trying to force her to lead people who already have chosen their own captain. Then, it's decided, Aburai will become captain of the 6th division, as it is named right now. That leaves us with the 5th division and 9th division, as we already mentioned that reinstating Shinji Hirako in his role as captain was part of the promises we made for the Vizard's cooperation. I would like to extend him the offer of taking over the command of the 9th division. Kojiro seemed to consider the matter, then said. Then I imagine you want Review Aikawa, the lieutenant of the 5th division, to take over for deceased Captain Odoribashi in leading that. Yes. He has Bankai, and he proved capable when he took care of finishing to root the Quincy after Rajuro left to help Swayafoen against the Vasto Lord Baragan. That seems reasonable, but what if he doesn't want to, or if Hiriko refuses to be reinstated? Shunsui hadn't considered the possibility somebody might refuse, but after a moment to collect his thoughts, he answered easily. Then we can raise up Captain Komamura's lieutenant, Tetsuzumon Iba. According to Komamura, he's on the edge of reaching Bankai, and now that Kisuke Urahara is back, we should be able to accelerate the training process. Assuming that Urahara will be willing to offer that service again and rejoin the Gotei 13th, I would offer him to return to his posting as lieutenant of the 12th Division, should he be willing to accept it. That seems a good idea. From what he said when teacher went to talk to him after the Battle of Sokioku Hill, his primary objection to retaking the role was working under Mayuri, and that should no longer be a problem. If that's not viable, I can always ask Genkuro, Nimeya, or Kikusho to take over one or both of those spots temporarily, just let me know if it's necessary. Shunsui nodded at Kojiro's words, then said, getting up. Very well. I think I should have a few meetings to see how willing the various people involved are to go along with these plans. Hopefully there won't be too much resistance, but I'll call another unofficial meeting like this one if any obstacle arises. Otherwise, I'll declare an official one in 2 weeks or so, once everything is properly set up. As you say, Captain Commander, I'll go see to the 1st Division, but hold back on informing them of my promotion for now, so you can do the announcement properly. Shunsui flinched at Kojiro's words and respectful half-bow, even though it was clear the other man had meant all of it honestly and genuinely, not in any mocking manner. As he left, he found himself going in the same direction Captain Anohana was, and decided that, since he was apparently going to be the captain commander now, at least for a while, he might as well be direct when he wanted something clarified. You planned for things to go that way, didn't you? Your intention from the beginning was to have me take the role temporarily and then cede it to Rukia once I've gotten the nobles used to dealing with unconventional, non-traditional leadership enough that she'll have an easier time changing things for the better. The woman smiled in a very motherly manner and answered, sounding pleased. You picked up on that remarkably fast, it seems we'll make a schemer out of you yet. He sighed, ignored the feeling of unease at questioning Captain Anohana so directly, and asked why. She raised an eyebrow in response. You just explained my motivation yourself. I think Rukia is the person for the job, but she will need a little bit to be ready, and it would be best if, when she is, she had to deal with less direct opposition. That's not what I meant. If you want to champion Rukia's reforms, why not simply take the position when offered and impose them yourself, with nobody able to stop you? Was my explanation that it'd make me a tyrant not enough? People will resent and fight against changes imposed with tyranny in a way they won't changes made by people who are working within the system. The only way for a large-scale change to last is to get people to want that change to happen. Shunsui could see that she was not lying, and yet, something in her bearing prompted him to ask, and is that the whole of it? You had no additional reason. Of course I did, it's much more fun this way. She looked at him with an amused expression. Besides, you agree with me. Or, you should, if you disagree with me, but don't fight for your own preferences, that's going to get boring, and then I'll need to get creative to have my fun. It took a moment for Shunsui to process this, and then cold sweat started falling down his spine as he realized that, to Anohana, discussions were just another form of combat, and that, even if she was fighting with words rather than swords, she wasn't going to be any less determined to win. So, you're suggesting I should learn how to come up with better arguments? That sounds like a lot of work. I think it would be much more relaxing to just let you puppet me as you wish. Captain Anohana smiled brightly at that, in a way that suddenly made her look like a predator showing its glinting fangs to a careless prey, and she said sweetly. That would not be a very good idea. I warned you already that you wouldn't like some of the things I'd want to do if I was in charge. Or are you challenging me to find something you'll dislike enough to fight against it? The threat was enough to cause Shunsui to straighten and say, hurriedly. I guess I'll need to look into ways to perfect my ability to argue my case then. It was suddenly very clear to Shunsui that learning how to hold a proper discussion was going to be vital. He would need to spend a lot of time studying to manage. Naneo was going to complain endlessly at all the paperwork he'd end up dropping on her to find the time, especially since he'd have to deal with a whole 13 divisions worth of it rather than one, but he couldn't skimp on it. Surely he'd be able to make her see this was a matter of survival. For her own, Captain Anohana's smile dimmed to her more matronly, understanding one, a clear sign she'd sensed his sudden determination to do his best to not be so easily outmaneuvered again, and gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Excellent. Don't worry too much about it, you just do your part, and I'll be sure to keep you sharp. Apparently, even when you could technically give her orders, Captain Anohana was still genuinely terrifying. With her piece said, she left ahead of him, and Shunsui shook his head as he collected his thoughts. It seemed that, if he wanted to steer Soul Society properly and leave Rukia in a good position to change things for the better the way she wanted to, he would have to do his part to make it happen. As she marched down the long corridor, Rukia couldn't help but feel a certain sense of weirdness at the white Haori gently swishing along with her each step. It wasn't the item's weight itself, of course, but the responsibility it represented that weighted on her shoulders. Being responsible for the survival of 3,000's fellow Shinigami who trusted her with her life and would die at her command was not easy. She thought she was handling it well enough, but in moments of silence like this, where she was alone and had time to herself to reflect on all the implications of it, the meaning always hit her. Still, she knew she was doing her best. She'd already started a new system of teaching Kido that would hopefully make it possible for Shinigami with less interest in the discipline to learn faster, and she'd also set up a few classes to teach the new Kido she'd herself created and have them introduced into the registers. She might not be able to make people understand how to combine two Kido on the fly, and she'd really tried hard to, but if she just combined every Kido in existence with every other one, going through every combination possible, and adding new ones as they came in, that was almost the same thing, surely. She would not hoard knowledge that could save people if she could help it, anyway, so even if it seemed daunting and impossible, she was going to try. And the way her people had taken to it comforted her that her new approach, sharing knowledge widely, was a good first step. It had helped that, before she was confirmed as the new captain of the 13th Division, she'd had some time to trial run the responsibility of having power and using it to make things better as the new head of the Kukaki. Sure, the clan was much smaller than a division, but giving orders with an eye to make things better while ensuring nobody got hurt due to her careless had been a pretty good trial run. Of course, most of her success so far was because her brother and her mentor had set up things so that she'd have an easier time running them, but Rukia knew that many of the ideas she was fighting to implement were her own. She could only hope that Captain Yukatake, Kyan, Miyako, Byakuya, and Isuna would be proud of her efforts, and what she was doing to ensure that the sacrifices they'd made to get her where she was were not meaningless. And ensuring that big sacrifices weren't meaningless was, in a roundabout way, why she was walking toward the only occupied cell in the deepest underground bowels of the royal palace. As she finally stopped in front of the bars, she realized that it was the very same cell where she herself had been held before her trial. She couldn't help but feel that there was something ironic about that. The prisoner didn't raise his head to look up at her, but then, he hardly needed to. He had no need to use his eyes, and his spiritual perception was the most advanced in the entire Godai, so even in a place where his Ryotsu was sealed, he had no trouble locating her, as the scoff he let out proved. Kukaki. I see that they have made you into a captain. So, have you come to gloat then? Satisfied that I'm now the one put behind bars due to your actions, as you were due to mine. When she didn't immediately answer, Tuan slowly got up to his feet, and turned to face her fully. Even with the bars between them, that difference in height made him tower over her, looming threateningly as he asked, his tone accusatory. Or are you the one who is to lead me to my execution? A rite of passage, perhaps, to prove yourself a true captain, ultimate representative of Soul Society's oppressive arm. It struck her how, just a year ago, the barb would have struck true, just as she knew that Tuan's looming presence would have put at least some wariness into her, back then. Yet, now, the accusation slid over her skin like water. She knew what sort of person she was, and no amount of insults was going to shake that confidence. Nor did she had anything to fear from Tuan anymore. If anything, his attempt to intimidate her just made her sad. So she said, in a firm, direct tone. You are not going to be executed, Tuan. Tuan's expressions turned into one of disbelief for the briefest of moment, quickly followed by anger. She wondered if the incarceration had dulled his ability to pretend, or if the training she was doing to get the most out of the enhanced senses her Bankai granted had just made her that much more perceptive. Do you take me for a fool? I know full well what the punishment for treason is. I knew what my fate was going to be if I lost since the very moment I decided to fight Soul Society. I will not fall for your lies. Rukia stared at Tuan's empty eyes, her expression calm and undaunted, and she didn't raise her voice or lose her composure as she explained. It was, yes, but that no longer holds true. You see, now that she's been rehabilitated, Yoryuki has taken a seat in the Central 46 on behalf of her family, and as the new head of the Kukaki, I have selected my family's own representative, and instructed her to vote in support of anything Yoryuki proposes, which means her reformist bloc and my family's more traditional black are allies, and the reactionaries can't do anything to counter our alliance. Just today, a vote was held that removed execution as a valid sentence for any crime. In fact, any and all forms of corporal punishment were stricken from the books and made illegal. I wanted to let you know about it personally. For a long moment, Tuan didn't respond. He was controlling his emotions, in fact he was doing so with an incredible level of skill, yet Rukia found that she could tell his disbelief was warring with the strangest mix of relief and guilt. However, when his emotional turmoil eventually settled, it was in a deep feeling of pure loathing. So what, do you expect me to be grateful? To piteously prostrate myself at your feet and call you my hero and savior? Is that what you've come here for? Rukia shook her head. I didn't do it just to save you, Tuan, I had plenty of my own reasons to do it. Although I am glad it saved you, because you didn't deserve execution. Oh? A fate too good for me, was it? It gives you more pleasure to know that I'll be forever trapped here, alone and powerless, barely able to feel my bond to Suzumushi, suffering such loneliness forever. You don't really believe that's my motivation, and you know it. If I had been that sort of monster, Aizen wouldn't have needed to trick me as he did, an invitation to join him would have sufficed. She said it in a very deadpan tone, yet Tuan took a step back at the words, as if she'd struck him physically. Still, he was quick to recover, as the loathing in his voice was quickly replaced by disgust. Of course, you fancy yourself righteous and merciful, everybody does. Do you imagine I would enjoy being trapped in such a manner for the rest of all eternity? Isolated and alone. Rukia raised an eyebrow, and answered dryly. I do not need to imagine what it's like to be separated from my Zanpakuto in a far more absolute and painful manner, nor do I need to wonder what being imprisoned is like. As for you being alone, that's hardly my doing, in fact it is entirely yours. Visitors are allowed to come to you as they were allowed to come to me, it's just that nobody wants to. She debated telling him that, on her way here, she'd stopped by Captain Komamura, asked him if he wanted to come along and let Tuan know he was no longer slated for execution, but then she decided against it. Komamura had said that he would not meet Tuan until he'd sorted out what he really felt about his former friend, which felt pretty natural to Rukia, but that would be too easy to construct as bragging and needling for Tuan, and petty insults were not the reason for her presence here. Even what little she had said was clearly just ammunition in Tuan's eyes, as he was quick to comment, snidely. That's what this is about, isn't it? Proving to yourself that you're better than me? Well, you can lie to yourself that this is the case, but that's all it'd be, a lie. You might think you're showing compassion, by coming to visit me, but that's not how I see it. If this is what help from you looks like, this pathetic attempt to make me feel like you're my better, then I spit on your help. I have no need for it. Rukia tried to think of a way to prove to him that he was wrong, before deciding that there was no point. It might have been nice if she'd be able to, but that, too, wasn't what she was here for. So instead she said, pointedly. Does that mean that you'll refuse to let yourself be transferred to better accommodations? Because that's the actual help I've come to bring, not whatever self-aggrandizing trick you think I'm trying to pull. Tuan snorted. Changing the site of my imprisonment won't make me any less of a prisoner. No, it won't, Rukia agreed easily, but it would be a much more comfortable confinement. Between all of the new, much better housing that the Shihoin and Kukaki families are building to replace the many Rukonga buildings that were destroyed during Aizen's attack, and the many houses that were left empty because their owners fell against Aizen's armies, there's a great abundance of places you could take residence in, many of them even have a garden. You would have to swear not to attempt to escape, attack anybody, or otherwise attempt to use your riot so to cause harm, but if you did, we would only have monitoring Kido in place to ensure you kept your word, instead of having keep you in an area where your riotsu is suppressed. And we even considered giving you the chance to spend some time with your Zanpakuto, as long as you are willing to do it under the supervision of a captain. The genuine surprise in Tuan's feelings lasted much longer this time, although he'd collected himself enough to smother it under a large amount of disbelief when he finally spoke again. So, you're truly trying to soothe your conscience. Do you believe this makes you better than me? We're the same, you just happened to side with those who won, those who'll keep things exactly as they are. This time, it was Rukia's turn to scoff. That's not true at all. Do you think that building much better new housing and making unjust punishments illegal is all that we've been doing? We forced through a charter that limits the privileges granted to the noble families, have the tentative beginning of a peace deal with the Quincy that limits what Shinigami can do in the mortal realm, have expanded the Shinigami Academy so there's a lot more openings for new aspirants to provide more options, and the biggest thing we're working to pass is a decree to dissolve the Central 46 and replace it with a new government body including representatives from the lesser noble families and the people of the Rokanga as well. And that's just the beginning of all the changes that we have planned. She straightened, letting her confidence flood her soul brightly enough that Tuan couldn't fail to perceive it, and concluded. I am not keeping things exactly as they are, I'm making things better in any way I can, with the help of all the other people who saw the system was broken and needed to be forged anew. So you can stop telling me that I'm doing this for you, or to soothe my own ego. I'm doing it because it's the right thing to do, and I'm going to put all that I have into causing the change for the better soul society needs. The more he listened to her speak, the more furious Tuan seemed, and when she was finished he took a step forward, hands closing into fists as he hissed. You dare brag at me about this? All of these changes you're so proud of, they're only possible because of me. If I hadn't challenged Soul Society, struck at it so hard that it almost shattered, you'd never have been able to bring about any of these changes at all. He paused, seeming to take a moment to compose himself, then went on, smugness slowly creeping into his voice. That you even dare to consider taking advantage of my own work, something I would think better of you for, you were sorely mistaken. I might be punished for them, but my action sparked the change you're so proud of, which proves I was right to take them. Rukia grit her teeth at that and answered, starting to feel some annoyance herself. You were not right. I'm not achieving change on my own, I'm doing it with the help of so many other people, I can't keep count. There is so many of us, and all you needed to do was find us, and we could have found a way to achieve this change together, without all the bloodshed you caused. Tuan seemed undeterred, answering quickly and with conviction. I only shed the blood which I needed to. It's what was necessary, seeing as it has forced you to finally take the necessary steps to change things. Rukia clenched her fists, but then the soft touch of Sode no Shirayuki, feeling like a kind hug enveloping her, helped her relax. She was not going to let Tuan drag her down to his level. So she closed her eyes instead, and slowly filled her riotsu with calm, letting it flow around her until she had regained her composure in full. Only then did she open her eyes and said, her voice flat. Why is it you needed to force people to change things? Why couldn't you ask us to help you change things instead? Was asking for help that difficult, or did you not realize just how many people were there, which wanted change as much as you did, and would have extended a hand if you but asked? Tuan crossed his arms, and it seemed that he'd used the time Rukia spent collecting herself to do the same, because when he did, his voice came out cold and firm. I did seek help, just not yours. And why would have I? With your refusal to do what's necessary, you'd have been useless to me. I need a weapon, not a hug. I needed Aizen, so I used him. You used him? He used you, I would say. Is that so? Yet he failed in his goal, whereas here I stand, with you telling me that I succeeded in mine. It seems to me he's the one that got used, just like I intended. Rukia glowered at him, and answered, struggling to maintain her calm. You don't have the faintest idea of how close we got to him causing damage so catastrophic it'd have destroyed us all, you included. We put all that we had into stopping him, and it was still mostly due to his own arrogance, and no small amount of sacrifice, that he didn't win. You sent a monster on a rampage, and now are asking me to thank you for it. Tuan shrugged. Sometimes fire can only be fought with fire, and sometimes the only thing that can stop a monster is another monster. In the end, both monsters are dead, and everybody is better off for it. Not everybody, those who didn't survive are not better off. But even aside from that, if Aizen had won, we'd just be exchanging a tyrant for another, and that'd have helped no one. And he'd claim he was doing it to help people, while violating them beyond belief. By taking him as your champion, you provided a tyrant with a smokescreen and a path to power. You think that was a gamble worth making? It paid off. It was frustrating that he refused to cede an inch, but Rukia gathered her patience, and managed to keep any anger out of her voice, even if not the lecturing tone, as she answered, "Not thanks to you." She took a moment, then stepped forward, enough that, even with the bars between them, she was intruding in his personal space, before continuing, "Regardless, it wasn't your gamble to make, when it was the future of all of us you put on the line. If things had gone just a little differently, we could have ended up with Aizen defeated, myself and the others who sought change gone, and the old establishment to grow infinitely stronger. It was our hard work in picking up the mess you made that achieved change. The cooperation of those oppressed by the system is what is achieving change. You, by your own actions and your enabling of Aizen's delusions, achieved nothing other than nearly making the people who you hate so much more powerful than ever before." That, finally, seemed to draw a reaction out of Tuan, as fury erupted out of him and he reached to grab her through the bars, only to recoil as a burst of electricity struck him the moment he tried. He grimaced, holding up his wounded hand, and spat out with venom in his voice. "What would you know of that? You're standing here, claiming yourself the herald of change, but you're not one of us. You're no oppressed, you're part of the very nobles who would rule over us all, claiming a superiority they've not earned, their poster child and the most powerful of them all, even. You know nothing of our suffering, you privileged, spoiled child." Rukia let out a bark of unamused laughter at that. "Did you forget where I come from? I was born in the mud of the outer ring in Rukonga's poorer district. I know what being oppressed feels like much better than somebody like you, born to one of the richest families of the districts closer to the walls. I might have escaped it, by grace of my sister's art and my brother's love, but I've never forgotten it. And you think that matter? That's just the trick they play, raising one of us to pretend like everybody has a chance, when the truth is that no amount of hard work and talent is going to matter against their privileges. Privileges that you share and benefit from, even now." Tuan looked truly unyielding as he said that, and for a moment Rukia couldn't help but admire his conviction. It wasn't even that he was entirely wrong, his problem was that he wanted to be entirely right, when in reality, things were far more muddy than that. He still had an insight that most people lacked, however, and that was the actual reason Rukia had come here, because for things to truly change her, Tuan's insight, his ability to see what was wrong, was required, even if his willingness to accept help from the very same kind of people he was trying to overthrow was not. So Rukia leaned forward, enough that the bars of the cell buzzed with warning, and answered. "You seem to have forgotten what I told you at the beginning, so let me repeat myself. We have already started taking away privileges from the nobles, and we aren't about to stop. It will take time, and a lot of step, but by the time I'm done with it, I'll have taken away the power of each of these people, and ensured that everybody in Soul Society, no matter who they are, is perfectly equal in the power they have and the right they're granted." Rukia had infused her determination and honesty and her raw belief in her words and her Ryotsu both, and she'd left the latter wash over Tuan, or as much of it as was possible with the seals in place, that the man had to acknowledge the truth and honesty of her intentions. It was enough to make him briefly waver. He rallied quickly, but while there was still spite in his voice now, Rukia could sense a note of hesitation in it that hadn't been there before. "It won't work. You might think that now, but to achieve such a goal, you'll need to have and use power beyond what you think, and as you'll work hard to grasp more and more of it, you'll be corrupted by it, forget what you initially sought the power for, and become like all the rest." Rukia didn't back down, asking instead, pointedly. "And you think that enabling Aizen didn't carry the same kind of risk? Why, exactly?" He grimaced, clearly aware that his previous defense of his actions wouldn't work here, but he still said, weariness entering his voice. "Sometime, an all-consuming blaze is necessary to cleanse things of corruption, but the very nature of a blaze is that it's impossible to ignore it. I was never unaware of the danger Aizen posed, and knew that, had we won, he'd need to be then purged. The kind of danger you are taking on is far more subtle, and very hard for somebody to spot in themselves. By the time you notice your own infection, it will be too late. Rukia thought that Tuan was very much failing to apply his own words to himself, but she hadn't come here to help him see the truth about himself, she had come here to have him see the truth in herself, instead. So she straightened and said, finally smiling in a smug way. And that's why I need somebody who can tell me if I'm going too far, somebody who doesn't love me and would thus excuse my faults, but instead scrutinize my every action with absolute mistrust, and pick up any slightest hint of corruption I might be falling prey to, so that I can correct it before it's too late. Tuan stared, disbelief on his features, and when he spoke, it was in his voice as well. You want me, to become, what, some sort of counselor? Like an external conscience, of sort. Call it whatever you want, I just want a watcher, to pick apart my plans to ensure I'm not hurting people by accident. I told you, that you should have sought our help, did you think me incapable of following my own advice, and seeking yours? Slowly, Tuan's expression morphed into a more serious one, not unlike, Rukia thought, what he looked before everything started, with a severe and judgmental gaze that felt far more honest than all the raging and arrogance he'd shown when trying to claim his actions had helped usher in the positive change Rukia was chasing after. You realize, of course, that I'm going to scrutinize your actions to the slightest possible detail? Go over your every choice and take apart anything that I consider unjust. In answer, she grinned openly, a savage thing with little joy but all of her gumption. Watch me, and I'll show you that I'm not going to waver. In the mortal realm, they call this place paradise, and until I've made it so that name is actually deserved, I'm not going to stop. I'll rebuild Soul Society brick by brick until there is nothing left in it you can find objectionable. Tuan raised an eyebrow, which had a weird effect when his eyes didn't react to the gesture. With such a goal in mind, and the critics I will bring to bear, you might well need to keep working at it for all of eternity, you'll never reach that perfect ideal. It's just not possible. Rukia wasn't shocked or surprised at the comment, indeed, she'd expected it, and almost felt reinvigorated as she answered. Of course I will never be done, that's entirely the point. What caused Soul Society to fall and corrode was the belief some people had that it was already perfect, and nothing ought to be changed. It was a place built to perfectly portray an ideal, instead of creating a place where people could turn that ideal into reality with all the imperfect mess that comes from our imperfections. The new Soul Society we'll build together will be one which puts the happiness of its people first, and things keep changing for the better to make people ever happier. I'm going to do this, and I won't do it alone. The real question is, do you want to work with all of us, so we can change things together? Slowly, but with clear finality, Tuan nodded, and Rukia's smile turned truly as happy as she was feeling it. If Soul Society was to truly change, it could not afford to ignore any voice that was clamoring for change, no matter how violent it might have been or what mistakes it might be guilty of, as long as people were willing to work together toward a better future, Rukia was going to do her part, and lead them there. The idea of shouldering such enormous responsibility would have been overwhelming at another time, but after all she'd gone through, Rukia felt she could take it on without any fear at all. Because ultimately, she knew, she would not be doing it alone. As she waited for her name to be called by the announcer, Tatsuki was sitting with her eyes closed, collecting herself and meditating for a bit on the slight absurdity of the situation. Aoi was quick to remark on it, her tone lightly mocking in that unique way of hers that Tatsuki had grown to feel comforting in the months since they'd settled their differences. Is that worry I feel? Because I could not accept a servant who trembled at the thought of fighting a mere mortal. Tatsuki chuckled and countered, good-naturedly. You realize we're talking of the reigning mixed martial arts regional champion? She's 3 times my size, so very swift on her feet, and when I last faced her last year in the semi-finals, she broke my arm. I think I'm entitled to a bit of anxiety, right? Nonsense, you had yet to awaken your spiritual abilities when you faced her last and, most importantly, you didn't have my patronage. The idea you have anything to fear is ridiculous. Tatsuki couldn't help but roll her eyes as she pointed out. You haven't forgotten that I'm not going to use any of my spiritual arts advantages at all, and instead will compete using just my martial skills and nothing more, have you? The inner hollow scoffed. As if ever possibly could, when you've been doing nothing but that throughout this entire tournament. I perfectly understand that this is a contest of skill, not one of might and power. That would not make defeat here any less embarrassing. See to it that you don't prove yourself to be a defective servant. Tatsuki mockingly imitated a military salute, a big grin on her face as she answered. I shall endeavor to try my best, my queen. That was when the announcer called forth her name, and Tatsuki got up and entered the stadium. The lights were strong, but she knew where to look in the crowd to find her friends watching. Ichigo nodded, while Orium paused for a moment in her animate chattering with Nimue to wave happily at her. Tatsuki smiled and lazily raised one hand, the gesture causing the crowd to cheer as they thought she was saluting everybody instead of just her friend. She then smirked when she saw that, next to an overexcited Hiri, Renji was also in the crowd. He'd said he would come, but seeing him there was amusing nevertheless. They had a date planned for after the final, and if she won he was going to pay. She was curious to see how he would pull that off, since to her understanding Shinigami used their own currency. That brought the memory of the upcoming fight back to the forefront of Tatsuki's mind, and she sent a telepathic message to Aoi, asking the Hollow, in a more serious manner now. Are you sure you're fine with me losing this? I know I thrashed everybody else, but my opponent here is on an entirely different level. I'll try my best, but relying on my body's ability and skills alone, with no spiritual support, might not be enough to secure a win. Do I need to worry about you getting angry and releasing any of your actual power, or taking me over to teach her a lesson, or something of the sort? Her inner Hollow seemed almost offended at the question, as her answer was delivered in an exceptionally haughty tone. Please, as if I would lose control in such an undignified manner. What sort of plebeian do you take me for? I can easily weather your defeat with grace. Will you be able to do the same? I do seem to remember you having a problem of pushing too far when you're losing and breaking things, mostly yourself, in the process. Tatsuki had to admit that, not that long a time ago, her haunting companion's worries might have been entirely warranted. However, right now, she didn't feel that need to prove herself that had plagued her so strongly before. Ever since she'd found her balance with Aoi, that need to prove herself so much had disappeared, replaced by a quiet confidence that made her feel more settled. Which didn't mean she had lost her hunger for victory, so she answered, as she made her way toward the arena, Don't worry, I won't. I'm in this fight for fun, and while I'll be playing to win, if I'm not good enough, I'll accept and learn from it. After all, she'd done it before, and it had led her to understanding what she was already starting to consider a friend inhabiting her mind. It seemed clear that learning how to bounce back from defeats rather than refusing to accept them was the smart way to do. Something that her inner Hollow agreed with, as she stated imperiously. That you will, for I decree that, should you fail, I shall intensify your training and purge all weakness from your soul. I shall be overseeing your performance, so do not disappoint. Tatsuki grinned at that, making her way on top of the mat and bowing to her opponent with a grin on her face, feeling supremely relaxed. The banter had pushed away any remaining trace of hesitation from her mind, reflecting that, if nothing else, having learned how to take a loss was something her and her Hollow sharing. And ultimately, knowing without doubt that she was somebody her friends can rely on if a true emergency were to arise, meant that right now, she felt nothing wrong with taking things easy. Hey, Urayu. So you decided to accept my invite then, and watch how this goes. Ichigo's friend shrugged and answered, in that nonchalant manner that was typical of his, I was just in the neighbor after finishing Karen's training session for today, and I thought to pay a visit, a comment that was not much in line with the way he seemed to be scrutinizing everything. Ichigo did also take notice that Uriah seemed to have adapted to carrying Kyoka Suijutsu sheathed across his back, moving much more naturally with it than he had in the few months since Ichigo had handed him the sword over. He still didn't seem to have learned the weapon's name, but Ichigo was confident that would come with time. Right now, the fact the sword didn't seem out of place on his person any longer was enough. It was clear that Uriah was about to ask something, but before he could, the door of the dojo slid open once again, and this time, Orium entered it, followed by the gaggle of children who were usually part of the youngest tier of disciples in the dojo. Her eyes lighted up as she saw him, and she waved happily, hurrying to his side. He accepted her hug easily, even if the weight of the jigai she was currently wearing seemed to be substantially higher than what she normally would. he wondered what sort of modifications this one sported. Ichigo still wasn't sure why Orium was so overexcited about it. Of course, having multiple customized Jigai that she could choose from every day, each one upgraded by Nemia with different cybernetic enhancements, was an interesting idea, probably the only way Orium had to truly try out every single body modification she wanted to have without actually applying them to her flesh body or her actual soul, which would have locked her into a single set. However, he wasn't sure why Orium thought it would help people over the world, or why she was so eager to play guinea pig for Nemu in figuring out a way for somebody unable to have their soul leave their body to also use them. That level of excitement seemed unwarranted to him. Still, it wasn't any stranger than any of Orium's other quirks, and it had certainly seemed to catch on with the Quincy, if the amount of time Orium's new friend among them, Giselle, was spending with her and Nemu to work out all the kinks was any indication. So, Ichigo was happy to just trust that Orium knew what she was doing, even if it meant he sometimes had to brace himself for being hugged by a body which, if he wasn't mistaken, was carrying several heavy weapons concealed inside it. A few of the kids that had followed Orium in the room made faces at seeing her hug him, but a few of the others were excited, with one even boldly stepping forward and asking, eagerly, "Miss Orium, are you going to be training with us in this course as well?" Orium let go of Ichigo and answered, a hand to her waist and the other with a finger pointed up. "Actually, this time I'm going to be Ichigo's teaching assistant. I promise I'll go easy on you all." That caused all of the children to cheer. Orium was very popular with them, and insisted on continuing to take part in their lessons even though she'd already very much progressed past the point where the intro courses Ichigo gave could help her. Still, she'd rejected his suggestion that she move to one of the more advanced courses run by the more advanced masters, and if nothing else her presence always made the kids more receptive and attentive to his lessons, plus, he did enjoy spending time with her. So, he hadn't complained too much. He moved to close the sliding door that the last of the kid to enter had left open behind himself, but then he found that another kid was loitering in front of him, a young boy with messy black hairs and startling green eyes. The kid looked familiar somehow, even though Ichigo was pretty sure he'd never met the boy before. He certainly wasn't one of the regulars of his lessons. So, Ichigo squatted in front of the kid and, keeping his tone polite but without any patronizing, as children seemed not to like that, asked, "Is there any way I can help you?" Hesitantly, the boy raised a very familiar leaflet, featuring a white mask with 3 red stripes running down one eye over a starlit sky, the text in gold advertising the dojo's address and his course. He'd had to do a lot of work to get his boss to allow him to publicize the course, but she'd relented eventually, and he'd enlisted his sisters and Chad to spread the flyers for it all over the city. The kid pointed to the lesson's name and said, in a whisper, "It says here that you teach a course on martial arts to fight ghosts. Is that right?" Ichigo nodded and answered, "It is. You're interested?" Wordlessly, the boy nodded, and Ichigo couldn't help himself from asking, "Why?" The kid seemed to need his time to collect himself, but Ichigo let him, and eventually he managed to explain, in the same slow, hesitant tone. "I think I saw a ghost once." "Do you, truly, teach how to fight them off? This isn't some big prank?" Ichigo shook his head. "It's all true, I've had to defend myself by a few bothersome ghosts, once or twice." "Really?" When Ichigo nodded, the boy then asked, almost breathless, "You believe me? When I say, I saw a ghost, nobody ever believes me?" Ichigo raised an eyebrow, and answered, "I could hardly teach somebody how to fight ghosts, if I didn't believe they were real." Then, as an idea came to him, he added, "In fact, I can prove you that ghosts are real. Come." He offered the boy his hand, which he took, and then he directed him toward Uryu, before gesturing at Kyoka Suijutsu and asking, in a tone low enough not to carry to the other kids who were barraging Orium with questions, "You can tell me what that is?" The kid frowned, confused, but eventually answered, dutifully, "It is a very beautiful sword." Then turned to glance at Ichigo, asking why, clearly unsure where this was going. Ichigo raised a finger to make the kid wait, then clapped his hands in the way he normally did when he wanted everybody's attention during a lesson. Immediately, all the kids turned toward him and Ichigo asked, in the lecturing tone he was used to addressing his students with. "Can any of you tell me what Uriah is carrying across his back?" Several of the kids watched each other in confusion, before one said, perplexed, "Nothing," which elicited several nods from the rest. Meanwhile, right next to him, the boy with messy black hairs had widened his eyes, and he asked Ichigo, in a voice that carried a hint of wonder. "They can't see the sword?" Ichigo smiled and said, in an amused tone. "Most people can't, after all, it's a ghost sword." The kids' green eyes were sparkling with excitement at the reveal, while some of the other kids who had overheard Ichigo said, confused, "What? A sword?" Ichigo nodded, then said, loud and clear so that everybody could hear him. "Yes. Perhaps most of you thought this would be a joke lesson, but when I say that I'm going to teach you all how to fight ghosts, I was quite serious." He ignored the murmurs that broke up at that. "However, ghosts are difficult to notice. Some people can see them naturally, but most others need to be taught how to notice them. That's what our first lessons will be about." Then, Ichigo motioned toward Orium and added, in a more friendly tone, "Now, you'll need to answer a few questions Orium has before we can start. They might seem strange, but they're actually very important, so tell her the truth. Lying here would be the same as lying about being hurt or feeling pain after an exercise, and you all know why that's dangerous, right?" A chorus of yes answered him, and then the children took a seat around Orium in a semicircle. Tentatively, the kid with messy black hair made his way there and, upon seeing his hesitance, Orium was quick to draw him in and, in a few moments, had him laughing. "So, you really went through with it? Are you sure this is wise?" Ichigo turned a sidelong glance toward Uriah. "Isn't your family the one that has a practice of training everybody since childhood in the spiritual arts? I thought you of all people would agree that we can't let people rely on the protection of Soul Society alone. I'm just making sure they're able to defend themselves, if they ever had to." Uriah nodded, clearly not offended by the remark, and went on to say, "It's not the training in itself I'm opposed to. As long as you don't plan to send 10-year-old kids to fight on your behalf, which I know you wouldn't, there's nothing wrong with being ready and capable to defend oneself from spiritual threats when the needs arise. I wouldn't be a Quincy, if I thought otherwise." That was, indeed, the whole source of the antagonism between Quincy and Shinigami, as Ichigo well remembered. So what's the issue then? That, when we train kids, it's our kids, family that has been raised by us and we know can be trusted to not use their power outside the interests of the rest of us. It keeps the knowledge from being misused. Ichigo raised an eyebrow at Uriah saying that, and countered easily. "And how has that been working for you, so far?" That caused his friend to grimace, and answer. "I get your point, and you know we're working to fix that. Still, I worry over what disseminating knowledge like this could lead to. It's a dangerous power, and very easy to misuse. Giving it out to kids you know very little about could have unexpected consequences." Ichigo nodded, and seeing the surprise on Uriah's face at that, chuckled and explained. "I'm well aware of the risks. I've just decided that the possible benefits are worth it. If a problem arises, I'll deal with it. I have my doubts it's going to be bigger and trickier to solve than the last one." Uriah looked at him in disbelief, then pushed back his glasses, which had slid down his nose a bit at that, and said primly, "Since Orium is otherwise occupied, I feel obliged to point out that nothing good can come of tempting fate like that. You really should be more careful." "I know." Ichigo let his expression grow serious, and then explained, firmly, "But there's a point where being too careful becomes an excuse to let other people get hurt, because one didn't want to shoulder the risks necessary to help them out. I've learned so much from so many different people in this last year, and if I hadn't, I would be here today. And of all those lessons, the only ones I didn't have to bleed for are those I got from my friends, from Orium, Rukia, Chad, Tatsuki, even you." He then nodded in the direction of the group of children, before asking, "Do you think I should risk even just one of them having to learn things the way I did, because of something unexpected happening to them, when I can teach them instead? No, I don't. I understand what you're doing, Ichigo, and while I still think it's dangerous, if you feel that it's a risk worth taking, I'll trust you to know what you're talking about." Ichigo grinned, clapping Uriah on the shoulder and whispering a thank you, before moving toward the children which, he could see, were now done answering Orium's questions. As he moved, he reflected that, in addition to the reasons he'd explained to Uriu, which he all firmly believed in, there were a few more. The biggest one was that, in the end, the only way they'd been able to save Rukia first, and then stop Aizen and his cronies from causing a catastrophe, had been by working together. Making sure that as many people as possible knew how to work together and cooperate, should a similar threat raise in the future, was only good sense. More than that though, he had been doing some thinking on the choice he'd made when he'd had access to the throne of heaven, of empowering all hollows into Arrancar, and the larger implications of it. He knew, from a chat with Renji he'd had the last time he'd come to visit, that the number of people being attacked by hollows had literally collapsed across the world, down to a mere 15% of what it'd been before, mostly the actions of sadistic Arrancar who hurt people for pleasure, from the reports. On the other hand, the ranks of Haribel's army had been growing at a steady pace, and that had made it harder for the hardliner in Soul Society to force unfavorable terms, and helped Rukia to push her more compromise-oriented vision. So far, his bet was paying off. However, as things went on, the number of Arrancar grew and Soul Society recovered from its losses. There was a chance things could get heated again. Rukia and all their other friends would work hard to prevent that from happening, of course, but it seemed prudent to provide some extra help. A counterbalance, and a mediator, in the form of a material realm capable to stand for itself, instead of being a battlefield and a source of pawns for two factions to use against each other. If he started now, maybe by the time that became necessary, they would be ready for it. Besides, as far as he was concerned, Uriu's preoccupation were missing the mark, the kind of control he wanted to exert on knowledge, on the ability to take action. It would unavoidably centralize strength, and if there was a thing Aizen had proved, it was that centralized might like that could easily be turned to nefarious ends. If instead, Ichigo thought, strength were distributed as widely as possible, people could rely on each other when they needed help, react to threats the moment they arose instead of being left wallowing in indecision due to hesitant leaders, and be able to avoid being subsumed, if a bad actor managed to put himself in charge again. And, of course, there was a last point as well. Stopping in front of the crowd of 10 years old, he assumed a serious expression and asked, pointedly. Now, while this might seem like magic to some of you at first, it's still a martial arts, no different from the karate or judo that you learn in other of the courses we keep here. So, for those of you who haven't been in another martial art course before, what has been the first lessons that you all have learned in each and every one of those courses? Several kids raised their hands, and Ichigo pointed to one that quickly answered, if we ever are attacked, we should try to run away first, only fight if we can't escape, and never attack first. Orium had a beaming smile at the answer, and Ichigo allowed himself a smaller smile as well as he nodded and said that's exactly right, not all ghosts are dangerous, and in fact, many are quite friendly. I want to be very clear about this, because I have many ghost friends, and if I ever hear any of them tell me you tried to use what I teach you to hurt them or somebody innocent without reason, I'll stop teaching you. Is that clear? The answering chorus of yes was nothing unexpected, yet Ichigo couldn't help but feel his resolve strengthened by it. Since he was the one who was teaching this, he could always decide not to teach people that he felt would misuse those lessons. It was part of the reason why he'd asked Orium to help and invited Uriu to watch, so that they could help him figure out if he was teaching somebody wrongly. He'd wanted to invite Chad as well, but his friend had said that, while he agreed with Ichigo's decision, that these powers they had were to be used to protect people and should be shared, he'd said they couldn't limit that to Karakura only, and so he would be journeying, although Ichigo wasn't sure when. Still, it was buoying to his morale to know that all his friends, even those who weren't physically present, were with him in spirit, and he was confident that, with their help, he would manage to avoid teaching too much to a literal monster. Or at least, he'd do his best not to. Other than that, he'd just have to trust people to know best than himself what to do with power, once given the opportunity to use it properly. His thoughts drifted to an image that was imprinted into his mind, and he couldn't help but smile, empowering those who had no power, breaking the chains of those who were bound, and then trust them to make the best of it was the path he knew best, so he'd just keep at it, and handle things from there. After all, he thought as he pictured a black sword embedded in a face that could be mistaken for a throne, leaving off a slight sense of peace to any who was in its presence, extending just that type of trust had worked pretty well for him so far. Check the description for the links to the author.